Chapter 331. I curled my lips in contempt, with no fear in my eyes. Since I dared to say this, I have the ability to deal with him. Master, do you remember? I have two things in my hand that I have never used, the inner pill of the poisonous toad, and a drop of ghost tears. Do you think that these are enough? In addition to accusations, Lao Zhang's tone also showed deep concern for me. The smile on my lips did not disappear, and I continued, of course, I need someone to help me, that is Principal Gu. This time it was Gu Weihan's turn to be surprised. He pointed at his nose, then pointed at me, and said that he didn't know how he could help me. I looked at Gu Weihan and told him, in fact, my inspiration for dealing with Wu Shi now mainly comes from the first time I met you. At that time, you were trapped by the 5 poisonous miasma, hiding in a cave alone, and you actually lit a bonfire outside the cave and successfully attracted a large group of poisonous insects. At that time, Gu Weihan told me that this is called the phototaxis of insects. Although sometimes we look down on science, there is no doubt that science, when used well, is a sharp sword to arm ourselves. Several nights when you were sleeping, I had to flip through Principal G's notes all night long. Gu Weihan couldn't help jumping up at this time. Guaxixi, when did you peek at my notes? How come I didn't know? I sneered. Is it still called peeking after you know it? You treat those notebooks as heirlooms. Are you willing to let me read them every day? But none of this is important. What's important is that in the notes, I saw another world. In that book Miscellaneous Notes on Insects, I saw the characteristics of various insects in the world recorded by Gu Weihan, and I also learned that in addition to phototropism, insects have another characteristic called chemotaxis. The so-called chemotaxis means that every insect in this world, including the poisonous insects of Wuxi, senses the outside world through antennae. It also records a real event. It turned out that there was an unprecedented moth disaster in Lifeown country one year. Hundreds of thousands of moths ate up all the crops and left the farmers with nothing. Everyone was helpless against this group of moths. Later, a scientist proposed that the chemotaxis of insects could be used to kill them on a large scale with something called sweet and sour liquid. In addition, several entomologists were inspired by this and thought of many ways to trap and kill. For example, using a sex attractant, to put it bluntly, is to use female hormones to lure male moths, and use males to lure female moths, so that their species can no longer continue to reproduce and spread. In short, this battle between humans and moths is a miracle, and is worthy of being recorded in history. I believe that Principal G's backpack should contain all the chemical agents related to insects, right? While speaking, I cast my eyes on Gu Weihan. Gu Weihan nodded sincerely and patted his chest and said, I have what others have, and I also have what others don't have. Lao Zhang's eyes lit up when I said that. Obviously, my plan still has some chance of success, but he suppressed the excitement at the corner of his mouth and looked at me and said, but are you sure? My tone was still serious. No matter how poisonous the Wuxigu worm is, it is still an insect. As long as it is still an insect, all kinds of methods to deal with insects can be used on them. Seeing that Lao Zhang's eyes were still glued to me, I smiled and said, Master, don't worry. I won't use that inner pill unless it's absolutely necessary. But leave Wu Shi to me, don't worry. This time, Lao Jian looked at me straight in the eye for the first time. He sighed and said, I have accepted so many disciples, and the most outstanding one is you, Li Jinglan. This time, Master agrees with your plan, and I hope you can survive. I nodded, indicating that it was absolutely no problem. Not only did I want to survive, but everyone also had to walk out of Wawu Mountain alive together. Lao Jian was finally relieved. But what he didn't know was that I actually concealed a little from them, and this was the most crucial part of the whole plan. What I really wanted was to use this extremely poisonous inner pill to die with Wu Shi. I'm sorry, Master, I still lied to you this time. I deliberately pretended to be fine and smiled with everyone. It seemed that dealing with Wuxi was a piece of cake for me. I first consulted Gu Weihan about several problems I encountered when reading the notes, and then collected a large number of chemicals from his backpack. I then approached Linger and said flatteringly with a smile on my face, Linger, I want to ask if I can temporarily borrow your little bamboo? It would be best if I can make it listen to me. Linger looked at me vigilantly, and warned me not to have any ideas about the little bamboo. I could only say nice things to her, saying that Sister Linger was beautiful and kind, and was the most beautiful and kind-hearted girl in the world, while explaining to her the difficulty of this mission. Without this little bamboo, it would basically not succeed. By then, not only will our group die, but the entire Sichuan region will also be implicated. After hearing these words, Linger didn't know what to do. On the one hand, she couldn't report to Aunt Zhu, and on the other hand, She didn't want to see the day when people would suffer. In the end, she turned around and agreed with great difficulty. As soon as I saw that she agreed, I immediately asked her if she had any tricks to temporarily control the little bamboo. Linger pouted and cursed. Brother Jinglan is a bad guy, he will bully Linger. She reluctantly took out a bag of powder and threw it over. This is snake powder, apply it on your hands, and the little bamboo will listen to you. But I absolutely do not allow you to inject that medicine into the little bamboo, it is my good friend. This is Linger's biggest concession, I can only take advantage of it. Don't worry, after use, Brother Jinglan will keep you a lively little bamboo. Gu Weihan also solemnly assured. Girl, I will strictly control the dosage, and will definitely not hurt it. With our double promise, Linger finally took out the green bamboo leaf green from the big bamboo basket. Although it looks more pleasing than ordinary venomous snakes, it looks like a beautiful bamboo pole. But thinking of its mother's toxicity and reputation, I didn't have the courage to take it for a moment, fearing that it would suddenly attack my hand for a day. Seeing me like this, Linger mocked me, coward. Then she opened the bag of snake powder, which contained purple powder. After applying it all over my hands, it did not turn purple, but only made my skin slightly whiter. Then Linger waved to Xiao Shuzi. Xiao Shuzi, this is my best friend, you must not hurt it, understand? Otherwise, Linger will never pay attention to you again, and will never feed you the sea of stars again. Chapter 332. The little green snake seemed to understand human words, and nodded its head downwards, as if to assure Linger. Then it followed my palm and crawled into my sleeve. The place where the little bamboo crawled was icy cold, and for a moment, I felt goosebumps on my arms, as if I had arrived in the coldest days of winter. Since there was a countermeasure, Lao Jiang suggested speeding up the pace and trying to enter the main tomb before Wu Shi and the others. However, just when we were ready and started to move, suddenly, the entire underground space shook violently like an earthquake. For a moment, the entire bronze forest began to shake, and countless dust and soil fell from the top of the tomb, hitting us in the dust, and our feet were shaking from side to side, extremely unstable. I tried to steady Linger, who almost fell, and looked at Lao Jiang and asked, "What's going on? Is this tomb going to collapse?" Linger was carrying the huge bamboo basket, swaying back and forth, just like a tumbler, shaking and asking, "Is it an earthquake? I heard that earthquakes often occur in Sichuan." "What? This earthquake didn't come earlier or later but now. Are you kidding us?" Gu Weihan was confused by Linger's words, fearing that a group of us would die here. Chief Akio said that there are very few earthquakes in Wawu Mountain, so it couldn't be an earthquake. Crack. However, just after he finished speaking, there was a sharp tearing sound under his feet, and a huge crack instantly spread on the ground, as if it was split by Pengu's giant axe. Fortunately, Chief Akio reacted very quickly and jumped aside quickly, but a mountain guard was not so lucky. His body quickly fell, and in the next second, he was about to fall into the dark abyss. At the critical moment, Lao Jiang threw a rope to the mountain guard. "Brother, hold on tight." The nearby bronze sacred trees were crumbling, and some even scraped and collided with each other, making a loud bang. While pulling the mountain guard out, Lao Jiang shouted to us, "It's not an earthquake, nor is the whole tomb going to collapse. It's the place where we are that is collapsing." Lao Jiang is a first-class mechanical master, and he figured out everything in a short time. He told us, it was Wuxi, and the others opened the door of the main tomb chamber, causing this bronze forest to activate the self-destruct device. I was surprised at first, and then cursed, "Damn it, they opened the door of the main tomb chamber, and if it was going to collapse, it would be the main tomb chamber. Why did they collapse here?" He gritted his teeth and exerted force, and the blue veins in his hands had already popped out. Seeing his struggling appearance, I also wanted to go over to help. Unexpectedly, Chief Akio was as fast as a rabbit. He and several other mountain guards had already arrived in front of Lao Jiang, tightening the rope like a tug-of-war. Lao Jiang pushed his feet back on the ground, trying to use the force, and at the same time, he did not forget to glare at me fiercely, wishing to give me a chestnut from a distance. "You stinky boy, you were so smart just now, but now you are dumbfounded. Have you forgotten what Chief Akio said? This tomb of the ancient Shu kingdom has never been to prevent tomb robbers from coming in, but to prevent the thing in the tomb from leaving." At the same time, Chief Akio's loud voice came. "That's right. Our ancestors said that all the mechanisms and tomb-guarding holy insects are to prevent the thing in the tomb." As soon as the words fell, the rope climbed out along the huge gap in the abyss little by little. With the concerted efforts of everyone, the figure of the mountain guard gradually appeared above the gap. He held the rope in one hand and climbed the edge of the abyss with the other hand, and both hands were worn out with scarlet blood. Fortunately, he still came up. Seeing the mountain guard landed smoothly, Lao Jiang took back the rope, and then looked straight ahead and said, "Everyone follow me and rush forward 3 steps for a day's breath. Before the collapse, hurry." After saying that, Lao Jiang took the lead. Linger was carrying a large bamboo basket, and her center of gravity was unstable. In addition, the surroundings were spinning, and she would fall from time to time when I pulled her to run, considering that she was injured when fighting the goo. So I bent down and carried her on my back without waiting for her to start running. Gu Weihan was also very considerate. He ran close to me and helped hold the big bamboo basket with one hand, which slightly reduced my burden. Akuo tribe leader and several mountain guards received Lao Jiang's favor and spontaneously covered our retreat. Boom, boom, the sound like thunder kept ringing in my ears, like a murderous drum sound, wanting to kill us one by one in this bronze forest. The ground under our feet was like a constantly shaking turntable, making our center of gravity extremely unstable. From time to time, large and small rocks fell from our heads, some as big as a fingernail, and some as big as a fist, falling heavily. There were even a few huge stones that smashed deep round pits in the ground. I saw with my own eyes that Lao Jiang, who was leading the way for us in front, suddenly fell a long stalagmite from his head while he was running. The stalagmite was like a stabbing sword, stabbing straight at Lao Jiang's forehead. Fortunately, Lao Jiang was tall and strong, and he could distinguish sounds by leaping, but he passed by another stalagmite. It is no exaggeration to say that if Lao Jiang had reacted a little slower, he would have been strung together on the spot. The accident was much more terrible than expected. Until the last moment, no one knew where they would bury themselves. This place was much more exciting and thrilling than I thought. I originally thought that the horror was limited to this, but later I found that the mechanism of the ancient Shu kingdom was far beyond my imagination, because when I was running, I found that the bronze trees around me were getting shorter as they retreated. When I turned around, I found that the bronze trees behind me were almost invisible, with only dark green branches exposed. In other words, these towering bronze sacred trees were falling into the abyss one by one at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, I realized that this bronze forest itself was part of the mechanism. Why are the distances between each tree the same? Because they are cast on one floor after another, and all the floors form a giant platter. Once the self-destruct mechanism is activated, these floors will fall into the abyss. In other words, the entire bronze forest is empty. No wonder such a long abyss appeared just now, and swallowed up the mountain guard. As the thunder became louder and louder, it was as if a monster had appeared, and even the sky and the earth were shaking. Chapter 333. The vibration in the tomb began to grow stronger and stronger, and more bronze sacred trees fell down. I didn't dare to look back, because many places behind me turned into black holes that I couldn't see the bottom of. This made me more and more scared. Will we run to the end? Will the abyss catch up with us in the next moment? Don't give up. Lao Jiang's resounding voice sounded in front of me, pulling me back from confusion and despair. The main tomb passage is just ahead. This sentence gave me great courage. I even felt that the silver bell on my back disappeared, and my feet became extremely light. I shot out like an arrow, but when I came to Lao Jiang, I found that the end was not the main tomb passage, nor the main tomb chamber. A cold and majestic bronze gate blocked our only way out. However, the rumbling sound behind us continued, and the landslide that shook the sky and the earth continued. What should we do? We are blocked. At this time, I was on the verge of collapse. Linger was afraid of heights, and she burst into tears when she saw the scene. Brother Jing'an, I don't want to die here. I don't want to fall. I didn't bother to comfort her, and urged Lao Jiang, Master, find a way to open the door. Lao Jiang was sweating profusely, as he fumbled on the bronze door. The bronze door was not very high, only 2 meters high, and about 1.5 meters wide. But the carvings on the bronze door were lifelike, and it was a long-haired man standing by the stream. There was a silkworm lying on his shoulder. One hand was raised to the sky, as if holding something. Behind him was a brilliant peach forest, and above the peach forest was a rising sun. This scene immediately reminded me of the scene I saw when I put on the golden mask. Obviously, this long-haired man was Kansong. Suddenly, Lao Jiang frowned. Found it. There is a hole in the hand that Kansong raised. It is a keyhole. As long as you find the key, you can open the door. But facing the earthquake behind him, that was like the tide of Qiantang River, Lao Jiang was instantly in trouble. It's extremely urgent now. Where can we find the key? But I stared at the bronze door. Key? I silently chanted this word, and then suddenly pointed to several most suspicious directions. Master, please check the sun, silkworms, and peach forest carefully to see if there are keys in these places. Lao Jiang continued to grope along the tomb door. In order to save time, while he went to check the peach forest, I went to see the sun. Sure enough, in the flame of the blazing sun, there was a small key. This key was embedded in the groove. I found it was a golden key after I took it off. I was delighted and said excitedly, I found the key. However, Lao Jiang also shouted the same words at the same time as mine. I found the key. It turned out that he found a key on the silkworm and on the peach tree. They were a cyan key and a pink key. The cyan key looked like a silkworm spinning silk, and the other key was 5 petals. That's good. The key has been found. Let's unlock it quickly. I was so happy that I was about to use the key in my hand to open the lock. But Lao Jiang stopped me and said, what lock to open? You have to choose one of the 3 keys. Why not try them one by one? I asked in confusion. Facing my confusion, Lao Jiang explained helplessly, this is a secret lock. The keyhole is one time. If you open the wrong one, the whole door will never be opened. If it was just one key, it would be fine. Now there are 3 keys. It is obviously a test from Kansong for us, the later generations. Let us gamble on our own destiny. His words undoubtedly brought us to the bottom of the valley. We didn't know Kansong, so how could we know which key to choose? At this time, the chief of the Akio tribe said, choose the golden one. The golden color represents the sun. This is the belief of the ancient Shu kingdom. It is right to choose it. But Lao Jiang shook his head. In his opinion, the green key represents the silkworm, and also represents the green god himself. Under the double meaning, choosing the green key is the right one. Everyone was convinced by Lao Jiang, but just as Lao Jiang raised the green key to insert it, I suddenly reached out to stop him. No! No, I've seen this picture, and I always believed that what really made Kansong stay in the ancient Shu kingdom was not the sun, nor anything else, but the peach blossoms that always haunted him. The hand he raised must be holding peach blossoms. Peach blossoms? Everyone was a little surprised. After all, the pink key was the least likely. But Linger stood firmly on my side. Often the most unlikely one is the most correct one. I believe in Brother Jinglan. Seeing that the collapse behind us continued, almost the entire bronze forest disappeared, and a dark underground pit gave us great fear. We don't have much time left. Chief Akio and Go Weian urged Lao Jiang to open the door with the green key, but Lao Jiang gritted his teeth and said to me, Li Jinglan, give me another reason to convince myself. I didn't have time to explain too much, so I could only tell them simply, every time I put on the bronze mask, I will see some scenes of the ancient Shu kingdom. I am very sure that when the blue-clothed divine silkworm Song closed his eyes, what he missed was definitely not faith and power, but the peach blossom that really moved him. It was the peach blossom that saved him in the forest. It was the peach blossom that accepted the refugees. And it was the peach blossom that helped everyone integrate into the ancient Shu kingdom. It was also the peach blossom that used its own life to make him understand that people should have responsibilities, not just escape by wandering. Why does the green god keep wandering? Because he couldn't find the place that could keep him. Peach blossom made him truly have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and understand the family, friendship, and love in the world. But when a person has family, friendship, and love, he also slowly develops responsibilities. So, the green god chose to stay in the ancient Shu kingdom forever, chose to lead everyone to declare war on the invaders, and chose to be crowned as king. But he did not do it for faith, but to let everyone live in the beautiful peach blossom land. No more wars, no more suffering, no more kind and sweet girls like peach blossom sacrificed. Speaking of this, my eyes are already a little wet, but a trace of cold sweat appears on my forehead. I don't know if my guess is right, but I can clearly feel Kankong's mood at that time. If there is anyone who can enter the main tomb with his permission, it must be someone like Tao Hua. Seeing that what I said made sense, Lao Jiang gritted his teeth and growled, 18 years later, you are a brave man again. Master believes in you. He solemnly placed the 5-petal key in my hand. Chapter 334. At the same time, the last bronze sacred tree also fell. I didn't have time to hesitate, and grabbed the petal key and inserted it into Kankong's palm that was held high, but my eyes closed uncontrollably, and cold sweat broke out on my back, and even my palms and soles of my feet were sweating. After all, I was just guessing. I'm not the green god. How could I know what he was thinking? However, at this moment, the earth-shaking rumble disappeared, and the earth-shaking collapse seemed to stop. The ground no longer shook violently, only a series of long sounds of emergency stop of the mechanism. I only heard a click, and the huge bronze door split into two, turning into two gossip fish, trying to move to the left and right. The aftershocks behind me gradually disappeared, leaving only a trace of dust falling down. I glanced back, and the neat and majestic bronze forest disappeared. Not even a bronze sacred tree was left, and there was only endless darkness and emptiness in front of me. I retracted my sight, and the speed at which the door opened was also accelerating, and finally the new world inside was completely spit out. We finally arrived at the core of Kansung Tomb. It was only after the bronze door was completely opened that my sight turned from dark to bright, and I could even say that I was pierced by a strong light. I instinctively dodged my sight, but I heard the shocked voice of the people behind me. This is? In their surprised tone, I even heard a sense of excitement. I looked forward again, but was almost speechless by the scene in front of me. Oh my God, what appeared in front of us was actually a tomb passage that we had never heard of or seen before. The entire tomb passage was paved with gold bricks one after another. Each gold brick was 1 foot long and 1 foot wide, in a square shape, and shone with golden light. I don't know what was inlaid on the top of the tomb, but it was as bright as the stars in the sky. The walls on both sides were also covered with a layer of gold foil, making the entire tomb passage shimmer with golden light, as if I had come to the world of gold. Brother Jinglan, I am not dreaming, am I? Eemlinger, who was lying on my back, rubbed her eyes hard. After confirming that everything in front of her was real, she almost shed tears. If I knock off a piece of this and take it back, how many big chicken legs can I buy? Sure enough, in Eemlinger's mind, apart from playing, the only thing left was eating. Lao Jiang rarely scolded her. The enemy is right in front of you, and you only know how to eat. We are not greedy people, and we have no extravagant thoughts about these golds. We just stepped into the tomb passage carefully, for fear of damaging the golden road under our feet. As we entered the tomb passage, we found that there was something else on the walls on both sides. The gold foils were engraved with lifelike reliefs, forming a corridor more than 10 meters long. Lao Jiang glanced at me and said seriously, Li Jinglan, let's look at each side. I think the records in these reliefs are probably the top secrets of the ancient Shu kingdom. I quickly split up with Lao Jiang. I was going to put Eemlinger down, but she was too lazy and cried on my back. I could only carry her while walking and observing the patterns on the wall. But as I looked at it, I felt something was wrong. According to past experience, the murals in the main tomb chamber recorded how powerful this lost kingdom was, or how many great achievements did the king have in his life. How did he expand the territory? How did he make his people live and work in peace and contentment, so that future generations can pay tribute to him? But the content on the relief is completely different from what I imagined. It seems to be telling future generations a sad story in an ancient hoarse voice, a catastrophe that swept the entire ancient Shu kingdom. For example, in the picture in front of me, the village was originally peaceful, but the child chasing butterflies fell down inexplicably, and the old man who heard the sound also fell down. Later, young people who came home from farming in the fields also fell down one after another. By the time of the second picture, almost all the people in the village were dead, and the bodies of the dead had turned black, piled up one by one, like a black dead mountain. And the tragedy of the small village was just the tip of the iceberg of the great disaster in the ancient Shu kingdom. From that day on, people died every day, one after another, one family after another, one village after another. In the end, I saw the tiger in the forest couldn't run anymore, fell to the ground and stretched out its claws weakly, and the elephant fell ill, with tears in its eyes. Rabbits, monkeys, deer, etc., they were also sick, and black spots grew on their bodies, and finally became a piece. I don't know what disease they have, but it seems to be an extremely terrifying infectious disease. It is highly contagious, and has a high mortality rate. Once you get sick, there is almost no medicine to save you. Even the priests of the ancient Shu kingdom tried all kinds of magic medicines, and prayed to countless gods, but it was of no avail. Death, fear and darkness, like an indelible dark cloud, completely enveloped the entire ancient Shu kingdom. I even saw that, above the piles of corpses, in the most conspicuous position, there was a head carved with a strange smile. The head had dried up, but it seemed as if it had never died. It looked down at all living beings, and showed an unbridled grin at those black and smelly corpses. For some reason, looking at this head, I immediately thought of the head of the witch who was cut off. I could even feel that it was the initiator of this catastrophe. It was he who issued the most vicious curse to all living beings in the ancient Shu kingdom, cursing this paradise to turn into scorched earth and a purgatory full of corpses. Huh? I found that there was actually a line of tiny oracle bone inscriptions engraved under this head, but I only knew a few of the characters, and couldn't piece together the complete meaning. It vaguely seemed to include illness, death, etc. So he quickly waved, "Master, come and help me, there are oracle bones here." Lao Jiang was reluctant to move away from the wall on his side, frowning, as if the situation on that side was also not optimistic. However, when he saw the oracle bones clearly, Lao Jiang instantly took a breath of cold air, and the whole person was spinning. I quickly supported him, and my heart became more and more panicked. At the same time, I asked him what he meant. At least he could say something. No matter what, everyone at least has a bottom line in their hearts. Lao Jiang told us. This is the curse that Jinren, the leader of the witch, issued to the ancient Shu kingdom before his death. After I die, the land will be barren for thousands of miles without food, plagues will continue without remedy, and the country will perish in 5 dynasties. I will come back after 3,000 years, and I swear to change the Shu land. Chapter 335. The general meaning is that the ancient Shu people who defeated him would have no crops, everyone would be infected with plague, and the ancient Shu would cease to exist after the 5th king. And this is just the beginning. 3,000 years later, he will return from hell and continue to spread death on this land. At first, I felt a chill down my spine when I heard this, but after I came to my senses, I thought this curse was a bit funny. Seeing that everyone was still a little depressed, I began to comfort them. How can you curse people like this? 5 dynasties, isn't that too long? If it were me, I would curse the country that killed me to die in one day, and then I wouldn't have to wait for 3,000 years to return. I would return the next day, and make it uneasy. Besides, many countries in Yan Kingdom have not lasted long since ancient times. Even a powerful country like Qin was overthrown by Qin Shi Huang's son Qin Ershi. Cursing someone to die in 5 dynasties is not a curse at all, it's a blessing, right? I wish them a long-lasting national fortune and endless descendants. I said this with a smile, and Linger gave me a thumbs up, shouting, "Brother Jinglan is right." However, Lao Jiang frowned and poured a basin of cold water on me. "Li Jinglan, didn't you notice? This curse seems to have come true in every word." His suddenly cold voice made me shudder. I asked Lao Jiang what he meant. Lao Jiang pointed a finger at the picture and told me. First, the witch said that after his death, he would bring disaster to the ancient Shu kingdom. Isn't the mural describing this great disaster? No crops were harvested, and the plague spread far and wide. It seems that the people here have all been infected with the plague, one after another, and I don't know how many families have died. Secondly, he cursed the ancient Shu kingdom to perish after 5 dynasties. As far as I know, the kings of the ancient Shu kingdom were Kansong, Baiguan, Yufu, Duyu, and Kaming. It just happened to go through 5 dynasties, and finally perished. Ah! After Lao Jiang said this, I suddenly lost my desire to joke. My heart sank. If the first 2 are fulfilled, then is there only the last one left? He said he would come back from hell. Does this mean that he will be released by Wuxi and his group? Lao Jiang did not answer me directly. He sighed for a long time and replied to me with 6 words. Do your best and leave it to fate. We couldn't even bear to look at the reliefs at the back. The pictures depicted all kinds of deaths, and the painful struggles of the people came into view. Just when we couldn't bear to look directly, Gu Weihan appeared behind us at some point. His eyes were almost glued to the pictures, as if he had seen the scenes here before. I saw that his expression was not right, so I quickly asked him what was wrong. Gu Weihan pointed at the picture and stammered, "Black Death, my God, they all got the Black Death." In other words, the so-called curse from the witch is really a huge plague. Black Death? Lao Jiang and I have heard of this word more or less, but Chief Akio has no idea about it. After all, this is related to the ancient Shu kingdom. He, who has always been calm, couldn't help but ask Gu Weihan what the Black Death is. Gu Weihan swallowed the water, organized his words, and said, "The Black Death is actually a terrible disease spread by plague, which first appeared in Europe. At first, the doctor only found a strange case in the city. The patient's blood seemed to have solidified, and black spots appeared on his body. At that time, the doctor did not find out the cause, and thought it was most likely a rare disease, but soon, there were more and more such cases. The doctor finally became alert because he found that the disease was contagious. What's more terrible is that this disease will not show any symptoms at the beginning, and when symptoms appear, they will fall one after another. At that time, Europeans even thought that this was a prelude to God's extermination of mankind. Do you know how terrible it was in the end?" Gu Weihan showed a horrified expression. He looked at us and said, "At that time, many European countries had so many corpses piled up into small hills. There was no time to dig pits for burial, and another car of corpses came. In just 1 year, Europe lost tens of millions of lives, and the entire European continent was shrouded in the dark cloud of the Black Death, which directly led to the decline of the Byzantine Empire and no war for decades. Because all those who could fight died. At this point, Gu Weihan suddenly paused, and then continued, by the way, there was also a Black Death during your Qing dynasty. I heard that the Qing palace sent almost all the top imperial doctors to the place where the disease broke out, and then it was strangled. But what I didn't expect was that the history of the Black Death actually went back a lot further. It didn't first appear in Europe, but in such a distant ancient time. At this time, I couldn't describe the expression on Gu Weihan's face. It seemed like the joy of discovering a new continent, but it turned into a deep sympathy in an instant. I have some knowledge of the infectious disease Black Death, but I don't know as much as Gu Weihan, a foreigner. After he said that, Lao Jiang and I suddenly realized that the so-called curse was really just a plague. We immediately continued to walk back along the picture, and what appeared before our eyes was a grand burning sacrifice. The mural depicts that the ancient Shu people threw the bodies of the dead into the blazing fire, trying to use the flames to eliminate all evil spirits. At the same time, they would also throw ivory, bronze, and other sacrificial items into the fire to sacrifice to the gods. Gu Weihan couldn't help but exclaimed, "These ancient Shu people are really smart. You know, if the bodies of this infectious disease are not handled properly, the infectiousness will be further expanded." Unexpectedly, at that time, they had already thought of using cremation to kill the virus. Then, the next picture appeared in the blue-clothed god Kansong. Kansong sat alone in the peach blossom forest. He looked at his reflection in the stream, holding his face and feeling sad. Gu Weihan continued to explain. He thought that Kansong in the mural must be very sad and helpless about the great disaster that happened to the ancient Shu kingdom. But I think that Kansong must think that he did not fulfill his promise to Tao Hua, and he blamed himself more. He had clearly told Tao Hua that he was willing to be crowned as king and build a real peach blossom spring, but he never thought that it would become like this after the war. But soon, Kansong seemed to have made up his mind. In the next picture, Kansong's eyes became resolute. He stood up and issued the first royal order after ascending the throne. He ordered all the young people in the ancient Shu kingdom to start melting, and build a bronze sacred tree. Chapter 336. When forging bronzeware, in addition to the faces of the ancient Shu kingdom, there were also many ancient Egyptians and Sumerians who had fled here to help. That was because after Kansong established the ancient Shu kingdom, he took in many wanderers from many countries and nationalities, telling them that no matter where they came from or where they were going, this would always be their home. These people also submitted to Kansong from the bottom of their hearts and voluntarily joined the ancient Shu kingdom. The wall on the right depicted the miracles they created, with hundreds of bronze sacred trees rising from the ground in the ancient Shu kingdom, which was spectacular. Kansong led the people of the ancient Shu kingdom to worship under the bronze sacred tree, as if welcoming the arrival of something. Just when we were curious, the silent Akuo tribe leader suddenly shouted, "They are waiting for the sun bird." In the mythology of the ancient people, it was the arrival of the sun bird that saved everyone. He is the messenger of the sun god, and his light illuminates the entire ancient Shu kingdom. The eyes of the Akuo tribe leader were firm and confident, as if he was one of those worshippers thousands of years ago. "Look, the sun bird is really here." Without waiting for us to say anything, the Akuo tribe leader rushed to the next picture with blood boiling. At that moment, we really saw a big golden bird, which looked different from all the birds I had seen. The feathers on its tail bloomed like a peacock's tail, sprinkling the blazing light between heaven and earth. 3 sharp claws cut through the sky. This big bird even wore a golden crown, like a supreme king. Its head, feathers, and even claws, almost everything is golden. It came from the sky and landed on the branches of the bronze sacred tree, with a pair of eyes full of compassion. "This is the sunbird, this is our faith, it has come to save us." Chief Akuo said this with tears in his eyes, as if he had no regrets in his death for having the honor of seeing this scene in his life. At this time, let alone him, even the eyes of several of us could not help but be attracted by the sacred bird. We continued to move forward, and saw that the tail of the sacred bird was really like a burning little sun, blooming with beams of light, and those beams were cast all the way on the ground. In order to tell everyone as much as possible how sacred the sun bird is, the person who carved it at the time even carefully carved out the light emitted from each feather. Beams of light filled the entire relief, and the golden crown of the sun bird was also shining, but we could not see its specific appearance, because the sun bird actually wore a mask on its face. More importantly, this mask was exactly the same as the bronze vertical-eyed mask of the ancient Shu people. Chief Akuo and the mountain guards could not control their emotions at all. Their eyes were filled with crystal liquid. "Our faith, Our sun bird has never abandoned us. It is it that saved the ancient Shu kingdom. When everyone was looking over here, admiring the proud figure of the sun bird, Lao Jiang was always staying on a relief in front. I saw Lao Jiang frowning and pursing his lips tightly, as if he was hiding a lot of thoughts. I noticed something was wrong, put down Linger on my back, asked Gu Weihan to take care of it, and then hurriedly trotted to Lao Jiang's side. It turns out that the picture that Lao Jiang had been staring at was the scene where Kan Song was thinking about how to eliminate the plague in the peach blossom forest. Only then did I realize that there was actually a small scene in the corresponding relief on the right. Lao Jiang watched these two pictures repeatedly. I looked at the picture on the right carefully, and saw a very tall and large tree that could even pierce the sky in the middle of the peach blossom forest. The tree was not solid, but represented by a phantom. It should be what Kan Song thought in his heart, not what he saw with his own eyes. If you look closely, you will find that the tree looks very similar to the bronze sacred tree, but it is thousands or even tens of thousands of times taller than the bronze sacred tree, because it reaches all the way to the sky. This may be the inspiration for Kan Song to create the bronze sacred tree, but why would there be such a huge tree here? Kan Song must not have thought of it out of thin air. He must have seen it somewhere before, so he used this giant tree to create a bronze sacred tree with a similar appearance. I was about to pat Lao Jiang's shoulder, but I heard Lao Jiang's subtle voice, mixed with deep shock. Jedi Tiantong, how did Kan Song know about Jedi Tiantong? Could it be that he is also from the circle? What Jedi Tiantong? My hand hanging in the air patted down, and instantly patted Lao Jiang's shoulder. Lao Jiang looked back and found that it was me. His expression was obviously flustered for a second, but soon recovered. Nothing, just distracted. You seem to be reciting something just now. I looked at Lao Jiang suspiciously. Lao Jiang pretended to be shy and touched the back of his head, blushing, and said, I miss my fourth sister, right? I haven't seen her for a long time, and I miss her so much that I recited her name. Don't tell Linger, or she will laugh at me again. Looking at Lao Jiang's expression, he looked embarrassed, as if it was really as he said. But I knew clearly that Lao Jiang was lying to me this time. What he just said was, Jedi Tianong. I heard these 4 words too clearly. I didn't expose him, but smiled perfunctorily. Because I know him very well, he will definitely tell me if he is willing to tell me, and he must have his own difficulties if he is unwilling to tell me. But at this time, I never expected that the Jedi Tiantong I heard by chance would be. For words, the future will be closely related to my destiny. I pulled Lao Jiang to catch up with the team, and came to the end of the mural together. The light of the sun bird illuminated every corner of the ancient Shu kingdom, and the cursed land regained its light, and this unprecedented plague disappeared. Gu Weihan shouted excitedly, God, this can be explained by science? As far as I know, the best living environment for the Black Death virus is between 18 and 30 degrees. If it exceeds 30 degrees, their survival period will be greatly reduced. If it reaches 40 degrees, they will be killed within an hour. Therefore, doctors in later generations also began to use the principle of high-temperature sterilization to eliminate viruses. I guess the legend that the sun bird saved the ancient Shu people should be like this. At that time, the ancient Shu kingdom experienced a great plague. When everyone lost confidence, the climate in Sichuan and Shu suddenly changed from the original cool to hot. The sun was high in the sky, exposing everything, and the virus was killed by this high temperature whether by chance. Chapter 337. At that time, the ancient Shu people believed in the sun bird very much, and they thought that it was the sun bird that came and saved this ancient country. So from then on, the ancient Shu people began to have a fanatical worship of the sun. It must be said that Gu Weihan's knowledge reserve is very strong, and his theory is also very tenable. But for some reason, I always feel that the sun bird really came to the ancient Shu kingdom, and it has a great relationship with Kan Song and the tree that can connect the sky and the earth. The people of the ancient Shu kingdom may not have believed in the sun bird before, but because the sun bird appeared and saved them, they began to believe in the sun bird. Oh, that's not right. The scene of Kan Song standing on the top of the mountain and raising the king's flag suddenly appeared in my mind. The king's flag was painted with a golden bird. If the scene I saw when I put on the golden mask was real, it seemed to be the earliest picture of this bird appearing. Could it be that this bird was also imported by Kan Song and became the totem of the ancient Shu kingdom? Has Kan Song seen the towering tree and the sun bird before? Or is it just something he imagined and then painted? As the murals continued, the ancient Shu kingdom finally had a rest and recuperation, but a war followed by a plague also severely damaged the vitality of the ancient Shu kingdom. Kan Song began to be busy every day, directing his people to start a new life. Gradually, the abandoned farmland resumed labor. The withered mulberry trees sprouted new buds. And more oppressed refugees also came here. Although the ancient Shu kingdom was hidden deep in the mountains, it had established links with countries around the world at that time. A few years later, seeing that this piece of land he had worked so hard on had become a paradise again, Kansong smiled with relief. But he still had one last thing to do. He had to seal the witch completely, otherwise, death and fear would once again shroud the ancient Shu kingdom. He ordered the warriors of the ancient Shu kingdom to build a huge mausoleum on Wawu Mountain, and set down one indestructible seal after another. This is the place where the witch is sealed forever, and it is also his own resting place. At the end of the story, Kansong went to Wawu Mountain in a green dress and long hair, just like when he came. Behind him, hundreds of ancient warriors escorted the stone coffin that sealed the witch that day. Seeing their king leave, the people of the ancient Shu kingdom fell to the ground and cried. They did not want to lose this wise monarch. But Kansong left everyone with one last sentence. The ancient Shu kingdom no longer needs me. I hope you can agree to my last request. In the future, each of your kings should be a wise ruler selected by you, rather than a hereditary king. Only in this way can this peach forest continue to bloom. This passage was translated to us by Lao Jiang in a half-descriptive and half-guessing way. The general meaning is this. According to Gu Han, the ancient Shu kingdom in later generations did select many wise kings, such as Yufu, who was proficient in fishing, Baiguan, who was proficient in planting, and Biling, who was proficient in water control. In the end, Kansong left. He brought prosperity, civilization, and dignity to the ancient Shu kingdom. But when he left, he took nothing with him, only a peach branch from the peach forest. That was the most beautiful thing in his heart. He hoped that in the darkness and endless loneliness, this peach blossom could accompany him through his last years. After watching the last mural, each of us was silent. I didn't expect the whole story to be like this. Kansong really used his life to seal Wu in the waterfall forever, and Wu is the owner of the terrifying roars we heard halfway up the mountain. Thinking of this, my heart was filled with blood for no reason. I would never let Wuxi and his men succeed, and I would never let disaster cover this beautiful peach blossom land again. Just as I was gritting my teeth, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a strange symbol. This symbol was drawn with bright red blood, which was particularly conspicuous on the golden wall. It was a grasshopper, and there was a big X on it. The big X was written very sharply, as if it contained the writer's deep hatred, and he wanted to tear the grasshopper into pieces. Thinking of the grasshopper complex between him and Lao Wu mentioned by Lao Jiang before, I immediately guessed that it was drawn by Lao Wu. He was declaring war on Lao Jiang, and also on us. This time he would never show mercy. How much hatred must he have for Lao Jiang to write such a letter of war by biting his finger? At the same time, I also knew that Wu Shi and his group had indeed walked ahead of us. I couldn't help but sigh for a day. What should I do? According to this, Uncle Wu can't turn back. Yinlinger also shook her head. Alas, Uncle Wu is not ugly. How can he be mixed with that ugly freak Wu Shi? His vision is too bad. Is this a matter of vision? Also, apart from personal feelings, Wu Shi is actually a handsome man. When I looked at Lao Jiang, I found that his expression was full of subtlety. He first stroked the symbol on the wall in shock, and then turned his face away. At the moment he turned his face, I clearly saw that he actually smiled. Yes, the corners of his mouth were curled up. What's going on? I was frightened by Lao Jiang's smile, and couldn't help asking, people have broken off their friendship with you, and you can still laugh? Did Lao Wu just beat you silly? As soon as the voice fell, I suddenly got goosebumps on my body, because I found that Lao Jiang was really a little bit wrong. Since entering this tomb passage, he likes to act alone, and just now, he deliberately concealed the secret of the Jedi Tiantong from me. What's wrong with him? Is he stupid because of anger? Or is he possessed by a ghost? No, it wasn't from the time when we entered the tomb passage. It was from the time when Lao Jiang was deliberately lured out by Lao Wu. He changed a little after he came back. Although he had a cut on his shoulder, he vowed that he could definitely beat him. Then he was particularly concerned about me. Is he still the Lao Jiang who always cheated his apprentice without negotiation? The more I thought about it, the more I trembled all over, and even had a creepy speculation. After fighting with Lao Wu before, was Lao Jiang still Lao Jiang after returning from the darkness? At the end of the Golden Tomb passage, there was also a golden archway, on which a rising sun was carved. The golden light filled the entire tomb door, and also dazzled our eyes. Are you ready? Lao Jiang's voice interrupted my train of thought. At this moment, I couldn't care about so much. The most important thing now was to fight the enemy together. Behind this door is the most important main tomb chamber, and our enemy must be in the main tomb chamber. Linger gently put down the big bamboo basket. Although her small body was still a little shaky, her face was full of courage. Gu Weihan loaded the machine gun, Chief Akuo skillfully put a golden arrow on it, and Lao Jiang held the handle of the black knife with one hand, and then gently pushed the door open with the other hand. Chapter 338. The door was not locked, and it was pushed open with a creak. A dust that had been sealed for thousands of years blew in my face, and an indescribable ancient atmosphere blew in my nose. There was the solemnity of history, and there was also a hidden murderous intention. And we were ready for a do-or-die battle. After the tomb door was opened, there was no sneak attack, but the main tomb chamber that appeared in front of us shocked us. The main tomb chamber was not rectangular or square, but octagonal. A bronze altar in the shape of Bagua stood tall in the center, and on the altar, a white stone coffin lay quietly. There was a bronze statue in each of the 8 directions of the altar, about 2 meters high. These bronze statues were dressed differently, including warriors with fawns, priestesses with waist drums, young men holding torches, and people with exotic faces. They should be the exiled people of the Ren, Chang, Yi, and other countries that made up the ancient Shu kingdom. Hey, why is the last position empty? In other words, there are actually 7 bronze statues here. And the strange thing is that no matter how they dress, or what they hold in their left hands, everyone holds a polished bronze mirror in their right hand. These bronze mirrors are dazzling. Although they are not as good as today's mirrors, the technology is already very advanced. More importantly, the heights and directions of the mirrors held by these bronze statues are slightly different. I wonder what they are used for. Behind each bronze statue, there is a long passage. The passage is actually bright, and there are even rays of sunlight shining through the passage. Seeing the layout in front of him, Lao Zhang's eyes shone and said, "This is the 8 stars worshipping the coffin." 8 stars worshipping the coffin. What is the 8 stars worshipping the coffin? I asked curiously. Lao Jiang told me, this is a very ancient sealing formation, which requires 8 people with absolute faith to stand in the 8 directions of the 8 diagrams, namely Qian, Kun, Li, Kan, Jin, Sun, Jian, and Dui, to seal the evil forces. Qian represents the sky, Kun represents the earth, Sun represents the wind, Jin represents thunder, Kan represents water, Li represents fire, Jian represents the mountain, and Dui represents the marsh. The 2 yin and yang give birth to the 4 images, and the 4 images give birth to the 8 diagrams. The 8 diagrams encompass the heaven and the earth and give birth to all things. Its power is endless. This 8 stars worshipping the coffin is to borrow the power of heaven and earth to seal the things in the stone coffin. As long as heaven and earth are not dead, the power will not be destroyed. At this time, Lao Jian also saw the doorway of the bronze statues holding mirrors in front of him. The 8 passages in the main tomb are all connected to the top of the mountain. Continuous. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning falls, it will shine into the main tomb through the gap on the top of the mountain, and the angle of the refracted sunlight will just shine on the first mirror. The light of the first mirror will then be reflected on the second mirror, and so on. The last mirror will shine the hottest sunlight in the world on the sarcophagus of the altar, and these sunlight are also infused with the power of faith. As long as the sunlight does not go out, the things in the sarcophagus will never turn over. It sounds like this formation is very powerful. Following Lao Zhang's words, I looked around in front of these bronze statues, and found that these hands holding mirrors seemed to be in a mess, but in fact each mirror was exactly at a 45-degree angle. But when the sunlight was refracted to the 8th direction, it was empty there. Logically, this beam of light could not shine on the sarcophagus at all. Master, why are there only 7 bronze statues here? Can it still be considered an 8-star coffin? I asked suspiciously. Could it be that there was originally a bronze statue here, but it was destroyed by Wuxi and his group? Or is it that Lao Zhang's so-called 8-star coffin is just a personal conjecture? Look, what is that? We looked in the direction of Chief Akuo's finger, and saw countless lifelike birds hanging on bronze chains on the dome of the main tomb. These birds are made of gold, shining with golden light, just like sun birds flying on the top of the tomb. And in the center of this group of sun birds is the thickest and longest bronze chain, and a golden scepter is hung on the other end of the chain. Countless sun birds surround this golden scepter, which is enough to show its importance. The golden scepter in front of me is exactly the same as the one held by Kan Song in the mural. It is about 1.5 meters long, and I don't know how much it weighs. It is engraved with simple patterns. It looks plain, but it hides a strong deterrent force. Just like Kan Kong's character. There are scattered funerary objects around the tomb, including ivory, rhino horns, and bronze vessels used for sacrifice, such as animal face bronze jars, bird pattern square vases, etc. Soon I couldn't laugh anymore, because as the sunlight gradually shone into the tomb, the whole tomb became brighter and brighter. In the passage behind the scattered funerary objects, several dark shadows slowly walked over. 1, 2, 3, 4. It was Wuxi, Laowu, and Minjiwai holding Anshui's hand. After seeing us, Laowu clapped his hands, sneered and left an opening remark, "You really didn't disappoint me, you finally came in. Just now, I was betting with Wu Shi how many people would be missing when you came in. What a pity, it was all of them." Wu Shi also twitched his mouth in disdain, and his gloomy face was full of viciousness. "But soon, you will all die here." Lao Jiang took a step forward and questioned Wu Shi righteously. "Boy, Qilin and Heimyo have always kept to themselves. Why do you want to cross the border? Aren't you afraid of a full-scale war with Qilin? As far as I know, Heimyo has always been alone. Why do you want to collude with that organization?" "That organization? I don't know how many times I have heard its name." Wu Shi responded sinisterly. "The Black Miao have never been afraid of Qilin. We just don't want to make enemies with you. But if anyone stands in my way, the only outcome is death. Although we are experts in Gu, we are not good at finding tombs. Why should we refuse to cooperate with others and win-win things? Besides, that organization is much easier to get along with than your Qilin, who is not easy to deal with. It is naturally a blessing to have their help. What's more, we came to Wawu Mountain this time, and our goals are different." Wu Shi played with the braid behind his ears, and then cast his eyes straight at Yin Linger. "Sister Linger, you are really more beautiful the more I look at you, and the more I look at you, the more I want to eat you." Yin Linger bit her lower lip in anger, and she asked Wu Shi, "What do you want?" Chapter 339. When she said this, Yin Linger's teeth were even chattering. This time, Wu Shi did not play it safe, but responded firmly, "We want the witch's head. With it, we are better than any visitor from the netherworld we can find. We will make the great plague of that year reappear, and we will no longer have to be afraid of your mother and that nasty snake. We will occupy Miaojiang, kill all those who resist, and turn you and all the beautiful Gu masters of Bai Miao into brides of Hei Miao." Wu Shi became more and more excited as he spoke, with a morbid possessiveness on his face, as if the entire Miaojiang 10,000 mountains were already in his pocket, and Yin Linger could be bullied by him. Yin Linger was so angry that her eyes were round. She shouted in anger, "It turns out that all the peace talks proposed by your father were fake. You have never thought about peace. They are all fake and deceptive." "Of course." Wu Shi curled his lips sarcastically and answered, "As a matter of course. It's just that your mother is too stupid. She really thinks that as long as the Bai Miao make concessions, there will be no more blood and war in the entire Miao area. She even agreed to my harsh conditions, asking you to be my concubine. This woman obviously possesses the powerful 5 Poison Heart Sutra, but she is unwilling to step out of Kilodong and fight a bloody battle with the Black Miao. If she is as cold-blooded as my father, the Black Miao would have surrendered long ago. But now it's different. The future of Miao area will be controlled by us, and I will be the overlord of the entire Miao area." Wu Shi's eyes were filled with a desire for power. He was almost crazy. In order to achieve his own goals, he can do anything. Yin Linger yelled, "Dream on, I won't let you succeed." She was so angry that if I hadn't been quick to hold her back, she might have rushed over to fight Wuxi to the death. Old Jiang then turned his gaze to Old Five. "What about you? Fifth brother, I call you fifth brother again. 10 years ago in Inshu, you clearly had. Why did you come back to life? And why did you betray Qilin and join that organization? Do you know how many sins you have stained on your hands now? The master and I picked you up and brought you to Qilin, not to let you destroy the world. Do you remember the oath you took to join Qilin? Do you remember the days when we broke into the ancient tomb and stepped on the mechanism together? Do you remember why the master died? How can you let the master rest in peace if you do this now?" At this point, Old Jiang choked up and tried to use the master to save the last bit of reason of Old Five. Lao Wu interrupted Lao Jiang with a sneer. "Don't mention master to me. Master asked you to take good care of me, but what did you do? You committed an unforgivable crime in Inshu 10 years ago." Sure enough, Lao Jiang's face suddenly showed a trace of shame and self-blame after hearing what Lao Wu said. Looking at Lao Jiang like this, Lao Wu laughed wildly. "You are going to die anyway. For the last bit of friendship, I will let you be a ghost who knows. Do you know? At that time, he launched you and I fell into the bronze mechanism of Inshu at the same time. How I wished you would reach out a hand and save me. You know I am most afraid of the dark, but you abandoned me. You chose someone else. I would rather you never chose me. Every word was like a sharp blade stabbing into Lao Jiang's heart, stabbing him all over and leaving him powerless. It sounds like Lao Wu's accusation is mixed with countless anger, but I feel that he is like a child who lacks love, begging others to love him and choose him. Lao Jiang's sadness formed a sharp contrast with Lao Wu's smile. He continued, "Back then, the two of you walked together, moved each other. Only I was left alone to be trapped in the terrifying mechanism, with scars all over my body and blood dripping." After saying that, Lao Wu even unbuttoned his Zhongshan suit and lifted up his clothes. Oh my god! There was almost no intact skin on his body. There were dense scars and stitches, like a centipede, spreading from his chest to his lower abdomen. I couldn't even find a piece of good meat. Lao Jiang took a few steps back in disbelief. He didn't even dare to look at Lao Wu. His burly figure staggered slightly. I know that for Lao Jiang, in this world, apart from Helan Shui, Lao Wu is his closest person. He didn't dare to think about what Lao Wu had experienced. In fact, not only him, but everyone present gasped. Looking at the scarred skin and the dense surgical marks, any normal person would not be able to bear it. With such a serious injury, how many times did Lao Wu struggle on the verge of death? Do you know how desperate I was at that time? I was not desperate because I fell into the trap, but because the person closest to me abandoned me. It's a pity that I'm not destined to die. Lao Wu put his clothes back on and buttoned them up again. It was that organization that saved me. They mobilized all the experts and rescued me for 3 days and 3 nights. I had multiple episodes of respiratory failure, but I survived all of them. Do you know why? Because I want to crawl back from the underworld and tell everyone how filthy Jiang Donghu and He Lanxue, who appear to be righteous on the surface, are? At that time, I told myself that one day I would stand in front of you and tell you that what you did was wrong. I want you to regret it and experience the same despair as I did back then. As soon as he finished speaking, Lao Wu stopped talking nonsense. He pulled out a black knife from his back and went straight to Lao Jiang. Lao Wu's confident and arrogant voice came from the air. "Give up, Jiang Donghu. You are no match for me now." A strong murderous aura attacked Lao Jiang. Points of cold light burst out from the black knife, as if countless meteors were rubbed into it. Lao Jiang didn't say anything. He parried with a cold face. The black knife in his hand was as fast as a dragon, and caught Lao Wu's extremely lethal move. The two of them fought back and forth, and the fight was very fierce. Lao Wu continued to attack. Lao Jiang turned his arm, and the black knife actually spun in front of him, turning into countless afterimages. The afterimages were like flowers scattered by the sky, almost entangled Lao Wu's hand. "Jiang Donghu, I underestimated you." Lao Wu smiled hotly, as if he had been looking forward to this battle for too long. "That's right, now is the final moment of our two groups' decisive battle." Lao Jiang fought Lao Wu, and the rest of us also chose our opponents according to the previous plan. The long hair of the Akuo tribe leader rustled, and he shot an arrow at Mingyu Yi, who was dressed as an old woman. The arrow came fiercely, and turned into a golden snake with a big mouth, revealing fangs, trying to bite Mingyu Yi one day. I don't know if it's because Arrow likes Mingyu Yi too much. When Mingyu Yi dodged, her human skin mask fell again, and her cold and beautiful face immediately appeared. Chapter 340. A perfect oval face with a pair of charming peach eyes, and a small and exquisite nose. Even with a gray old woman's wig and tattered linen, it is difficult to hide her stunning appearance. When I saw this face again, I was not distracted, but I was always afraid of Wu Shi's every move. "Today, I want you to die." Mingyu Yi touched the drop of blood on his cheek in disbelief, and his eyebrows were raised. Fortunately, Chief Akuo was not affected by this, and he quickly shot the second arrow. Mingyu Yi was not to be outdone, and immediately swung out a long whip, which seemed to have eyes, and wrapped the arrow and pushed it aside. "Hand over Ah Shui." Chief Akuo pulled the longbow again. Unexpectedly, Mingyu Yi just showed her white teeth and laughed dryly, and her neat teeth seemed to bite people. Then he tied the rope tied to a shui behind the sarcophagus and said, "If you beat me, I will return this poor creature to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Chief Akuo shot the third arrow. This arrow was clearly shot straight at Minjiwai, but just as Minjiwai dodged it, the arrow hit the bronze ware and immediately turned and shot at Minjiwai from behind. Just then, Chief Akuo shot another arrow. When Minjiwai was parrying the previous arrow, she had no idea that the arrow she had just dodged would attack her from behind again. Her long whip knocked down the arrow in front, but the second arrow that turned around scratched her arm, leaving a small wound on her arm, and her snow-white skin was immediately exposed, and blood was flowing. How could this arrow be? Mingyu Yi looked at the arrow in amazement. Chief Akuo smiled slightly. You have never seen a back-turning arrow? My ancient people have more hunting skills. Let Ashui go, and I will spare you from Wawu Mountain. Mingyu he was not frightened by the threat, but casually wiped the blood on her left arm, bit her cherry lips and said, this time, I will also start to be serious. Then, with a long whip in her hand, she took the initiative to attack Chief Akuo like a beautiful dancer in white. The long whip kept hitting the ground, and a crackling sound came out in an instant. This sound can interfere with the enemy's hearing, and the whip's shadow can interfere with the enemy's vision. As the distance was shortened, archery was no longer advantageous, and Chief Akuo drew out the white scimitar at his waist and began to defend. To be honest, this is the first time I have seen someone who can play with a whip so beautifully. Minjiwai's whip skills include swinging, hooking, tapping, stabbing, sweeping, chopping, and other methods. The long whip is sometimes soft and sometimes hard, like a silver snake coming out of a cave, or like a diamond descending to the earth. It is like many weapons entangled together, firmly controlling the Akuo tribe leader in his circle. Akuo tribe leader turned from offense to defense, parrying Minjiwai's killing moves again and again. At this time, Lao Jiang was resisting Lao Wu's violent attack while barely paying attention to Akuo tribe leader. He was shocked at first. 24 bridges Minjiwai. It turned out to be her. Then he reminded Akuo tribe leader loudly, don't fight. She is consuming your physical strength. Be careful of the last 3 whips of this whip method. That is her real killer move. From what Lao Jiang said, it seems that he knows this whip technique. But he knew that this woman came from that mysterious organization before. Why didn't he react as violently as he did now? On this side, Wuxi also slowly fell from a bronze warrior. He stared at Linger with a bad face, and his fingers touched his chin. I was wondering how you became so powerful. It turns out that you are strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It seems that he has seen that Linger was seriously injured. But no matter what, for such a powerful Wuxi, Linger made him lose face, and the golden silkworm also bit off one of the tails of the 9-tailed poisonous scorpion. These two people can be regarded as lifelong rivals. No wonder one is the young master of the Black Miao, and the other is the princess of the White Miao. Linger was too lazy to pay attention to Wuxi. She began to sneakily touch her sack and stuff candy into her mouth. I knew that Linger wanted to summon the golden silkworm goo again. But I clearly saw that her little face was as white as paper at this moment, and the whole person was shaky. There was even a black line spreading along her cheek. Wuxi saw this scene and became more certain of his guess. He squinted his eyes and said condescendingly, Sister Linger, as your husband, I have a piece of advice for you. Don't forcefully summon your own life definition goo. It is poison just like you. Poisoned? I looked at Linger in surprise. Linger still wanted to hide it from me. She smiled and comforted me. He is talking nonsense, Brother Jinglan, you know. I am immune to all poisons. Hearing this, Wuxi laughed hysterically. Sister Linger, although you are immune to all poisons, I am a visitor from the netherworld, but I am the 101st poison. You know that? Linger stopped pretending. She grabbed my clothes and pushed me behind her. She said anxiously, Brother Jinglan, I will hold him back. You and Principal Gu will run quickly. It will be too late if we don't run now. Her face was flustered, scared, and even desperate. It was impossible for me to run in front of a woman I like. What's more, Wuxi is not invincible. After saying that, I resolutely grabbed Linger's hand and gave her a reassuring look. Do you believe in Brother Jinglan? Heal your wounds obediently. Don't worry about anything else. Leave it all to me. But Linger wanted to refuse, but I forced her to the ground and ordered her to heal her wounds well. At the same time, I asked Gu Weihan to watch Linger. Gu Weihan was holding a machine gun. He originally wanted to sweep a volley of bullets, but considering the cunning of Wuxi and others, he gave up. Otherwise, if the enemy didn't hurt any of them, the cultural relics here would be destroyed, which would be a sin. Any whistling bullet will destroy the precious heritage left by the ancient Shu kingdom. This lost civilization is extremely important to us, and the entire Yin kingdom. After explaining all this, I walked towards Wuxi alone. Wuxi just crossed his arms and watched our conversation leisurely. Seeing that I dared to approach, he sneered. Things are getting more and more interesting. Li Jinglan? He called my name, and then revealed a hint of hidden murderous intent. You are Linger's lover outside, right? But I want to remind you that she has only one Kamani, that is me, the young master of the Black Miao, Wuxi. To be honest, facing the overwhelming pressure brought by Wuxi at this time, my heart was pounding, and my calves were even shaking with fear. After all, in terms of strength, there is 100 silver bells between me and Wuxi. But I can't show it yet. I must make myself calm enough at this moment before I can proceed to the next step. Chapter 341. Even if I could smell the stench of poisonous insects in Wux's square bamboo basket, I had to keep it watertight. My head was spinning rapidly, deliberately stalling for time. First, my name is Li Jinglan. Second, I am not some lover outside. Sister Linger and I are willing to be together. We have been through thick and thin together. It is not the kind of shameful relationship you mentioned. Third, you said you are Linger's Kamani. At least Linger must recognize you. You are like a madman who says you are her husband when you see a female. In fact, you are nothing. Hearing this, Wuxi was furious and immediately summoned the insects in the bamboo basket to deal with me. I pretended to be very scared and raised my hands to cover my face. However, by chance, a small green snake emerged from my clothes, wrapped around my wrist, and raised its triangular head. It made a hissing sound. The moment I saw the green snake, I clearly noticed that Wux's face turned pale, and he and the bamboo basket retreated 3 or 4 steps. He was even looking around in fear. The first step was successful. I looked at the little snake and then at Wuxi, and waved my hands embarrassedly. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was so scared that I accidentally dropped my things. Then, in Wuxi's shocked eyes, I easily fished the snake back. During the whole process, Xiaozuzi cooperated with me very well, as if I was its owner. This was all thanks to Linger applying snake powder on my hands, and informing Xiaozuzi in advance, saying a lot of good things about me. Just when I was about to put the little bamboo back into my sleeve, the thyroid hormone injected by Gu Weihan took effect. Instantly, the little bamboo's green body stood up, like a snake king that poisoned all living things, and opened its mouth towards Wuxi fiercely, revealing 4 sharp fangs. All this happened just right. Even God was helping me, and I almost couldn't help laughing at this moment. Wuxi's tongue was tied when he saw the scene. He pointed at me and asked stutteringly, "How could a bamboo green snake from Yaojiang be in the hands of a foreign boy like you?" Don't get me wrong, this is not a bamboo green snake from Yaojiang at all. It's just a small snake I picked up on the road to Huawu Mountain. I saw it shivering with cold and looked so pitiful, so I picked it up. Don't get me wrong, it has nothing to do with the white meow, and it was definitely not given to me by others to attack you. This time I played an excellent acting skill. On the surface, I was afraid of misunderstanding. The more I explained, the more suspicious I became. In fact, I deliberately induced Wuxi psychologically. I don't believe it. Wuxi was about to ask something, but at this moment, something fell out of my body. I picked it up at lightning speed, fearing that Wuxi would see it, but Wuxi grabbed the thing first. The next moment, his whole face changed. It was a silver bracelet with a snake carved on it, and a meow woman wearing a silver crown, full of meow style. Zhan Xiangxi, this is the bracelet of Gu King Yuka. How come it is on you? Wuxi, who had reacted, looked at me in shock. I swallowed my water, as if I was deliberately looking for an excuse to lie, and replied evasively, I also picked it up on the mountain road. Maybe it was lost by the group of mountain guards? Anyway, it is definitely not my mother-in-law Yuka's thing, and it is definitely not the bracelet that my mother-in-law gave to me personally, asking me to swear to be good to Linger for the rest of my life and put on her on the wedding night. Later on, I seemed to realize that I had exposed myself halfway, so I deliberately raised 3 fingers and pretended to swear. Anyway, don't ask so many questions. It has absolutely nothing to do with my mother-in-law Yuka. Seeing my solemn assurance, Wuxi laughed instead of getting angry. Are you a garbage collector? You picked up so many rare treasures all the way up the mountain. Why didn't I pick up any? There was actually a sour taste in these words. It seemed that Wuxi was very envious of these 2 things. Then, his teeth chattered. Li Jinglan, do you think I'm a fool? The weather in Huawu Mountain is hot and humid now. How could there be frozen snakes on the road? Those mountain guards are obviously descendants of the ancient Shu kingdom. How could they wear meow jewelry? I have never heard of bamboo green snakes on the mountains of Sichuan. Wuxi gritted his teeth and said this, then glanced at Linger like a volcanic eruption, and every word seemed to overflow from his teeth. My father and I underestimated the white Miao Gu king, who shouted for peace and wanted to marry his daughter to me. In a moment, he sold his daughter to you, a foreign lover, and even dared to break his oath and leave Kilodong to come to Huawu Mountain to deal with me, a junior. How shameless. He was obviously the most shameless one, but he still had the nerve to criticize others. I really admire the shameless guy Wuxi. However, he was so confident in his words, but he dared not move his hands anymore. I just looked around from time to time, fearing that the white Miao Gu king would suddenly attack me, and I used my own skill of being a smooth talker, speaking 3 parts true and 7 parts false, and frightened Wu Shi. Even Ningwei Yi over there couldn't help but say angrily, "Wuxi, are you a pig? Hurry up and kill them. He is lying to you. Don't listen to him." We have never received any information that the White Miao Gu King left Miaojiang and came to Wawu Mountain. At this time, Wuxi was fooled by me, and he actually helped me say something without turning his head. "No, I know that bamboo leaf green, and the bracelet that cuts the love will definitely not be fake." "Where is the bamboo leaf green? You call must be within 100 steps. I must not act rashly." Wuxi was almost furious, but I smiled and asked him, "Isn't your father also from the Central Plains? He is also the Gu King of your Black Miao." "Why, only the Black Miao are allowed to interbreed, and the White Miao are not allowed to love freely." "You?" Wuxi pointed at my nose, wishing he could stuff a handful of poisonous centipedes into my mouth right now. However, just when everything was going in the direction I wanted, by coincidence, the silly foreigner Gu Weihan suddenly said a classic Sichuan dialect. "What? Little sister's mother has been following us. How come I didn't see her all the way?" As soon as he finished speaking, I saw Linger holding her forehead with one hand and her stomach with the other hand. Finally, she couldn't hold it back and laughed hysterically. I thought to myself, it's over. Seeing this scene, Wu Shi's face flushed. "Good, very good, very good." After saying that, he was so angry that he laughed strangely. I didn't expect that I, Wu Shi, had been in the Black Miao and killed many people. I was just deceived by the little liar Sister Linger, and now I am deceived by you, the big liar. Well, since you want to die so much, I will fulfill your wish and let you two be a pair of dead liar mandarin ducks, all fed to my nine-tailed poisonous scorpion. Chapter 342. At the same time, I saw a burst of black mist gushing out of his bamboo basket, and this mist carried Wu Shi's surging anger. In the darkness, two orange-yellow spots of light appeared, staring straight at me. It was the nine-tailed scorpion. On the other side, the battle between Lao Jiang and Lao Wu was already in full swing. One was a violent storm, and the other was impervious to water. It was really, kill one person every 10 steps, and leave no trace in 1,000 miles. Because Lao Jiang was not strong enough, he gradually fell behind, and Lao Wu's knife mercilessly greeted his vitals. A new round came again. Lao Wu pressed Lao Jiang step by step. He swung his black knife, and quickly attacked Lao Jiang. His black knife was like a black lightning, slashing from top to bottom, and was about to tear the sky apart. The black knife in Lao Jiang's hand turned into a roaring unicorn, raising its claws to block left and right. He suddenly roared, spun around in the darkness, and his exquisite knife skills were like stars scattered across the world. This was a duel between justice and evil, but Lao Jiang had been injured before, and he was not younger than Lao Wu. Slowly, I found that his strength was obviously almost exhausted, and even a faint white steam came out of his hair. That was the result of him forcibly mobilizing his internal strength. Lao Jiang seemed to not want to fight anymore, but he saw his blade twisted at an unimaginable angle, and the whole person turned into countless unsheathed sharp blades, wandering around more than a dozen key points around Lao Wu. The key is that his move was fast, fierce, and accurate, and Lao Wu lost his sense of proportion. But he couldn't even shake it off, because Lao Jiang, who was attacking him frantically, seemed to be stuck to his body, making Lao Wu's black knife useless. As a result, Lao Wu's movements became slower and slower, and it became more and more difficult to defend, as if he was stuck in the mud and couldn't get out. On the contrary, Lao Jiang's black blade became brighter and brighter in the dark. I thought to myself, this should be the move that Master Lao Jiang taught him alone, right? And this move is Lao Wu's nemesis. At the last moment, Lao Jiang's knife pointed directly at Lao Wu's chest. If this knife stabbed him, even the golden immortal of Daluo couldn't save him. But Lao Jiang's knife suddenly stopped halfway through. I don't know whether Lao Jiang couldn't bear to do it, or he just used up his internal strength. I only saw his right hand trembling violently, and he was panting heavily. Lao Wu, who was originally frozen in fear, suddenly laughed, and the hatred in his eyes increased a bit. It turns out that even the old man is not sincere to me. He taught you this trick to deal with me. Shilin, you are really a liar. The furious Lao was seen to have completely lost his mind at this moment. He kicked Lao Jiang in the chest. Lao Jiang couldn't dodge, and was kicked out immediately. There was only a clang, and Lao Jiang's whole body hit the bronze, and then he covered his chest and vomited blood. I don't know how many ribs were broken by this blow, but he still struggled to get up from the ground and picked up the black knife that fell beside him. At that moment, my eyes were unconsciously filled with tears. Because I know that it was Qilin's belief and the belief in protecting the national treasure that made Lao Jiang willing to fight to the death. Hurry up and get rid of this biggest threat. Wu Shi suddenly shouted. He did not continue to attack me. Perhaps in his opinion, everything was decided. He had already controlled the overall situation. Once the most threatening Lao Jiang died, we would never be able to turn over. At this time, Wu Shi walked to the center of the ancient tomb. He coldly ordered Lao Wu, "Hurry up and kill this Black Knife Qilin. I will find a way to unlock the last seal on the sarcophagus." Lao Wu just stared at Lao Jiang silently, his eyes without any emotion. Wu Shi was impatient, and he raised his voice. "Did you hear me? I told you to hurry up." "Okay." Lao Wu finally closed his eyes, as if he had made up his mind, and nodded. Then he turned his black knife in his hand, and held the handle in a backhand posture. Seeing this scene, Lao Jiang placed it in front of his chest in a forehand knife posture, as if to meet Lao Wu's next fatal blow. The next second, I saw two people move at the same time. The two shadows each used their strongest strength in their lives and rose from the ground. The time between heaven and earth seemed to freeze at this moment, and I didn't even dare to watch the next scene. "Master, will you be killed? Then what should we do?" My hand has quietly touched the box containing the toad's inner elixir in my arms. "If it doesn't work, we will all die together." However, a scene that I could never imagine in my life happened. The two shadows in the air collided with each other with a bang. The sound was like thunder, but the two sharp knives passed by, and the target they locked on was actually Wu Shi. Don't say I couldn't think of it, Wu Shi couldn't imagine it even more. It just so happened that the two people's knives were too fast. In an instant, I only caught a flash of an oblique cross on Wu Shi's waist, and then he, who was just complacent, was instantly cut off by Lao Wu and Lao Jiang, and the bloody red blood spurted more than a meter high. The last scene freezes when Lao Jiang and Lao Wu turn their backs to each other and land in a cool posture. Wu Shi stares with incredible eyes, and his upper body falls to the ground like a kite with a broken string, and the sky is full of flying blood flowers. At this moment, Lao Jiang and Lao Wu's voices sounded at the same time. "Qilin's secret technique, kill by mistake." We were all shocked by the scene in front of us. Even Ming Yu Yi and Akuo tribe leader stopped fighting at the same time, and everyone now has no idea what is going on. Why did Lao Wu, who had always wanted to kill us, suddenly turn against us in the face of absolute advantage, and join hands with Lao Jiang to kill Wu Shi? Wu Shi didn't even have time to control his life goo to protect himself until he died. All this happened too suddenly. Now the only people who can explain all this are probably the two figures on the field. At this time, Lao Jiang and Lao Wu slowly turned back and stared at each other. First, Lao Jiang's eyes were filled with tears, and he shouted with a trembling voice, "Fifth brother." Unlike his overjoyed face, Lao Wu said coldly, "I haven't completely forgiven you yet." Why does this sound so awkward? Just when I wanted to step forward and show great unity with them, suddenly, Ming Yu Yi threw a smoke bomb on the ground. A bunch of pig teammates, the wind is tight. Instantly, a thick smoke rose, and when the smoke dissipated, Ming Yu Yi had already disappeared. It seems that she took the opportunity to escape. But I still don't understand now. Hasn't Lao Wu always been against us? Why did he do that just now? Lao Jiang and Lao Wu had clearly fought to the death, and Lao Wu had left so many wounds on Lao Jiang. When did the two of them get along and finally tacitly use that fatal blow on Wu Shi? Faced with all my doubts, Lao Jiang only replied, "Remember the pattern you saw in the Golden Tomb passage before?" Chapter 343. Is that the blood grasshopper? But isn't there a big X on it? Doesn't it mean that we are no longer friends? I couldn't help but feel even more strange. Lao Jiang shook his head and told me word by word, "No, that X is a code invented by my fifth brother and I when we were young. When we are not sure of defeating the enemy, we will use this symbol to remind the other party and kill them by mistake." He was obviously explaining to me, but his eyes were staring at Lao Wu without blinking. At this time, I finally understood that the so-called X really means to kill, but if you look closely, you will find that this symbol is the shadow formed by two people with their backs to each other, so it is called killing by mistake. But there is no doubt that only close partners will be able to trust each other with their backs. Only people who trust each other 100% can use this trick. In other words, Lao Jiang and Lao Wu have always been the closest comrades in arms. It was the case in the past, and it is the case now. I still don't understand, so I asked Lao Jiang, "But master, aren't you afraid that Uncle Wu deliberately drew that pattern, and when you two join forces to kill each other, he will suddenly stab you in the back?" From my perspective, such concerns are understandable. But Lao Jiang explained calmly, "In fact, I also thought that Uncle Wu was determined to kill me. But when we fought in the Bronze Forest, I deliberately revealed a huge flaw. At that time, He had the opportunity to kill me, but he turned the blade and only cut my shoulder. At that time, I knew that he was still my Uncle Wu. When he said the last sentence, Lao Jiang was full of emotion. Lao Wu did not look at Lao Jiang, but sat beside him with a knife, emphasizing, I said, I haven't completely forgiven you. Fifth brother, I know I was wrong, but it was urgent at that time, and don't you like fourth sister? If it was me who fell, I would definitely hope that you would not save me, but save my sweetheart. Lao Jiang wanted to resolve Lao Wu's resentment, so he lowered his posture to admit his mistakes. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Lao Wu suddenly turned his head and said, I like Helan Shui? Haha, when did I like Helan Shui? Isn't it? When I was pursuing the fourth sister, you always deliberately gave me stupid moves, either uprooting the plum tree she planted to attract her attention, or deliberately showing off your muscles during the competition to show your kingly style. Anyway, I thought you were really helping me before, but every time you stepped on the landmine accurately, and you were still laughing on the side, I knew something was wrong. So I guess that you also like the fourth sister, you regard me as a rival in love, and use my own hand to eliminate yourself. Lao Jiang's words were well reasoned, and even Yin Linger stretched her neck unconsciously. Wow, Master was so popular when he was young, and had many secret admirers. Lao Wu stood up with a stern face, and his cold face was uncertain, obviously angry. After a while, he spoke, only a fool like you like Helangsu. Don't you like her? Lao Jiang also stood up, looking puzzled. Then why did you trip me up and prevent me from pursuing my fourth sister? Because I don't want to lose you, my good brother. Are you stupid? You are the one I care about. Lao Wu said this in a hurry, and now it was Lao Jiang's turn to be surprised. Lao Jiang repeated woodenly, It's me. What did you say just now, Woody? You said the person you care about. Once the words are out, they can't be taken back. Lao Wu, who is desperate, just vented his anger. Yes, the person I care about from beginning to end is you. I witnessed the departure of all my relatives, my parents, and later my master also left, and I only have you. But in the end, you still abandoned me and left me alone in Yinshu. At this moment, Lao Wu is no longer the Shura killer who kills gods and Buddhas. He is a child who lacks love and is pitiful. Lao Wu stared at Lao Jiang's confused eyes and roared, How dark the sky in Yinshu is, how much I hate you. You know clearly that I am most afraid of the dark, but how can you bear it? You, Jiang Donghu. The next moment, Lao Wu actually raised the black knife again. He seemed to have rekindled his hatred for Lao Jiang again, remembering the painful torture he suffered under the trap. Lao Jiang did not dodge, he thrust his chest towards the knife with red eyes. I'm sorry, fifth brother, I was wrong. I should have jumped down to find you after saving fourth sister. For so many years, I have been regretting it. Every time I close my eyes, I will think of that scene. I was wrong, it was senior brother who was wrong, senior brother is sorry for you. Lao Wu's hand gradually lost strength, and the black knife fell to the ground with a clang. He looked into the distance calmly. In fact, whether I admit it or not, I am very glad that I was the one who fell down. Senior brother, I swear that I was ready to sacrifice myself willingly, but when I saw you easily give up on me and rescue Helan Shui, I just couldn't get over it. I can't accept it. I'm in so much pain. Hearing Lao Wu's painful roar, Lao Jiang hugged him. In Lao Jiang's arms, Lao Wu's roar became smaller and smaller. After coming out of Yinshu, everything about me was fake, only this moment was real. No matter how dark the sky is, how much I hate you, I will always remember the moment when you held my hand when the flood submerged the village. The two big men hugged their heads and cried, and from time to time, they laughed so hard that we didn't know what they were thinking. The sound was so scary that I couldn't bear to watch it. So I looked at Yin Linger and interrupted them. Uncle Wu, will you return to Qilan again? Lao Wu cleared his throat and said, Anyway, it was that organization that pulled me back from hell, and they gave me a second chance. Over the years, I have indeed violated Qilan's oath, and my hands are stained with blood. But this time, I really can't do it to my senior brother, and I really can't let the disaster sweep across the entire Bashu. Because there is always a hero in my heart, that is my dream when I was young. Draw the sword and stab into the darkness, and behind you are the people. I didn't expect that Uncle Wu is not only a grateful person, but also a person who understands justice. Old Wu looked at us and said, Now I am no longer worthy of being a Qilan, but I will always remember the days when I fought side by side with Qilan. If one day, just when Old Wu wanted to continue speaking, suddenly, I saw his face change, and he tried to push Lao Jiang away fiercely, but he stopped in fear. Chapter 344. It turns out that there are 2 orange ghost eyes on Lao Jiang's back, and 9 shocking tails swaying behind him. It is the 9-tailed scorpion. At the same time, there is also one on Lao Wu's back. That one is missing a tail, but it is still hideous and terrifying. The 2 people wanted to push each other away at the same time, but they discovered this cruel fact at the same time. We were all stunned at this time. Linger widened her eyes. How is it possible? Haemio only has 1 9-tailed scorpion. How can it turn into 2 visitors from the netherworld now? And Wuxi is dead. No one can control it at all. Soon, Lao Jiang and Lao Wu's cheeks were covered with a layer of black air, and their lips turned purple, obviously poisoned. I asked Linger what to do. Linger bit her teeth and frowned. Only the golden silkworm can save them now. Linger will save Uncle Jiang and Uncle Wu even if she dies today. Then, she stuffed a handful of sugar in her mouth and forcibly summoned the golden silkworm goo. The golden silkworm flew out of her mouth, trying to detoxify Lao Jiang and Lao Wu. At this time, Gu Weian also began to help. While searching his backpack he said, "God, I seem to have antitoxins in my bag. I wonder if it will be useful for you, the visitor from the netherworld." I didn't have time to think, and shouted without turning my head, "Try it out, just fight." Linger also said repeatedly, "Fight, fight, fight." Just when we were in a mess, the whole tomb suddenly rose with 5 colors of fog, black, purple, white, red, and yellow, rolling and swirling, and in an instant, the main tomb was covered tightly. 5 poisonous miasma. This is the 5 poisonous miasma. I suddenly remembered the 5-colored miasma I encountered on the road to Sanqing village. At this time, I went to check the team after realizing it. Except for a few wounded people and the nervous Akio tribe leader, the other mountain guards were gone. My heart sank and I hurriedly asked, "Chief Akio, where are the subordinates you brought with you?" Chief Akio replied as a matter of course. "They went to rescue Ah Shui." "Wait, it's been so long, why haven't they come back yet?" "Then Ah Shui, where is Ah Shui now?" For some reason, I suddenly had a bad premonition that no outsiders would come into this tomb. Ming Yue escaped, Wuxi died, Lao Jiang and Lao Wu were poisoned one after another, and Chief Akio and the mountain guards were all trustworthy partners. The only one who could control the poisonous scorpion and release the 5 poisonous miasma was Ah Shui. But isn't he a poor guy who is bullied every day? How could he be so powerful? No, I remembered what my master said to me. Put aside all the impossibilities. No matter how unbelievable the remaining one is, it is the truth of the matter. I covered my nose and looked for Ah Shui's shadow everywhere. Finally, I actually caught a glimpse of several corpses lying upright on the altar under the sarcophagus. I rushed over, and saw that the people lying there were all mountain guards. They were bleeding from all 7 orifices, their cheeks were colorful, and they did not resist at all. It was obvious that they were poisoned to death without any defense. Only Ah Shui disappeared. I could no longer control myself and reminded everyone in the tomb loudly, "Be careful of Ah Shui, he is the final Black Hand." Li Jinglan, I have to praise you, you are very smart, but it's a pity that you are smart too late. A terrifying voice sounded in the tomb. The voice was soft, but extremely cold, like a poisonous spider lurking in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to kill its prey. A burst of colorful smoke surrounded a young man in a loose blue coat and walked out. The scene gave me a feeling not of fear, but of a kind of discomfort that made people panic and tingle their scalps. I even said that I had goosebumps all over my body. Can you believe it? The original Ah Shui, who was powerless and always had 2 tear marks on his face, appeared in front of us. But he no longer had that pitiful air. He was reborn and became another person. Although he still looked and dressed the same as before. But his temperament had changed 180 degrees from before. He walked towards us as if he was inspecting the results, with a smile that belonged to the winner at the corner of his mouth. Every step he took was filled with the contempt of a king, as if an elephant crushed an ant, and he didn't even want to look at us straight in the eye. "Ashui, what's wrong with you? Why does Uncle feel like he doesn't recognize you?" Looking at Ashui walking step by step, Chief Akio felt that he was extremely unfamiliar with him, and asked him if he was controlled by Wuxi. Ashui curled his lips, and threw 2 words in the direction of Chief Akio, "Stupid." Then he walked straight to Wuxi's body, and said to himself, "Wuxi, speaking of this, I have to thank you. Thank you for helping me get rid of this disobedient stumbling block." In the blink of an eye, Ah Shui had come to Wuxi's body. He kicked the body away mercilessly, then picked up the square bamboo basket that fell on the ground and put it on his back. At the same time, his hands quickly formed seals, and the 2 poisonous scorpions that had just seriously injured Lao Jiang and Lao Wu all fluttered their red wings and flew towards him, as if they had seen their real master. The 8-tailed poisonous scorpion landed on Ashue's left shoulder, and the 9-tailed poisonous scorpion landed on Ashue's right shoulder. They were even very intimate, and rubbed Ashue's face with their tails that concealed poison needles. This scene made my scalp numb. Ashue dared to get so close to such a poisonous thing. "Go back, little guys." Ashue comforted the 2 poisonous scorpions, and sent them back to the square bamboo basket behind him. At that moment, in the colorful poisonous fog, he was like an unshakable demon king. The 2 hands were green, and I didn't know how much poison was extracted. 10,000 poison hands. He has cultivated the 10,000 poison hands. Imlinger cried out. "What is the 10,000 poison hands?" We all looked at Imlinger, and Imlinger's eyes were still the same as before, and she didn't take them away from Ashue's hands, but she still briefly explained, "That is a superior poison skill of the Black Miao. As far as I know, there are no more than 5 people in the entire Black Miao who have cultivated the 10,000 poison hands, and all of them are elders." Hearing this, I immediately understood. I know, it was he who used this pair of poisonous hands to kill the mountain guard, who just came to save him kindly. Ashue did not deny it, but just frowned in disdain, as if he admitted the crime. Chief Akio asked him what was wrong with him, and why he had to use such a poisonous hand on his compatriots. He even rushed to Ashue's side. I stopped him, and looking at the completely transformed Ashue, I couldn't help but shout, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" Ashue seemed to have heard a great joke, and laughed sarcastically. "Don't you all know it? Young Master Hangyo Wuxi." He said this word by word. Chapter 345. What? All of us present were stunned. If he is Wuxi, then who is the one who was just killed? Since you are about to die, I will tell you that there is a secret unknown to the Heimiao. It turns out that every generation of the Heimiao heirs are twins. When they were young, the old Gu King would look for a person who looks similar to the successor, is the same age, and is of similar height to be his guard in the Heimiao. These are twins. One is real, and the other is fake. One is bright, and the other is dark. Every time the Heimiao young master walks in the open, he is a substitute, that is, the guard. And the real Heimiao young master always hides in the dark, becoming a shadow that no one can see. Because the forces within the Heimiao are complicated, they are not as solid as we imagine. So far, Wuxi has been assassinated 5 times. But why do you look nothing like Wuxi? Instead, you look like Ashue. I asked deliberately to delay time. Wuxi sneered. That's because I have long cultivated the selflessness. Since I was 13, I have no face. Not to mention Ashue, I can even become your Li Jinglan. Just give me your skin. In other words, the reason why he can become Ashue is because he peeled off Ashue's entire skin and put it on his own face. Hearing this, the chief of the Akio tribe was furious and almost rushed out to avenge Ashue. However, the fake Ashue just sneered and shouted arrogantly, "Now you know, I am the real Wuxi. Remember to call my name when you report to the King of Hell." As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked us. Chief Akio wanted to draw his bow, but found that he had used up all his arrows just now, so he raised his white scimitar to protect us. But Wuxi's 10 slender fingers only gently touched him from 2 or 3 meters away, and Chief Akio was poisoned and fell down in pain. His whole face was twisted and twitching, as if a centipede was crawling under his skin. Wuxi said disdainfully, "To deal with you, only 1 little finger is needed, and you are not worthy of using my 9-tailed poisonous scorpion." At this time, Gu Weihan didn't care and immediately wanted to touch the machine gun, but he had to inhale too much 5 poisonous miasma, and he collapsed to the ground with his gun. Imlinger wanted to summon the golden silkworm Gu to deal with Wuxi, but at this moment, she was helping Lao Jiang and the others detoxify. It was already a critical moment, and she had no time to split herself. Wuxi walked towards me step by step. He seemed to want to torture me. He had a deep hatred for me, and a bit of jealousy in his eyes. After all, he had seen everything that happened between Imlinger and me since Sanqing village. I pulled out the god-slaying sword from my waist and stabbed him, but this thing would play dead every time I needed it. There was no purple light except for the strong wind. I chopped it out. Wuxi seemed to be teasing me, switching from offense to defense, with his hands behind his waist, dodging my attacks. Faster! Faster! I was panting with exhaustion while waving the god-slaying sword, but he could easily dodge it every time, and even shouted at me to take 3 moves. "Li Jinglan, you are too slow." After dodging several rounds in a row, Wuxi shouted to Imlinger, "Shaolinger, open your eyes, and see how useless the man you chose is. I kill you." I clenched the god-slaying dagger and stabbed Wuxi straight at it. But at this moment, I suddenly felt something pressing on my shoulder. I slowly turned my head and found a pair of orange-yellow light spots looking at me. It seemed to be wearing a cold black armor, and its 9 tails were waving unscrupulously. This thing is the 9-tailed scorpion, and at this moment, it was lying on my shoulder, ready to move. Now, I didn't dare to move at all, but I said stubbornly, "Didn't you say that you wouldn't use this thing?" The dignified black meow, "Young master, if you don't keep your word, others will laugh at you." Wuxi looked at me with a smile and came over. "That person is naturally not worthy of my 9-tailed scorpion, but you are." As soon as the voice fell, I felt a sharp pain in my shoulder, as if I was electrocuted, and something pierced into it. Oh no, I was stung by a 9-tailed scorpion. My heart tightened instantly, as if someone was holding my heart tightly, and half of my shoulder began to numb rapidly. "Li Jing'an, look at your hands." I raised my hands, and saw that both of my hands were covered with a layer of black, and the lines on my palms were pitch black, as if poisonous gas was spreading. Soon, my whole hand seemed to be stained with ink, and there was a dead air in the black. With a bang, Wuxi kicked my knee hard, trying to make me kneel down. I tried to support my body, and would rather die than kowtow to such a villain. Bang! Wuxi flew up and kicked me again, and I was instantly kicked away by this force, and hit the stone coffin in the tomb, making a violent sound, and my head fell to buzzing. Linger started crying, her eyes red as she shouted, "Wuxi, stop torturing Brother Jinglan. Stop killing people. I will go back to Hami with you, and I am willing to be your concubine." Wuxi was happy now. He walked over with a smile, lifted Linger's chin frivolously, and said, "Really?" Linger was detoxifying, with her hands on the backs of Lao Jiang and Lao Wu, and she couldn't knock Wuxi's hand down, and she even dared not disobey Wuxi at this moment. "Yes, I am willing. I am willing to be your concubine." Linger nodded frantically, crying. This proud little princess, like a peacock, finally bowed her head for me, and it made my whole heart seem to be torn into 8 pieces. Wuxi wanted to continue to humiliate Linger, and arrogantly raised his ears. "Speak louder, I can't hear you." Linger roared in a childish voice. "Yes, I am willing to be Wuxi's concubine." Linger, the heir of Baijiang, is willing to be Hami's concubine. Then do you have to show some sincerity now? Wuxi turned his head to look at Linger, with a hint of wildness in his eyes. However, at this moment, a figure appeared behind him. "No, you still have an opponent." That figure was me. Although I was poisoned by Wuxi, I was not poisoned to death. I only felt that when my heart was about to be squeezed into a fist, a drop of very cold liquid penetrated into my body from my chest, soothing the restlessness in the depths of my soul. Could it be that the ghost tear that the mountain ghost gave me before took effect? But I can't care so much. Now everyone is injured, disabled, and I am the only one who can turn the situation around. Besides, I still have a trump card. Even if I die today, I, Li Jing'an, will make Wuxi, the evil wolf, knock out a few front teeth. Chapter 346. Wuxi turned his head, and when he saw that it was me who provoked him, a trace of shock and surprise appeared on his face. "It seems that you are not only good at talking, but also very tough." "Linger, you can see that now he is determined to die. Don't say that I won't let him go." After that, Wuxi put down his square bamboo basket. Linger begged him to let me go, and promised that she would serve him in the future and be very obedient. But Wuxi was determined to kill me, and I really don't want to see my beloved woman suffer humiliation for me, humble as dust. I will use killer bees, flower mantises, and black fire ants to torture him one by one. Wuxi finally looked at Linger and laughed pervertedly. "Ha ha ha ha, I want to let everyone who likes you in the world see what the end of being my rival will be." As soon as the voice fell, a group of black ants flew out of the square bamboo basket. I saw that after the group of ants left the bamboo basket, they instantly formed a black tornado, forming a devil's human face, opening a bloody sun towards me. This was Wuxi's first wave of attack, and he used black fire ants. This Wuxi's poison skill was obviously much stronger than the previous fake Wuxi. The tornado it summoned was twice the size of the previous one, covering the sky and the earth, and it was airtight. But I was not afraid. When the black fire ants rushed towards me, I turned around and sprinted quickly, turned a corner, and then took out a Molotov cocktail from my backpack and threw it into the corner of the tomb passage with a snap. This Molotov cocktail was specially made by me before, and I sacrificed his glass bottle specially used for testing the weather for this purpose. A lot of white phosphorus powder was added to it. White phosphorus is flammable, and has very active chemical properties. The next moment, the Molotov cocktail emitted a fiery white light, like a blazing fire. Insects have their own nature. When the group of black fire ants saw the Molotov cocktail, they stopped sticking to me and all flew away. Even if they were burned to death, they had to keep going one after another. Seeing this, Wuxi kept chanting spells, trying to control the group of black fire ants to attack me again, but they all lost control and didn't listen to Wuxi at all. What did you do to them? Wuxi looked at me angrily. And I just imitated Gu Weihan and answered deeply. This is the power of science. I used the insect's phototropism. What science or not, let me give you a taste of this. Wuxi didn't waste time talking to us. He released a few flower mantises with a cold face. The 3 flower mantises looked very similar to ordinary mantises, with green bodies. But it has several red spots on its back, its antennae are purple, and its iconic 2-handed knife is blue, so it looks colorful, hence the name, flower mantis. Those flower mantises were not targeting me. After coming out of the big bamboo basket, they jumped half a meter high and jumped onto the altar. After a while, the 3 dead mountain guards showed their heads one after another. Their faces were still the same as before they died, as if they were painted with dyes of various colors, but their skin was swollen with poisonous sores as big as soybeans, and their eyes were filled with a touch of blood red. They twisted their limbs and stood up in a weird posture, raised their hands, as if holding 2 sharp scimitars, and walked towards me mechanically. Their shadows fell on the ground, clearly 3 giant mantises. There is no doubt that they have become goo people at this moment, and it is the flower mantis that is controlling them. 3 goo people came from 3 directions to form a triangular encirclement, trapping me in it. Wuxi pressed the bamboo basket confidently, as if he had expected my tragic death. This time I want to see if your little trick just now is still useful? Seeing the 3 goo people getting closer and closer to me, Wuxi's laughter became more and more unbridled, obviously thinking that I could not do anything to them. I stood in the wind without panic, accepting the judgment of fate. The 3 goo people approached me at a slow speed, and every minute was a great torture. However, when they were 3 meters away from me, they suddenly quickened their pace, roared and stretched out their hands to crush me. Closer. 2 meters. 1 meter. When they were less than 1 meter away from me, the time was finally ripe. I took out a bag of yellow powder from my sun bag and scattered it in the air, covering my nose and retreating quickly. I'm waiting for you. The bag of yellow powder fluttered like a yellow sandstorm, falling on several goo people. This is a kind of powder prepared by Gu Weihan that can interfere with the nerve center of insects. Once touched by the tentacles of insects, they will be infected. Sure enough, as the goo people breathed, the powder was touched by the flower mantis in their throats. The 3 goo people seemed to have been acupunctured, and they stood there in a daze. Wuxi recited an insect spell again in disbelief, ordering them to tear me apart. The next moment, the 3 goo people moved, but their pus-filled hands did not attack me, but the companions around them. Because the powder made them mistakenly believe that their companions were their rivals in courtship. The next moment, the 3 goo people collided with each other, just like the most primitive beasts, biting each other with their teeth, tearing each other's bodies with their hands, roaring, and splashing poisonous water. I couldn't bear to watch such a bloody and cruel scene. After all, an hour ago, they were still my companions and loyal and reliable mountain guards, but now their faces have changed color, and their personalities have become beasts. Blood gushed out, blood flowers flew all over the sky, and I could even clearly smell the stench of blood and the heavy smell of internal organs. They tore off each other's arms, bit several blood holes in their necks, and even some of them had their purple intestines pulled out. This was the most primitive and bloodiest battle. Wuxi looked at me in shock. Li Jinglan, what did you use? I suppressed my discomfort and smiled. This is called insect chemotaxis. Wuxi obviously didn't understand the scientific terms I used. He wanted to ask something else, but I hooked my finger at him and said provocatively, next, it's my turn to attack. This time, I won't show mercy again. Wuxi said harshly. And I turned back and shouted, no, I won't show mercy. Then, when Wuxi pounced on me, I rushed into the nearest ancient tomb passage, which happened to have no bronze statues standing in front of it. When Wuxi chased me, he also deliberately released the 2 poisonous scorpions, and the 9-tailed poisonous scorpion and the 8-tailed poisonous scorpion crawled towards me. The end of this passage is a dead end, with only a gap to collect the sunlight on the top of the Wawu mountain. At this point, I had no way to avoid it, so I immediately took out the box from my arms and whispered, it's up to you. This time I will burn my boats, this time I will die together. Just as Wuxi and the 2 poisonous scorpions were chasing me one after another, I grabbed the poisonous inner pill in the box and smashed it hard at their feet. Chapter 347. The poison pill shattered into pieces in an instant, and a white smoke came out of it. In the process of rising, it turned into a mirage. It was like the ghost market that trapped us in the Maihun pond. I know that Wu Shi and his nine-tailed poisonous scorpion grew up in poisonous things since childhood. They divide poison into ordinary goo, spiritual goo, and the visitor from the netherworld. But this poisonous toad on the Wawu mountain swallows the essence of moonlight in the Maihun pond at night, and has the spirit of heaven and earth. During the day, it kills countless lives and even eats their souls, and also has the poison of the visitor from the netherworld. Therefore, the inner pill of this poisonous toad does not belong to the spiritual goo, nor does it belong to the visitor from the netherworld, but it is above the two. What's more, it has lived for thousands of years, and has already become a spirit and a demon. It lives in the swamp, and the poison gas has always been its nourishment. In other words, this poison pill is truly incurable. Nine-tailed scorpion, 10,000 poisonous hands. They can only be reduced to ashes in front of it. Before the mirage rose, I had already put on the gas mask that Gu Weihan specially prepared for me, and walked quickly to the darkest area of the passage, where I still had the last trump card to bet. Wu Shi was not so lucky. The white mist flowed into his lungs along with his breath, making his whole face suffocated in blue, from blue to purple, and then from purple to black. As for the two nine-tailed scorpions, they had already lost their mobility, and struggled to escape. But the white mist behind them seemed to have grown two ghost hands, and pulled them back alive. Devoured completely. Later, Wu Shi's face gradually melted, revealing his original appearance. How to say it, his eyes are normal, but his nose and lips are very small. It turns out that he is not really faceless, but his face is so small that he can almost pass for nothing. Only in this way can he wear someone else's skin, and after some repairs, he can transform into another person. Li Jinglan, I will kill you. The angry Wu Shi can't hold on for much longer. He wants to pull me with him before he dies. Hanyi's lifelong poison skills are condensed on his hands. Really? I'm afraid that even if your father comes in person, you can only become my plaything. I stood in the darkness, tilted my head, like a demon that just crawled out of hell, and licked my lips with my tongue. A beam of light shone on my side face, and my aura was completely different from before. Evil spirit. But it made Wu Shi show the most horrified expression in his life. You, how could you? Do you know why he chose to do it here? I walked towards Wu Shi step by step, and the scarlet third eye on my forehead seemed to be laughing, because he doesn't want the people he loves the most to know what kind of existence lives in his body. Darkness is my best stage. I miss it so much. The last time I came out, it was still in the dark thousand-handed Rakshasa tomb. That night, I killed a thousand-handed Rakshasa for him. The last time was when he escaped from Lake Town. That night, I killed the pursuers with his help. Don't try to trick me again. You must die today. Wu Shi shouted, grabbing me with 1,000 purples and reds in his hand. I pulled out the slashing god coldly. Compared with the broken copper and iron before, the slashing god now had a dazzling light all over its body, and it was hot, and even burned with a layer of flowing flames. It was just not the purple flame in Yua's little hand. It was a granular black. Endless black flames enveloped my right hand, turning half of my body black. Then I collided with Wu Shi. Swish. Both of Wu Shi's hands were cut off, and I passed him by with my sword. With a thud, the two broken arms fell to the ground powerlessly, and Wu Shi, who fell, had no power to fight back. You? You? He looked at me in disbelief. How pitiful. Wandu Shou has become a handless one. How can he fight for Linger's Kamani? Remember my name, Li Jinglan. I bent down mercilessly, and put the cold blade on his neck. Then cut his throat bit by bit. Dari's blood spit out from his mouth, and a lot of it leaked from his neck. He slowly lost his life in infinite fear. Even if you win, that thing will kill everyone in the tomb. Linger doesn't belong to me, nor to you. You should die together. I wait for you on the road to the underworld. As he spoke, Wuxi breathed his last. His two eyes stared at me with hatred, and he died with his eyes wide open. As the third eye on his forehead slowly disappeared, my sanity slowly returned to reality, but I couldn't remember anything. I only remembered that I tricked Wuxi into the tomb passage, and finally used the god-slaying technique to cut his throat. Thank you anyway, I said to myself. The creepy voice in my heart quietly sounded, You're welcome. I'm with you. Then came a series of creepy laughs. I couldn't help but get goosebumps, and hurried out of the passage, but the angry flame in my palm still didn't disappear. It was the touch from Zanshin. It seemed that Zanshin was reminding me that there was something I hadn't done. It was strange. Why was Jianshan so excited now? Was he going to cut Wushi's body into pieces? No, it seemed to be affected by something on Wushi's body. I came to Wushi's body and searched up and down, and found that he really had a strange ancient mirror in his arms. After taking out the mirror, Jianshan felt even hotter, and it was indeed what he hated. Is this mirror a treasure, and you are jealous? I teased, and I didn't know if Jianshan understood it, but I felt that it was not as hot as before. I picked up the mirror and observed it carefully, and found that it was a bronze mirror with a history of at least thousands of years. On the back of the mirror was a strange black snake with horns, and there were several hands stretched out from hell beside it, which seemed to imply that the snake came from hell. At this moment, I didn't care to think so much. I took the mirror and stumbled out. But when I left, I suddenly remembered the Sangsingli altar. At that time, Wuxi and others took something from the compartment of the altar. According to speculation, it is very likely to be the magic weapon of the witch. The black strange snake, the messenger of hell. Could it be that the real owner of this mirror is the witch? When I staggered out with the help of the wall, I heard the sound of Yinlinger crying, and she shouted, "Woo woo, Wuxi, you killed brother Jinglan, I will not let you go." However, when they saw that it was me who came out, everyone was shocked. Brother Jinglan? Apprentice. Oh, you idiot. I am not seeing wrong. Little brother, you are still alive. Everyone couldn't believe that the person who came out of the passage alive was me. Chapter 348. Where is Wuxi? Yinlinger asked. I replied with 2 words, dead. Yinlinger immediately became happy, but Lao Jiang frowned, with deep worry in his brows. Did you use that poison pill? I nodded. Then I heard Lao Jiang sigh heavily. I really don't want to accept any more disciples. I said I knew, then took off the gas mask on my face and expressed my gratitude to Gui Han. Although I was far away from the center of the white fog at that time and wore a gas mask, my body knew it best. In fact, I was also poisoned. It's just not as severe as Wuxi. I deliberately concealed the matter of three-eyed Li Jinglan, took out the mirror I found from Wuxi, and asked Lao Jiang what it was. As if to verify my previous guess, Lao Wu, who was almost completely detoxified, told us, "This is what we took from the Sangsingli altar, the undead snake mirror, which was the magic weapon of the witch leader Jinren 1,000 years ago. If you want to awaken the witch, such a thing is indispensable. By the way, when you saw the feng shui formation of the 8 stars worshipping the coffin, weren't you curious why there was a bronze statue missing here?" Yinlinger and I looked at each other and said, "Didn't you destroy it?" Lao Wu shook his head. "No, there were only 7 bronze statues here, because Kansong at that time did not have enough power to create the 8th bronze statue and completely destroy the witch. So he left a vacancy, which is life and death." "What is life, and what is death?" I asked anxiously. Lao Wu told us, "The so-called vitality is that 3,000 years later, Kankong's messenger will come here and become the 8th brave land, holding the sun in his hand to completely eliminate the witch. The so-called deadlock means that the witch's messenger will also come here and become a breaker, awakening it with the power of hell." As he spoke, the stone coffin that day actually trembled violently. It was obvious that the witch who had escaped all the seals was about to be born. The sun bird hanging on the top of the tomb collided with each other, showing a gradual uneasiness. Some chains even broke, and the golden bird fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Lao Jiang was shocked and uttered 8 words. The bird fell, and the dark night came. Could it be that I killed Wuxi with all my hard work, but I couldn't save everyone? But Kansong, who was wearing a golden mask, clearly told me that this place would still be a paradise 3,000 years later. Roar! The huge roars came one after another, and in an instant, the whole tomb shook, the sky was dark, and it seemed to bring us to hell. The painful scream was about to tear our eardrums, stuffing its own curse into our chests, and controlling our souls. Did Wuxi succeed? In a trance, I saw a black snake crawling towards the sarcophagus, and a huge black shadow flowed out of the sarcophagus like liquid and attached to it. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly came into my ears from a distance. "Mirror, Li Jinglan uses the mirror." The voice seemed to come from a passage, very light. Only then did I realize that it was the time of the day when the sun was at its brightest. I saw a ray of sunlight shining on the mirror held by the first bronze statue, and then the sunlight seemed to be magnified several times, turning into a ray of hot laser and refracting to the second mirror. The sunlight continued to refract until it hit the 7th mirror, and the bright light as bright as daylight shone on the 8th empty space. Because there was no bronze statue here, the sunlight shot straight to a bronze funerary object opposite, and actually melted a small hole in it. "Mirror, there needs a mirror, but I only have Wuxi's undead snake mirror in my hand, and this is the messenger of hell. I definitely can't take the witch back. No, that voice was absolutely convincing. He reminded me to use the mirror. I must have another mirror. The black horned snake is the messenger of hell. I need a mirror that is the opposite of it. I know, it is the sun bird. The sun bird is the messenger of the sun, and I happen to have a sun bird ring in my bag. This is my mirror. At this moment, I understand everything, and I feel that the blood in my body is boiling. I, Li Jinglan, never wanted to be a hero, because the price of being a hero is death, but this time I want to be a hero. As long as I refract the last beam of light onto the sarcophagus, the witch will be destroyed forever. I immediately took out the sun bird ring from my backpack, and at the same time, the golden mask fell out. I didn't care about anything, and put on the mask on myself with the principle of being fully equipped. But at that moment, I seemed to understand everything and understood all the sacrificial procedures. The next second, I jumped up and took off the scepter that was suspended above the sarcophagus. At this moment, I seemed to have transformed into the Qingyi god 3,000 years ago. Qingyi, crowned as king. I came to the empty space where the 8th mirror should have been placed, picked up the sun bird ring, and resolutely raised my head and looked at the sarcophagus. Lao Jiang and Yin Linger both screamed, "Li Jinglan! Brother Jinglan!" But I only left Lao Jiang one sentence. "Master, after I die, you are not allowed to find a disciple anymore. I want you to remember for the rest of your life that I am your best disciple. Today, although I, Li Jinglan, am a silver unicorn, I am far better than the black knife unicorn." After saying this, I looked firmly at the stone coffin that day. A ray of sunlight shone in again, and after being refracted by several mirrors, it soon fell in my direction. At this moment, I only felt a ray of strong light shining on my whole body, and at the same time, my eyes could not see anything, and the whole world was only hot and white. A hysterical scream came from the whole tomb, and the sound even spread out of the tomb and resounded throughout the Wawu mountain. That was not my scream, but the stone coffin. I don't know why, but at the moment when I was about to go blind, I looked into the tomb again, because I really wanted to know who the person who just reminded me was. However, at this moment, I saw a scene that frightened me extremely. The fear of that scene even exceeded the pain of being blinded. That person was actually... No, this can't be true. I fainted immediately. Chapter 349. I felt like I had a very long dream. My body was light, like a feather, floating up and down, swinging with the wind. As I swung, I gradually smelled the fragrance of peach blossoms. The light and elegant smell became stronger and stronger, as if there was a peach blossom floating on my nose. I came to a mountain forest full of peach blossoms. The whole mountain was pink, and the air was filled with peach fragrance. I have seen this peach blossom land before, and now I feel like I have really come here. It blooms under the blue sky, unrestrained and beautiful. There will be no more wars or plagues here, and Cancom's dream has finally come true. Walking in this peach blossom forest, I suddenly heard someone calling my name. Li Jinglan! Li Jinglan! When I turned around, I found two figures appearing on the rippling Minjiang River. Cansong, dressed in green, and Tao Hua, who was full of vigor and vitality. They rode on a bamboo raft together and thanked me. "Thank you for restoring peace here." I didn't expect that I would have such a great honor to be thanked by the legendary green god, and I couldn't help but touch the back of my head. Cansong didn't say much. He and Tao Hua rode on the bamboo raft, drifting farther and farther. The last picture I saw was a red sun hanging over the river. Cansong boldly took Tao Hua's hand, and Tao Hua leaned on his shoulder. This time he was no longer the green god admired by thousands of people, but a wanderer who finally found his home after wandering thousands of miles. Brother Jinglan. Just as I stopped and looked, I suddenly heard a sweet voice, and when I looked back, my Yinlinger happened to be standing not far away with a smile. Looking at her, I smiled and rushed over. However, as I ran faster and faster, a circle of light appeared in front of me, and all kinds of noisy sounds were in my ears. Several voices were particularly familiar to me, including Yinlinger's chattering, asking me why I hadn't woken up yet. There was Lao Zhang's unprecedented soft words. "Disciple, disciple, wake up quickly, the master will never cheat you again." Upon hearing this, I sat up from the bed like a carp, and didn't forget to confirm in my mouth, "Then do you promise?" Lao Jiang didn't seem to expect that I would really wake up at this time. He was stunned at first, and then shamelessly said that he didn't say anything. With Yinlinger's testimony, he couldn't deny his debt, and could only say that he would try to cheat me less in the future. After all, cheating his disciples was a habit passed down from his master's master's master, and it was difficult to change. In fact, I don't care whether he will cheat his apprentice in the future. What I care about most is why I have a bandage on my eyes. which makes me unable to see anything. I stretched out my hand and touched around with difficulty. I was not used to the dark feeling. Everything was empty. I wanted to get out of bed by myself. Linger quickly supported me. Brother Jinglan, don't move. Seeing her so nervous, my heart sank. Am I blind? Linger hummed twice and told the truth. Brother Jinglan, you were holding the sunbird ring at that time, and your whole body was shining with golden light. You looked very, very powerful. But your eyes bled a lot. It was so scary. It turned out that my eyes were bleeding. At that time, I only felt the sting of the strong light. It was like my eyes were burned by fire. Now I understand. Lao Jiang noticed my disappointment and hurriedly replied, Don't listen to Linger's nonsense. She is too worried about you, so she exaggerated the injury. Your eyes were just burned by the sun. When you go back, Qilin will have a master to heal you. Now you just need to take good care of your injuries. Lao Wu next to me also comforted me in this way. In fact, I know that Lao Jiang is afraid that I will be depressed. After all, for people like us, losing eyes is equivalent to losing everything. I asked Lao Jiang, Is the witch destroyed? Don't worry, it's dead, there is no bone residue left. All of us came out of the ancient tomb alive. Principal Good just helped you to boil the medicine, and it will be brought to you later. Lao Jiang also told me that we are now living in the territory of the mountain guards. That is, the house built on the cliff. I thought I was dead, but I survived. Although I was blind, I was a hero after all. Thinking of this, I laughed. This reaction scared Lao Jiang, and he asked me if I was okay. I replied calmly, no. But the last scene I saw in the main tomb chamber came to my mind. What I saw at that time was far more difficult to accept than becoming blind, and even horrifying. Can you believe it? At that time, I actually saw a pale monster with no hair, no eyebrows, and a bald head. The monster was hanging upside down at the top of the tomb passage in an extremely weird posture. His neck was like a twist, twisted into several circles and stretched out of the tomb passage, very long. The most terrifying thing is that he has 3 eyes. And his facial features are exactly the same as the ancestor Wen Tao I saw in the Lasian ancestral hall. Square face, hooked nose, expressionless face, 3 eyes looking at me dimly. It was he who reminded me to use a mirror at that time. This scene was too hard for me to digest. I didn't even know how to tell Lao Jiang, or should I tell him, because it was simply unbelievable. If I tell him now, he would probably think that I was stimulated and crazy. After a while, Gu Weihan brought the medicine soup, interrupting the silence in the room. He cared about me for a long time and praised me for a long time, just like a clockwork iron mouse, dripping non-stop. Because we were all poisoned, especially Lao Jiang and Lao Wu, who were more seriously injured, we temporarily recuperated in the mountain keeper's house. It took about a week. When the toxins were almost excreted, we planned to leave for Yanjing. During this period, I was warmly received by the chief of the Akuo tribe, and finally ate what they called tea cakes in the day. Golden and crispy, with a refreshing tea aroma. For my noble and awe-inspiring sacrifice to destroy the witch, the mountain guards admired me and regarded me as a great benefactor. They understood and did not mention that I was blind. They just regarded me as a rare hero in the world and toasted me. And when I wanted to pick up vegetables and eat meat, the ancient people treated me as a child without self-care ability and took good care of me. After leaving the cocktail party in the evening, I talked to Lao Jiang about the 2 things I brought back from the tomb, the Tontian scepter and the golden mask, both of which were the national treasures of the ancient Shu kingdom. This time we have harvested 2 national treasures in a row. I asked Lao Jiang with a smile, I wonder if I can become a Jin Lin after I go back. Or will I go directly to the disabled nursing home? Lao Jiang scolded, Don't talk nonsense. I guarantee you 100%, the boss will definitely give you the Jin Lin badge. After discussing, we decided to say goodbye to the Akuo tribe leader at dawn the next day, but when I went back to rest, I couldn't sleep because I kept tossing and turning, thinking about the 3-eyed Wen Tao I saw in the tomb. Finally, I made up my mind, put on my clothes, and felt the wall all the way, wanting to go to the next door to confess to Lao Jiang. However, when I felt my way to the door, I heard another voice in the room. It was Lao Wu's voice. Lao Wu and Lao Jiang were talking about something confidential, and their voices were very low. Chapter 350. Jedi Tiantong? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? You still don't believe me? If it's not something that is certain, I won't tell you here. I swear I saw the Jedi Tiantong with my own eyes, and their voices were sometimes high and sometimes low, and the content was vague, but I was very sure that what they said was related to the Jedi Tiantong. This is the second time I heard these 4 keywords. According to Lao Zhang's daily temperament, its importance is no less than any national treasure. Lao Wu's voice sounded again. Where did you recruit this apprentice? Do you know that he has been targeted by the organization? Lao Jiang seemed to be asking. Why? Lao Wu's voice was lowered. This secret is too important. Even at my level, they are guarding it tightly. I only know that the higher-ups have been watching your every move with this child. It seems that the things on him are related to the Jedi Tiantong. That curse? Lao Jiang asked. I don't know. This secret has already involved that circle. Old Five's voice became more and more serious. You also know the style of the circle. You are really amazing. You have killed so many apprentices. You finally accepted a successor with excellent qualifications, but you were targeted by the two largest forces in the world at the same time. I feel sorry for you. The amount of information is really too much. Jedi Tiantong, that circle, and that powerful organization are like heavy hammers hitting my heart one after another. More importantly, what does Old Five mean by that sentence? The two largest forces in the world have already targeted me at the same time. What are they going to do? And why is the curse on me related to the Jedi Tiantong? In the end, will I die? A series of questions lingered in my mind. The more I listened, the more frightened I became. I dared not knock on the door anymore and hurried back in the dark. I have to say that I was still a little uncomfortable when I just became blind. But within a few days, I found that my hearing, sense of smell, and even my ability to perceive the outside world were slowly improving. I think this is the standard of a blind person, right? Or, my body has gradually accepted the dark world. I moved back to the room step by step. My mind was full of twists and turns. I was originally a person who was particularly afraid of death. If I wasn't afraid, I wouldn't have tried every means to escape from Legion. But after joining Qilin, I seem to be no longer afraid of death. Because the belief in protecting national treasures is more precious than life. But I really miss the old world. I can clearly see its beauty instead of listening with my ears and touching with my hands. Can I continue to go on missions in the future? I covered my head with a quilt to stop myself from thinking about these meaningless things. Early the next morning, we were going to leave Wawu Mountain. I heard Linger jumping from a distance. She always liked to stay in bed, but since I became blind, she would get up early every day to find me. I know that she was worried that it would be inconvenient for me to be alone, and she wanted to act as my eyes as much as possible. This willful and capricious little girl really changed a lot for me. After Linger helped me pack my things, she took me to find Lao Jiang. Following this road leading to Lao Jiang's room, the words I heard last night inevitably emerged in my mind. Now the two strongest forces in the world have set their sights on that boy at the same time. It's a pity for you, my disciple. The words of Lao Wu were still ringing in my ears. I couldn't help but shudder. Linger hurriedly asked me if I felt uncomfortable. I shook my head and vaguely passed it off. When the two of us came to Lao Jiang's room, Lao Jiang was sitting alone in the room, motionless. Linger called him several times before he came to his senses. According to Linger, there were still tears in the corners of his eyes. It turned out that Lao Wu left. He only left a letter to Lao Jiang, but took away the grasshopper that symbolized friendship. Lao Jiang took the letter and wanted to find a cigarette to smoke, but after searching for a long time, he found that Hardman had already finished smoking. Linger came over, knowing that I couldn't see the contents of the letter, and whispered, I'm sorry, everyone. I'm not ready to return to Qilin yet, and I don't know how to get along in the future. I can only leave without saying goodbye. In the past 10 years, my hands are stained with the blood of countless people, and I have committed many sins. I will embark on a journey of atonement, and solve the mystery in my heart. When I figure it out or find it one day, I will come back to see you, senior brother, Xiao Linger, Xiao Jinglan. In addition, I have thought about it. I don't object to you pursuing He Lanchua, but you must treat me to a glass of wedding wine when the time comes. Lao Wu was rescued from the gates of hell by that organization. For this favor, he did many wrong things. He is no longer worthy of being the Black Blade Qilin, and he doesn't want to embarrass everyone. The favor has been repaid. From now on, he can continue to be Lao Wu, continue to be Lao Jiang's fifth brother, and go to find the secret that troubles us. He is no longer tied to Lao Jiang. It is not easy for Lao Jiang to have a sweetheart in middle age. It is his best blessing that lovers finally get married. Hearing these words, I couldn't help but like this weird Uncle Wu. He was obviously the most pitiful one in this story. He shouted that he didn't forgive Lao Jiang, but he paid for him without regrets. He knew that the most important thing for Lao Jiang was me and He Lanchua, so he went to find the secret alone and encouraged Lao Jiang to pursue his love. This Uncle Wu, in fact, is just like Lao Jiang, hard on the outside but soft on the inside. When we said goodbye to Chief Akuo with our bags on our backs, Chief Akuo and a group of tribesmen wanted to keep us for a while longer. Lao Jiang said that my eyes must be treated as soon as possible, and Chief Akuo said nothing more. He led the tribesmen to escort us down the mountain in a mighty manner, and we took a secret path leading to Yanu Lake, which undoubtedly gave us great convenience. It was just one day's work, and we were completely down the mountain near dusk. We were reluctant to say goodbye to the mountain guards. Although we only spent a short time with them, their sincerity remained deeply in my heart. Before leaving, Chief Akuo suddenly held my face gently, and then painted 3 camouflage lines on my right cheek. They were yellow, cyan and black, and tied a silk scarf on my head. Li Jing'an, thank you for everything you have done for Wawu Mountain. You are the most heroic warrior I have ever seen. From today on, you will also be the eternal benefactor of my ancient E people. We will compile your deeds into the song of the ancient Shu kingdom, and pass it down from generation to generation. The ancient E people will always welcome you to come again. It turned out that this was the most direct way for the ancient E people to express their benefactors. They painted 3 camouflage lines carrying their beliefs on my face, and the hero not tied on my head was the highest honor given to the brave warriors by their ancient E people. Other mountain guards also called out, Yongtu. Yongtu? Yongtu? We will always remember you and remember the names of each of you. A breeze blew across my face, bringing the rustling sound of mulberry leaves, as if the green-robed god was also applauding me. I smiled. Although I lost a pair of eyes, I gained more. We returned to Yanu Lake, and Lao Jiang took down the fish flag hung by the village chief from the tree on the shore. This was our contact signal with the village chief. He promised us that if we came back alive, we would take down the fish flag and he would send someone to pick us up by boat. It was already approaching dusk, and I didn't know if we could see the fishing village opposite. Chapter 351. I don't know how long I waited, but a light spot gradually appeared on the lake and approached us. Gradually, the light spot got closer and closer, and finally turned into a dragon boat. The figure on the dragon boat gradually became clearer, and it was the village chief, who had not been seen for several days. The village chief came with his son Longhua. Yinlinger grabbed my hand and shook it hard at him, waving and describing the situation on the boat to me. The village chief and Longhua shook harder, and soon they came to us. The first thing they said when they saw us was, "Are you really alive?" When I saw the fish flag disappeared, I thought it was blown away by the wind. Fortunately, it was really you. Hey, what's wrong with this little brother's eyes? Longhua suddenly came to me. Yinlinger was going to report it truthfully, but I quickly pinched her. After all, the fewer people know about the things in the tomb, the safer it is. Lao Jiang is a smart man. He told the village chief directly that I was blinded by the other party when I was fighting with Wuxi. That beast, he defiled Qing'er and even hurt the little brother. The village chief was indignant. I raised my lips slightly. A pair of eyes in exchange for his life, it's worth it. You mean? The village chief paused at first, and then asked in disbelief, "You killed him? Really? Did you really kill him?" I nodded and said apologetically, "I promised you that I would use your fishing knife to take revenge, but because the situation was urgent, I killed him in other ways." The village chief did not blame me, but treated me as a lifesaver, and was about to kneel on the spot, but fortunately Lao Jiang and others supported him. Gu Weihan asked him to take us back early to get some food, which would be more practical than any other form. The village chief nodded repeatedly, and then shouted loudly towards Yanu Lake, "Qing'er, did you hear that? That beast is dead, you can rest in peace." After that, the village chief and Longhua helped me get on the boat one after another, just like a benefactor. After returning to the fishing village, the villagers were also surprised by our appearance. After all, they had hardly seen anyone who could come out of Wawu Mountain alive. After that, in order to express their gratitude to us, they entertained us warmly again. However, it was important to hurry on the road. After a night's rest, we said goodbye to each other the next morning. The next stop was Guanghan County, where we ordered a table full of authentic Sichuan cuisine at a famous local restaurant. There were kung pao chicken, spicy rabbit head, twice-cooked pork, etc. Although the people in Wawu Mountain and the fishing village are very hospitable, their diet is either wild fruits and vegetables or grilled fish and bacon. After eating too much, I really miss normal meals. After a hearty meal, Gu Weihan took a few dollars and said that this meal was his. However, just as we were discussing the next return trip, Gu Weihan patted my shoulder and said, "Good idiot, I am leaving too. After returning to Yanjing, you must get your eyes cured, God will bless you." For this purpose, He also wrote a note with the address of West China University. Let Lao Jiang take pictures of the golden mask and the scepter of heaven and send them to him for collection. Although the golden mask was first discovered by his assistant, and he also contributed a lot along the way, he never mentioned that the mask should stay in his hands. He had always assumed that the golden mask and the scepter he finally got belonged to Qilin and Yin country, and his only request was a photo of these two national treasures. I will never forget this thrilling period. Goodbye, dear friends. Go Weihan said goodbye to us in an unprecedented serious tone. During this period of companionship, we have experienced too much. In the face of life and death, we have long become close comrades in arms. Uncle Bearded, I can't bear to leave you. Although Linger had teased Gu Weihan several times, she also showed some reluctance when they were about to part. Gu Weihan smiled and pinched her cheek. Then remember to come to West China University to find me when you have time. I will treat you to the most famous Bailetian hot pot in Sichuan. Great. When it comes to eating, Linger throws all her worries out of the window. After that, Gu Weihan left without looking back. Looking at Gu Weihan's back as he walked down the stairs, Lao Jiang smiled softly. This lovely foreigner. Linger tugged at my sleeves and told me that Gu Weihan, who pretended to be open-minded, had his shoulders shaking constantly when he turned his back on us. That was him crying, but he didn't want us to see his tears parting. Under the setting sun, the tall back waved at us, and the gentle evening breeze only brought one English sentence. So long. Only Linger's voice sounded softly in my ears. Hey, these days, Uncle Beard has turned a few white hairs. After we could no longer see Gu Weihan, we planned to pack our bags and leave. Then we found that before Gu Weihan left, he left a funny pencil drawing on the dining table. The drawing showed the ugly and abstract Lao Jiang, the young and sunny me, and Linger jumping around with a big bamboo basket on her back, while he made a yeah expression with his hands behind us. This was a great friendship between a Life-owned countryman and 3 Yin countrymen. Not only will he never forget it, but I will remember it for the rest of my life too. After returning to Qilin, we often exchanged letters. When we fought Wuxi, I learned a lot of insect knowledge from Gu Weihan, and even secretly read his notes in the middle of the night. This made Gu Weihan mistakenly think that I liked insects very much, and he actually sent me a lot of insect specimens and his own exploration notes. Looking at the funny Gu Weihan's adventure on the cover, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. This guy is really not shy at all. He still likes adventure as always. Every time he goes to a primitive tribe or a mountain, he will write to us to share his experience after returning, asking us where we will go next time to see if there is a chance to meet. He never mentioned that he missed us, but every letter revealed his nostalgia for the adventure we had together. And I always remind him not to travel alone all the time. Be careful of accidents, no one will know. But he has always been stubborn, and once he has made up his mind, no one can change it. I will also teach him some ways to protect himself in the letter. Later, Gu Weihan served as the president of West China University for more than 10 years. When he was about to retire, he returned to Life-owned country. It is said that he did not take anything with him when he left, but locked himself in the principal's office full of specimens, and cried for a whole night. Yes, this carefree old man from Life-owned actually cried without hiding. He spent his life discovering all the unknown plants and animals, the humanities of Sichuan and Shu. As well as his archaeological achievements in Sanxingui, all of them were presented to West China University without reservation. Some people speculated maliciously that Gu Weihan was disguising himself and took important information abroad after studying Sichuan thoroughly. After all, he must go home. But he proved with practical actions that he had 2 homes. His first home was in Life-owned country, and his second home was in Sichuan. But he loved his second home even more than the first one, because he dedicated his whole life to beautiful Sichuan. Many years later, the Sanxingui civilization was officially unearthed, and the mysterious and ancient veil of the ancient Shu kingdom was unveiled to the world. The ancient Shu kingdom has epic-making significance. It not only proves that the 5,000 years started from the Yellow River and the Yangtze River at the same time, but also shows the world the precious openness and diversity of the Yin Kingdom nation, and is known as the 9th wonder of the world. Gu Weihan, who was the first to excavate Sanxingui, is also recognized by the world as the first person to excavate Sanxingui. Of course, this is all later. On the train back to Yanjing, listening to the snoring of Linger next to me, I smiled and took out the notebook I carried with me, and turned it to the 3rd page, fumbling to pick up the pen and write blindly. In 1935, this was my 3rd mission with Qilin, and I brought back 2 national treasures, the Golden Mask and the Tongtian Scepter. In this beautiful land of Sichuan, I saw the mystery of Sanxingui, witnessed the greatness of the ancient Shu kingdom, and was moved by those who silently sacrificed for their beliefs. Where the sun shines, the divine bird will eventually descend. Chapter 352. We successfully arrived at Yanjing Station with the loud whistle of the steam train. Since Lao Jiang had called before, we met with Qilin's people as soon as we left the station. Linger helped me get into a Ford sedan. As soon as I got in, the curtains on both sides were automatically pulled up. In addition, there was another identical sedan following behind, which should be responsible for protecting our safety. As Linger promised, she became my eyes, seeing the world for me who was blind. Go straight back to headquarters. We brought back national treasure-level cultural relics. The sooner the better. Lao Jiang whispered. Got it. After the crossroads, there will be another 3 cars to pick us up. The driver was obviously also an old hand, knowing that the situation was urgent, and didn't say a word. After speeding all the way, several cars stopped in unison. We finally returned to Qilin, but unlike before departure, this time I could no longer use my eyes to measure the black building standing alone in the wilderness. Lao Jiang kept me and Linger, and asked us to go to the cafeteria to eat first, and then he went to report alone. After we came back from the meal, we waited in the lobby for half an hour before he hurriedly came out of the elevator. For those who don't understand the prosperity of the Republic of China, there were elevators at that time, and they were first produced in Tianjin. Linger helped me stand up and asked him what was going on. Lao Jiang told me not to worry. The secret of Huawu Mountain would be silent again, and this time it would be forever, because Qilin would clean up the tail of the ancient Shu kingdom. As for the Golden Mask and the Tongtian Scepter, they were more or less damaged in the battle, and now they have been handed over to the Black Knife Qilin, Jin Biao, who is responsible for repairing cultural relics. I believe that they will be restored to their ancient Shu glory in a short time. The boss's intention is to unconditionally donate them to the Sichuan Provincial Museum after the restoration is completed. This arrangement is very reasonable. The mission of the 2 treasures is to protect the ancient Shu kingdom. Now it is most appropriate to return to Sichuan and look at the beautiful hometown. But who is the golden-eyed Biao? This is the first time I heard this strange name. Little brother, your name is Li Jinglan, right? Nice to meet you. As the disciple of Lao Jiang for who knows how many generations, you are really lucky. The Black Knife Karen, who I have never met, seems to be following Lao Jiang. He extended his hand to me enthusiastically. Lao Jiang was unhappy and retorted, "What's the hard life? With the master here, the disciple will be fine." Haha, a good disciple was fooled by you, and you are still shameless. This golden-eyed Biao didn't seem to be afraid of Lao Jiang at all, and joked about him carelessly. Linger whispered to me that this was a strange old man with a big head and a small body, wearing a golden tanged suit. He had a mouth full of gold teeth, a western lens on his left eye, and a golden fake eye under the lens. He exuded the smell of money. Hearing Linger introducing herself, Jin Biao smiled and clasped his fists. "2 children, just call me Uncle Biao from now on." I don't know why, I feel that Jin Biao is particularly kind to me, so if I am bullied by Lao Jiang in the future, I can just ask him for support. But this is just our first meeting. Is it necessary to be so friendly? Is it because he thinks I am a good seedling, just like Shen Xiaoyu did back then? Or maybe, because he was blind in one eye, and now he saw me who was blind in both eyes. He felt a great psychological balance. Uncle Biao saw that I was reluctant to shake hands with him, so he took my hand and shook it. "It's settled, I will be your uncle from now on." He is so good at building relationships. I don't know why, I always feel that this Black Knife Kirin is not a good guy. Old Jiang asked Golden-eyed Biao not to be so fierce, so as not to scare the children. The 2 of them almost quarreled again, so I quickly changed the subject. "By the way, master, how are Professor Xiang Wenli and the others doing?" Old Jiang was so happy to be called master by me that he answered happily, "Don't worry about them. I don't know if it's a coincidence or God's will. I calculated the time, and it happened to be the day when you eliminated the ghost in the sarcophagus, and the curses that were entangled with them all disappeared. Now the 2 old men are all alive and kicking. Even old Su's kidney deficiency was cured by old Qian. I heard that he showed his prowess last night, and is preparing to have another son." I nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. A man of integrity like Xiang Wenli can only pass on the burning fire to more generations if he is alive. Master has another good news for you." Old Jiang suddenly clapped his hands, and the ticking sound of the telegraph in the entire first-floor hall stopped in an instant, and even the walking Qilin members all stopped. I could even feel them all looking over at me, their eyes fixed on me and Linger. "Brother Jingwan, they are so serious." Linger pulled my sleeve and whispered, The group of people now stood at attention in unison and saluted silently. Lao Zhang's voice came appropriately. In view of Li Jinglan and Yin Linger's outstanding performance in this S-level mission, you are promoted to Jin Lin. Thank you for your sacrifice, and thank you for protecting the great Yin Kingdom. Best regards. I can feel that Lao Jiang glanced deeply at my eyes wrapped in gauze after putting the badge on me. At the same time, the whole audience burst into thunderous applause, which lasted for a long time. Congratulations to the two new colleagues. The two youngest Jin Lin in the history of Qilin are born. The disciple is better than the master. They sincerely blessed us, which was a sigh from the heart. At this time, my blood was excited. Maybe when I first joined Qilin, I just thought this organization was very mysterious and powerful. Staying here, I can learn a lot from Lao Jiang, until one day I can rescue my parents trapped in Lei Town. But later I found out that everything in Lei Town was not as simple as I imagined. And in the missions, whether it was Yinshu, Dun Wang, or Sang Xingdui, I saw too many faces, who were willing to die for this nation and the land of Yin State. Gradually, I was assimilated and became one of them. And now I am Jin Lin, which means that everyone recognizes me from the heart. It's great to be a hero. Lao Jiang came over and patted my shoulder. He whispered to me, Banban has been dug out of the soil by Lao Qian. He has woken up now. I will take you to see him later. I believe you have a lot to say. Don't worry, Lao Qian will definitely cure your eyes. In the past, Lao Jiang had no bottom line in cheating his apprentices, but now, in order to make me happy, he told me one good news after another. I also nodded to him from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, Master. Chapter 353. Next, we went to the dormitory where Lao Qian lived. Yinlinga helped me walk forward. Just as she stretched out her fingers and counted the room numbers in a daze, I pointed directly to the front. Go forward, the third room on the right. Yinlinger was surprised and asked me how I knew. Brother Jinglan, are your eyes better? This question was asked. Even if my eyes were better, I couldn't see the things outside with layers of bandages wrapped around them. I pointed to my nose and reminded him. Lao Qian is boiling Chinese medicine. Yinlinger realized it later and said, oh, fanning her nose and said, yes, there is a faint smell of Chinese medicine. Brother Jinglan, your nose is even more sensitive than a dog's nose. I laughed and scolded her. How can you praise me like this? But to be honest, since I became blind, my hearing and sense of smell have improved by leaps and bounds. Maybe this is what Gu Weihan always said. When God closes a door for you, he will open a window for you. Although I can't reach the superb ability of Lao Jiang to identify the location by sound, I don't need Yinlinger to help me walk. But she still insisted on supporting me to walk, for fear that I would fall and bump into something. Woo! As I was talking, a long wolf howl suddenly sounded in my ears, followed by the sound of a gust of wind. Master! Master! Banban's voice sounded in my ears instantly, and at the same time, a furry head arched in my neck and rubbed it. Banban, are you okay? I hugged him happily, gestured, and asked him how he was doing now. Banban stammered and shook his head, not. Well, not at all. Just when I was worried that Banban was isolated without me, Banban's stumbling voice came again. It's not good to not see the master. This sentence made my nose sour. This stupid zombie really regarded me as the master. At this time, Lao Qian also poked out his gray head. Hey, big Zongzi, why do you come and go like a gust of wind? When I turned around, you disappeared. Originally, Lao Qian wanted to call Banban back, but Lao Jiang shouted as soon as he saw him. Lao Qian, long time no see, come back to life. I knew that seeing you would never be good. Lao Qian muttered angrily, but still led us into the house. Banban has been sticking to me, making a low hum from time to time. I know he misses me, and can't bear to be separated from me for a moment. He also asked me what happened to my eyes in his unskilled Chinese. I said I was slightly injured, which immediately made Banban more anxious. He made me swear that I must take him with me next time I go out, and I must not get hurt. If there is a fire, I will put it out. If there is water, I will block it. If there is an enemy, I will kill it. Only you can't hurt me. He spoke almost word by word, although it was not fluent, but this most simple and honest sentence was the most touching. Okay, you two have one corpse, so don't play the master-servant relationship. The most urgent thing is to let Lao Qian help you check your eyes. Lao Jiang couldn't help it anymore, and used the move of flying ape to separate us. Banban almost used his claws to fight him, but fortunately Yinlinger stopped him. After I and Yinlinger explained, Banban reluctantly lowered his head and lay down less than a foot away from me, staring at me. He was afraid that I would disappear again in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Lao Jiang and Linger sighed at the same time. Lao Qian was used to it, saying that after Ban woke up, he would ask him 10,000 times every day, "Where is my master?" He was used to it a long time ago. Lao Qian carefully untied the gauze on my eyes, then turned over my black eyelids, turned on the flashlight, and carefully checked the condition of my two pupils. After a long while, he didn't say anything. This short silence scared several of us, for fear that my eyes would be permanently blind. Lao Jiang couldn't help swallowing his water, and asked carefully, "Lao Qian, there should be a cure, right? You are a medical expert. There is no difficult disease in the world that you can't solve. I know you must have a way, right?" Lao Jiang rarely complimented Lao Qian. At the end, his tone even had a hint of pleading. Lao Qian turned off the flashlight and asked Linger to help me put on a new gauze. Lao Jiang was worried that Linger would not be gentle, so he hurriedly said, I do it. Lao Jiang helped me wrap the gauze carefully like a woman, and at the same time asked Lao Qian about the situation, "At least give me a message." Lao Qian ignored him, but took a piece of paper and wrote something quickly. When he stopped writing, the gauze on my eyes was also wrapped. Lao Qian handed the paper over, and Lao Jiang read it out. 3 boxes of Qingji sesame candy, Huizhou dragon beard cake, Beijing-style almond cake. As he read it out, Lao Jiang became suspicious. "Lao Qian, this is not right. Can these things cure eyes?" Old Qian cracked melon seeds and said, "Who said this is a prescription for curing eyes? I asked you to buy it for me." Old Jiang didn't waste any words. He immediately pulled out the black knife and put it on his neck like lightning. "Are you tired of living?" Old Qian stopped cracking melon seeds and said, "Don't worry. I have all kinds of medicine. Do I need to prescribe a prescription? When the time comes, you can bring Li Jing on here in the morning, noon and evening. I will make medicine for him to drink. His eyes also need to change the medicine every day. Your apprentice's eyes were blinded by strong light. The cornea is good and can be cured, but it will take some effort." Old Jiang put the black knife back and asked him with a smile if he needed to buy anything else. In other words, what else can we do besides taking medicine? Nothing is needed. You can soak chrysanthemum, cassia seed, wolfberry, and so on in water. These are good for clearing liver and improving eyesight. As he spoke, Lao Qian sighed and said, "Hey, I be struck by lightning if you persuade people to learn medicine. It's really not easy to be a doctor. I just sent away 2 lunatics, dug out a zombie, and sent a blind man today. I don't have time to play mahjong. I don't know when Shen Xiaoyu will come back. He won $100 from me last time, and I want to win it back." Anyway, with Lao Qian's words, the stone hanging in my heart fell to the ground. The next is my ordinary recuperation period. Linger was also banned by Qilin because she had used the golden silkworm goo forcibly many times, which had damaged her roots. It was Lao Qian who saw something strange and insisted on taking Linger's pulse. Only then did he find that her liver and spleen were damaged to varying degrees. After listening to Lao Qian's words, I realized that Linger was just pretending to be fine all the way, just to avoid me worrying. Alas, this girl. Chapter 354. Because Lao Jiang has more important things to do, it is only me and Linger who can keep each other warm. Ban can't leave me. Wherever I go, he follows me. He has become my little tail. I basically stay in Qilin's archives every day, let Linger read to me, and Ban sits upright beside me. I don't know if he, a Shang Dynasty zombie, can understand. In fact, after returning from Wawu Mountain, I have been lingering in my mind for a few big mysteries. What is the Tontian God tree that appeared in the Kansong murals at that time? Also, is the 3-eyed monster I saw really my ancestor Wen Tao? He is not dead? Why did he remind me that I can eliminate witches with a mirror? How did he know? I even think that we suspected that there was a 4th mysterious force in addition to Qilin, that organization, and the Black Meow that had a hand in Sang Xingdui. That mysterious force is very likely Wen Tao, including the golden mask, which he left to me. But why did he do this? I had a hunch. All the secrets, even the curse on me, were closely related to the 4 words that Lao Jiang said, Jedi Tiantong. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but recite these 4 words to myself. At this moment, Lao Xia, who was listening to Wame opera on the radio and taking a nap in the archives room, suddenly raised his head in a daze. "Li Jinglan, what are you mumbling about?" I suddenly had an idea. Since I couldn't find what I wanted in the archives room, why didn't I just ask Lao Xia? He has been in charge of the archives for decades, so he probably knows which secret is on which page. So I got straight to the point. "Old Xia, Have you heard of the Jedi Tiantong? Old Xiao's answer surprised me, and at the same time I was excited. He naturally turned off the radio. Of course I know. After my questioning, I realized that the so-called Jedi Tiantong was a huge game between humans and gods in ancient times. Old Xia told us, the king who dominated the land of Yin State at that time was called Xuanxu. He was the grandson of Emperor Xianyuan Huangdi. He also launched several wars, and completely unified several major tribes. At that time, theocracy was supreme. Not only did the common people in every household believe in God, but even Xuanxu, the king of men, had to obey God's orders. And every time God gave an order, he relied on a sacred tree that led to the sky. People can communicate with God with the help of the sacred tree, but the demons on the sacred tree will also come down at a certain time every year to eat people, suck blood, and seize offerings. This time period is called a great disaster. The people of the tribe suffered from the cruelty of the demons, so they prayed to God to eliminate the demons. The gods believed that birth, aging, illness and death were the fate of mankind, and the demons on the other side of the sacred tree could not be controlled by themselves. But ordinary people can't beat the demons at all, so they can only wait for death. However, the gods who were high above watched all this, and even had the nerve to accept the tribute of grains offered to them by the people with their blood and sweat. Heaven and earth are unkind and treat all things as straw dogs. The king of men, Xuanxu, was angry. He felt that the people of Yin were supreme. They could have faith, but if the gods they believed in abandoned them, they no longer needed gods. So, Emperor Xuanxu launched a movement that shocked the world. First, he cut down the sacred tree that allowed people to communicate with gods. Although he could no longer communicate with gods, the demons could no longer harm the world through the sacred tree. Next, he began to form an alliance with the brave warriors from all over Yin State, and work together to completely kill the demons that were breeding in various places. He also taught the people to use the calendar, understand the weather, and bless themselves with good weather and good harvests. From then on, there was no communication between people and gods, and the demons were gone forever. Emperor Xuanxu was the first person in the history of Yin State to consolidate the imperial power, and the movement he initiated is what you asked me about just now, Jedi Tiantong. After saying that, Old Xia added, by the way, it is worth mentioning that beautiful myths such as Niwa mending the sky and Gong Gong hitting Buzhou Mountain with his head all happened before the Jedi Tiantong. After the Jedi Tiantong, Yin State no longer is myths. Old Xia's words made my entire back sweat, because his words contained so much information. It turns out that the giant tree that reaches the sky in the murals of the ancient Shu kingdom really exists, and the so-called Jedi Tiantong is to cut off the sacred tree that connects humans and gods. Then the question is, how did Cansong know about the sacred tree that leads to the sky? How did he communicate with the sacred tree? Who is he? Also, what does the Jedi Tiantong have to do with me? A wave of coldness rushed from the soles of my feet straight to my head, and suddenly I remembered Water's motive for coming to Yin State. Thinking back to the time when he lost so much financial and material resources in Dunhuang and sacrificed hundreds of his subordinates, in the end, he didn't even bother to look at the treasures in the pagoda. Even for the colorful colored glazed relic of Monk Lu, he didn't covet it too much. He seemed to just want to complete the mission of the Tulip family, find a secret, find the group of people in this world who are different from us. When he learned that Monk Lu was one of that group, he left with a smile. Finally, I vaguely heard that Niwa Xiaoxiao and Monk Lu all came from a place called Circle. So did Cansong also come out of that circle? As I was thinking, suddenly, a more terrifying idea came into my mind. I shuddered, subconsciously grabbed Old Xia's hand, and asked solemnly, then do you know what circle is? Old Xia obviously knew, because I heard his breathing stop, and his tone of answering me was even a little panicked. I don't know. Old Xia shook off my hand and stood up. I'm so sleepy, I'm going to sleep. I throw you the key to the archives. Then, he left as if he was escaping. Brother Jingwan, there is something wrong with Old Xia. Sure enough, Linger saw it immediately. Ban Ban also nodded vigorously, as if agreeing with Linger's words. I smiled slightly, touched her head by feeling and said, anyway, I have already got the answer I want. Let's not embarrass him. He has no right to tell me secrets of this level. I believe that someone will answer it for me in the near future. Linger was even more curious. Someone will answer it. Who? I didn't answer, but stretched out an index finger of my right hand and pointed to the top of my head. That was the location of the 4th floor of Qilin, and also the location of the boss of Qilin. At this time, Ban Ban whimpered unhappily and put his head in my palm. It turned out that he was jealous of Linger and was annoyed that I touched Linger just now and didn't touch him. Okay, touch both. I smiled helplessly. Chapter 355. That afternoon, I stayed in the dormitory thinking about the Jedi Tiantong, because Banban always stuck to me and whimpered from time to time, which made me unable to concentrate. I had to send him to Linger and let Linger take care of him for me. But just as I sent Banban out the door, a familiar footstep came from the corridor, and the footstep seemed to be directed at me. Master? Are you back? When the man came closer, I crossed my arms and leaned on the door. Lao Jiang laughed dryly. You are worthy of being my apprentice. Your hearing has improved so quickly that you can actually hear my footsteps. Sure enough, every time he praised me, he had to praise himself first, which really fits Lao Jiang's shameless character. I didn't waste time talking to him and asked him to speak directly. Is there anything he wants to talk to me about? After all, this guy never comes to the temple for no reason. Lao Jiang waved his hands and sighed. How can you think so of Master? Master is so disappointing. Come on, you and I don't know each other well, you are pretending to be a garlic. I snorted coldly. Lao Jiang kept complaining, Disciple, you really wronged me this time. I came here to teach you some moves, so that you can at least have the fighting power of Jin Lin. What? The sun is rising from the west. I pretended to stretch my neck to see. Although I was blind, I was not so easy to fool. Lao Jiang was very sure that he really wanted to teach me a few moves. I was even more surprised, and kept saying, I pestered you for so long before, but you didn't teach me. Now I'm blind, what can you teach me? You are here to make trouble for me, right? Is there a master like you in the world? Lao Jiang seemed to smile. He patted my shoulder and said, Didn't you think my sword technique of knife fighting in 8 directions was very powerful, and always wanted to learn it? This time I will teach it to you. Before I could start to argue, Lao Jiang took the initiative to add, You are in the most suitable state to learn this move. I asked Lao Jiang why. Lao Jiang asked me back, Your hearing ability has obviously improved now, right? Your perception of the surroundings is also much stronger than before. I nodded, indicating that it was right. Lao Jiang continued to explain, Your natural capital is better than others, but it's a pity that you read too much and learn too much before, wasting the talent given to you by God. But when your brain finds that you have lost your vision, it will control all the potential to your hearing and smell. You can keenly perceive the little changes around you. This is the best time to learn night fighting. You should know that when you use this move, you should close your eyes and let your ears fully integrate into the darkness to perceive the outside world. When you can judge where a fallen leaf will fall when the wind blows it, the knife in your hand can kill all the invading enemies. It sounds like it's very powerful. When Lao Jiang used this move in the Dunhuang Desert, he did cover his eyes in advance. Do you still think that the master has bad intentions? Lao Jiang deliberately laughed evilly in my ear twice. I quickly complimented him. Good master, a very, very good master, let's get started. Lao Jiang didn't make things difficult for me, and immediately took me downstairs and began to teach me the secrets of knife fighting 8 directions. Seeing is false, hearing is clear. Usually we rely too much on our eyes, and the enemy will take advantage of this. Many times, our eyes see the enemy's fake moves, but in fact the opponent is going to attack other vital parts of you. But she will not lie. When you attack, there will be murderous aura, violent aura, knife aura, sword aura. You can sense where this aura is rushing to, and that is the opponent's real attack point. As long as you practice this move, it will beat all other moves. Even in the dark, you can still defeat the enemy with one move. Lao Jiang told me the definition of night battle in all directions while picking up a branch to demonstrate in actual combat. It's called a demonstration, but in fact I was basically in a passive state of being beaten. Every time he attacked, he didn't give me time to think, and he directly chopped or stabbed me. I could only passively defend with the Zhanshin in my hand. After an hour, I was almost beaten to pieces by the branch. You are not teaching me, you are just looking for an excuse to beat me. I dodged and protested. Lao Jiang did not stop, and said with a smile, When I, your master, learned this move, your master's father also beat my buttocks. As the saying goes, if you want to be a top master, you must be able to withstand beatings. You are just a beginner. I was really beaten so hard that my back, arms, buttocks, and body were all aching. But Lao Jiang continued. However, after each move, he would tell me what kind of swordsmanship it was. For example, splitting Huashan with force. For example, Jin Long stretching out his claws. For example, Jin Shi coming out of the cave. For example, knee guard knife lifting, step down knife hiding, turn around knife slashing, kick stabbing, etc. I could only dodge desperately, but later, I don't know if my body really didn't want to be hit, or Lao Jiang was letting me off. I could actually gradually sense where his energy was rushing, and I subconsciously blocked it with my right hand holding the dagger. This time, I really defended against Lao Jiang's sharp knife skills. Lao Jiang's speed also increased, and my defensive ability gradually improved. After a day like this, I could actually perfectly dodge Lao Jiang's attacks, and even fought him 1 or 2 moves. On the second day, I could counterattack Lao Jiang with clever strength in addition to defending. On the third day, Lao Jiang started to let me chop fallen leaves. When I swung the god-slaying skill, I could even accurately cut a falling leaf in half from the middle. On the fourth day, Lao Jiang actually took a basket and threw dozens of fallen leaves in my direction, asking me to pierce them all with Zhanshin before all the fallen leaves fell to the ground. Of course, this is impossible to accomplish. How can I be as skilled as Lao Jiang? When I was in a hurry and used my fastest speed to pierce them like a storm, I thought I had no chance, but Lao Jiang announced that I could barely pass the exam. It turned out that I could pierce more than 20 leaves out of 40. He told me not to slack off in the future, and to practice piercing fallen leaves every day until my eyes can see again. At that time, I need to continue to practice with my eyes blindfolded to ensure muscle memory. Muscle memory is the killer when facing the enemy. After that, he also taught me some other skills to fight the enemy in battle. Although there are only 7 or 8 tricks in total, Lao Jiang said that I am not good at attacking now, but I am good at self-protection. I can completely deal with ordinary martial arts masters. I asked, what if the one I meet is not ordinary? Chapter 356. Lao Jiang only replied me 4 words. May the best come to you. Of course, it can also be replaced with other words. Running away is the best policy, and getting away is the best. But this is just a joke. I am already very satisfied with the great progress I have made in just a few days. The only thing that worries me now is, what should I do with the god-slaying? This thing sometimes works, and sometimes doesn't. When it releases its power, it can emit purple light, and when it doesn't release its power, it is just a broken iron lump. I can't use it well at all. I hesitated whether to go to the armory to pick a handy weapon. Don't wait until the time comes when I really use the night battle A directions and want to stab the enemy, but this thing suddenly fails. I thought I was swinging a sharp blade, but it turned out to be a club. Then my life is over, but unexpectedly, this matter was soon solved. Linger is most worried about my eyes. Although I have adapted to the current state, every time she takes me to Lao Qian to change the medicine, she can't help asking him how many days it will take for me to recover. Lao Qian did not hide it from me. He said that my cornea has basically recovered, but there is still one last step. Linger asked him to come quickly and stop dithering. Lao Qian shook his head. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't do it. This last step requires a top expert to help Li Jinglan open up his hand Shaoyang Sanjiao Meridian and foot Shaoyang Gallbladder Meridian. You can't? What about Uncle Jiang? Linger asked. Lao Qian looked embarrassed. Excuse me, let alone Jiang Donghu, no one in Qilin has been able to complete this step. Linger was about to flip the table with Lao Qian on the spot, and stepped on his mahjong box with one foot in a threatening manner. What did you say at the beginning? You said that Brother Jinglan's eyes could be cured, and now you are asking for trouble again. I don't care, you must cure Brother Jinglan today, otherwise I will smash all your mahjong cards, overturn your medicine cabinet, and fill your house with centipedes and poisonous insects. I hurried forward and pulled Linger, saying that I am fine now. What's more, it was my own choice at the beginning. I was lucky to be able to save my life. How can I take all the good things alone? Linger, forget it, Uncle Qian has tried his best. As I pulled Linger to sit down, I said, if it can't be cured, it can't be cured. I won't be hit. What I didn't tell Linger was that during this period of blindness, I felt that my third eye seemed to be open, and even at night, I could see some shadowy outlines in the room. Even the three-eyed Li Jinglan, whom I hadn't seen for a long time, appeared in my dream again. My intuition told me that the eye that was supposed to grow only at the age of 40 was sprouting a little bit earlier. Can't it be cured? Who said it can't be cured? Aren't I here? Suddenly, a sweet voice broke the noise here, and a very light footsteps came in. As soon as she saw the person coming, Linger stood up immediately and shouted in admiration, Long-legged sister is here. Long-legged red skirt ponytail, could it be Niwa Xiao Xiao? The person who came was actually Niwa Xiao Xiao. Lao Jiang followed behind. Lao Jiang said confidently, Lao Qian, this god should be able to open up those 2 meridians if he does it himself, right? Of course. Lao Qian panicked, and went to find a chair for Nuwa Xiaoxiao to sit on. He reminded me in a low voice, "Why don't you kneel down to the god of Qilin and thank her for her help?" "Kneel? We are all so familiar with each other, there is no need to do this, right?" Nuwa Xiaoxiao didn't say anything nonsense, and came directly to me. She pressed her 2 hands on my Yingxiang acupoint, and then scraped towards the top of my head. When she finally came to the position of my eyes, her slender fingers suddenly knocked, as if knocking on the door. Boom! I only felt a strong force pouring in along her fingertips. The power was extremely hot, as if it represented the most domineering aura in the world. My whole head was also hit hard by this force, and I couldn't help but close my eyes in pain. But the next second, I opened my eyes uncontrollably, but it was too bright, and the light made me close my eyelids again. Lao Qian quickly reminded, "Boy, don't open your eyes all at once, slowly let your eyes adapt to the current light." I squinted my eyes a little, and after adapting, I opened my eyes little by little, and the whole world instantly became bright and clear. I saw it, I actually saw it. After saying this, I searched for Linger's shadow around me. When I saw the green figure, I smiled. "Linger, I saw you. You are still so cute and so beautiful." Linger blushed with shame, and Lao Jiang also pretended to be angry and snorted, "You forget your master when you have a girl, and you ignore your master for beauty." Of course, I also did not forget to thank Lao Qian and Nuwa Xiaoxiao. Nuwa Xiaoxiao still looked as unfathomable as before. She looked like a lively, innocent and bright girl, but her eyes narrowed, as if she had seen through all the cunning calculations in the world. She was still wearing a pink dress, her 2 slender legs were long and straight, and her skin was as white as ice and snow. I asked Nuwa Xiaoxiao why she came back. Nuwa Xiaoxiao replied me with 2 words, her eyes curved like 2 crescents, "Secret." I asked her how to use the God Slayer. "This dagger is very useful when it works, but it happens that it is more ineffective when it is not working. If it doesn't work, I'd better return it to you. It's a pity to seal it in the armory and eat dust." Unexpectedly, Nuwa Xiaoxiao smiled even deeper, looking at me with her eyes fixed. "You really don't know how to use it?" She said it as if I knew how to use it. I shook my head and said that the God Slayer didn't listen to me. Nuwa Xiaoxiao smiled again, and the meaning of her smile was very deep. Just when I wanted to ask her what she meant, Nuwa Xiaoxiao suddenly touched her nose strangely and answered me, "In fact, it has already recognized you as its new owner, but you just don't know it. Remember, it is not your weapon, but your friend. In the dead of night, listen carefully to its voice. When you can communicate with it, the purple light can cut off all darkness, even the gods in the sky." After saying that, Nuwa Xiaoxiao turned her skirt and planned to leave. I hurriedly chased after her, but... no buts. Nuwa Xiaoxiao suddenly turned her head and glanced at me. "There are only 2 people in the world who can use it. One is you and the other is me. If you throw it back now, John Shen will die." "Die? Can a weapon die?" This Nuwa Xiaoxiao riddle, I am getting more and more confused. Chapter 357. I wanted to ask Lao Jiang what he meant. Lao Jiang hurried to send Nuwa Xiaoxiao off, as if they had something very important to discuss, but when I tried to find out from Lao Jiang, he avoided the question. He only said that Nuwa Xiaoxiao came back to treat my eyes, and there was nothing else. Come back to treat my eyes? Am I that important? That's too much praise for me. To be honest, I don't believe it. After all, besides my eyes, the many secrets of the ancient Shu kingdom are the most important, right? Of course, Lao Jiang didn't want to say it, and no one could pry anything out of him. But a few days later, Lao Jiang became a little strange. He was very impatient, always going out from time to time as if he was waiting for someone, and sometimes he would hurriedly put on his clothes and go out when the weather was even darker. And Lao Jiang was no longer as playful and smiling with me and Linger as usual. He was very irritable and easily angered. Even when he was getting food in the cafeteria, he was splashed with a drop of sauce by the person next to him, which made him explode directly, until one day, Shen Xiaoyu and a few people rushed back to Qilin in a panic. Lao Jiang's emotions completely exploded. I saw with my own eyes that when he learned that Shen Xiaoyu had returned to Qilin, Lao Jiang slammed the door of the dormitory with a black knife. It was as if he was going to kill someone. Linger and I had an ominous premonition and hurried to follow him, but Lao Jiang's speed was too fast. When we caught up, we saw that Lao Jiang was grabbing Shen Xiaoyu's collar with his hand and pushing him against the wall. He roared at the top of his lungs, "Shen Xiaoyu, where did you take my 4th sister? Are you worthy of being a black knife, Qilin?" Every word seemed to flow out from his teeth, and Lao Jiang's anger burst out of his eyes. "Tell me, Are you worthy of being a man? You left a woman in a freezing cold place, and came back by yourself. What kind of person are you? As he spoke, he even put the knife on Shen Xiaoyu's neck. I had never seen Lao Jiang like this before. There was an unwritten rule in Qilin that the knife could not be pointed at a fellow soldier. At this moment, Lao Jiang lost control. I also gradually realized something. Something happened to He Lanxue. Lao Jiang punched Shen Xiaoyu in the face again and again. Shen Xiaoyu did not dodge, and let the bright red nosebleed flow freely on his face. His tone was full of helplessness. Now it's useless for you to chop me up. I also want to find He Lanxue, but we have been looking for her there for 7 days and 7 nights. There is really no way, so we can only ask for help from Qilin headquarters. After he said that, I knew that Shen Xiaoyu and He Lanxue had gone to a place in Tibet to perform an S-level mission before. The goal of this mission was not to bring back national treasures, but to investigate something that had come out of the world. But they were held back by a mysterious force, and there was no progress. Even the few spies they had sent out were all missing, and in the end, only the radios scattered in the snow were found. Until one night, He Lanxue left the camp alone and secretly set off without telling them. When Shen Xiaoyu realized something was wrong, it was too late to chase after her. He only found a mark left by He Lanxue. Hearing this, Lao Jiang let go of Shen Xiaoyu's neck, and Shen Xiaoyu drew the mark with his nosebleed. It was an arrow pointing to a circle. As soon as we saw this mark, Lao Jiang and I immediately understood that this was the code for contact between Qilin, which meant that things had reached a point of utmost urgency, and we had to catch up with this clue, no matter how hard it tried. But I had never seen Lao Jiang and his team leave this code, because this code would not be left unless it was absolutely necessary, which was enough to imagine what they had encountered. The Tibetan area was so large and sparsely populated. Why did He Lanxue go alone to find clues? What did she see in the vast snow and wind at that time? Or what did she discover? So much so that she had to catch up at all costs. Even if she died, she would not let it go. Shen Xiaoyu wiped the blood from his nose casually with the back of his hand, and took something out of the inner pocket of his shirt. It was a wrinkled black and white photo, which he placed close to his body in the safest place. This is the only gain we have on this trip. You can take a look. Shen Xiaoyu's nosebleed came out again, and he directly tore off a piece of clothes to block it. Throughout the whole process, he never blamed Lao Jiang. This made me gradually understand that the relationship between the members of Qilin is very complicated. Although Shen Xiaoyu always wants to snatch apprentices from Lao Jiang, choke him, and tease him. But he knows very well the importance of He Lanxue in Lao Jiang's heart. He can fully understand, and even tolerate Lao Jiang's angry behavior. Sensing my gaze, Shen Xiaoyu showed me a bright smile. I quickly lowered my head and looked at the photo curiously. The photo was taken of a strange statue made of white stone. The reason why it is weird is that it is a naked woman with long hair and lying on the ground. There is no sense of temptation. Instead, 2 sharp fangs are sticking out of her mouth, just like a vampire. What's even more terrifying is that this woman actually has 4 arms, her back is arched, her head is tilted forward, and she looks like she's about to burst out of the statue. Seeing this photo, Linger and I both felt uncomfortable, while Lao Jiang said 4 words, with a strange look on his face. Sakya Ghost Girl. I asked Lao Jiang what a Sakya Ghost Girl is. Lao Jiang didn't say anything, but stared at Shen Xiaoyu with a serious face. Shen Xiaoyu smiled unnaturally, causing Lao Jiang to raise his fist again. Shen Xiaoyu quickly begged for mercy and Kairi explained, "Don't worry, I, Shen Xiaoyu, am not that kind of unreliable person." This time I felt that something was strange, so I came back to report to the boss first, and I didn't ignore He Lanxue. The boss has ordered Ling Yunjian to take dozens of Qilin members to the place where we last contacted, and conduct a carpet search at all costs. I believe it won't be long before He Lanxue will be found, and at the very least, new clues will surface. I have heard of Ling Yunjian's name before. This person is also a Black Knife Qilin, who is best at intelligence assassination, but rarely takes action. Qilin can send him. Obviously the mission difficulty has risen to at least SS. Lao Jiang stared at him hatefully, pointing a finger at Shen Xiaoyu's nose. "You better pray to God every day, praying that the 4th sister is okay, otherwise I won't let you go." After saying that, Lao Jiang made a gesture of going back to me and Linger. Linger looked at me with envy, holding her chin with both hands. "Brother Jinglan, learn from me, and see how much your master loves my master." This is true. Lao Jiang really loves He Lanxue. He Lanxue can make a calm old man go crazy and lose his mind without caring about his image. It can only be that he loves her so much that he has left a mark in his heart. However, with the appearance of that photo, I vaguely feel that this peaceful life will be broken soon. Chapter 358. But at this time, I had never thought that this saga ghost girl whom I had never seen or heard of would actually guide us to that place. And there, the secret I had been exploring was almost revealed. Sure enough, as I expected, our work came again. 2 days later, someone notified us to go to the second-floor conference room urgently, as Qilin had an important meeting. At this time, Yinlinger and I were both hiding in Lao Jiang's dormitory. After hearing that Alangsa might be in trouble, Lao Jiang was restless. He either smoked all night or soaked in wine jars. The 2 dark circles under his eyes could have gone to Sichuan to fight with pandas for bamboo. In order to divert his attention, I could only play go with him. But Yinlinger and I were not Lao Jiang's opponents. Only the companion behind him stood up straight and expressionless for 24 hours, staring at the go board with a pair of sharp eyes, as if warning Lao Jiang not to go too far. Hearing the knock on the door, Lao Jiang didn't even raise his head, and threw the cigarette butt in his hand out. "Don't bother me." Yinlinger also waved her hand and echoed impatiently, "Go away, my master is gone. What mission is there for me?" I was patient enough to open the door, and take a look at the person who came, and found that it was Director Lin. Director Lin had a shiny big back hair, a mysterious smile on the corner of his mouth, and said slowly, "If I don't go and listen, how can I know that you are not interested?" Hearing Director Lin's voice, Lao Jiang raised his head and looked at Director Lin. "What do you mean?" Director Lin's smile deepened by 3 points, and he took out the pen on his chest and wrote 4 words on the door, and then left without waiting for our answer. But when we saw those 4 words, all 3 of us jumped up from our chairs, one more spirited, one more excited, one more blazing. Those 4 words were, "Saga Ghost." We didn't care about anything else, just put on some clothes and rushed to the conference room. But Bam Bam was like a qualified bodyguard, following me everywhere. When he saw me going out, he followed me. I could only explain again and again that he should stay alone in the dormitory for a while, and I would be back soon. Last time you did the same. But you went to the danger alone. I won't be fooled. Ban Ban's eyebrows were like paintings, and he protested in awkward Chinese. There was no time to explain, so I could only give orders directly, asking him to stay where he was and guard this room. Ban Ban really didn't move, but when I stepped out of the door, his cold zombie face actually showed an angry expression, as if he was expressing his dissatisfaction with me. This guy is really becoming more and more like a human. Everyone was present in the conference room, and there were even a few black blade Qilins I had never seen before. On the left was Shen Xiaoyu, bald, golden-eyed, and a middle-aged woman with a full head of thin braids, wearing a red dress, and still charming. On the right was a white-haired man, with a cinnabar mole on his brow, and 2 guys with ordinary looks and no special features, but looking at the sharp sheaths exposed at their waists, they were obviously also black blade Qilins. The main seat in the center was a calm old man in a wheelchair, the leader of the Qilin. He was wearing a spotless Zhongshan suit, with gold threads on his sleeves, and his temples were already gray, but he had a strong aura in his every move, especially his eyes were as sharp as thunder and lightning. "We are late." The meeting seemed to have started for a while. Faced with our rash entry, the leader of Qilin did not care about anything, but continued to speak. Shen Xiaoyu took the initiative to wave to us. There happened to be 3 empty seats there. Yinlinger and I pulled the reluctant Lao Jiang to sit over. As for the others, they all stared at the huge screen without blinking. On the white screen, several photos taken from unknown places were being rotated. The first photo was a tall mountain covered with snow all year round, which was probably several thousand meters high. The second photo was a facial photo of several strange men. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, a total of 7 people, but most of them had a blood-red cross drawn on their faces, which seemed to represent death. Only 1 person was still alive. No, in addition to that person, there was an empty photo frame next to him with a big question mark, which seemed to represent missing. In other words, out of 7 people, 5 were dead, 1 was alive, and the last one was missing. The third photo was a close-up of several precious treasures. The Kirin leader adjusted the slide and enlarged the high-definition photos. I found that the first photo showed a strange cone-shaped bead. The bead was white, but there were many black patterns engraved on it. It looked very old. The other photo was a treasure vase made of gold. A strange woman was engraved on the vase. The woman had 2 legs, for hands, long hair, and was about to rush out of the vase and pounce on everyone present. This pattern is the saga ghost girl we have seen before. The old voice of the Kirin leader slowly sounded, and he seemed to be telling us a story behind these photos. Although this story is extremely bizarre, one day 30 years ago, there was an earthquake in the tomb robbing world. At that time, all the young masters who were well known in the world disappeared overnight. Some of them abandoned their wives and children, some gave up their mountains, and some even stopped being the heirs of their sex, together to complete a mission that cannot be known to outsiders. Among them are the people in the 7 photos we just saw. They are Lin Batian, the Golden Dart Knight, Su Xiaoyao, the Little Meichong, Yi Xuan, the Quick Knife, Zhang Kai, the Corpse-Suppressing Nail, and Mei Zhan, the heir of moving mountains. As for the living person, his name is Shuirongyu. As for the missing person, no one knows his real name, only his name in the underworld has been passed down. It is said that he has a famous skill, 5 fingers to explore the dragon cave. 5 fingers are stronger than steel, and can grab through the tomb door, so the underworld calls him Chao Wuji. Is there no photo of this Chao Wuji? I raised my hand to ask. The leader of Qilin shook his head. In fact, I am also very surprised. For a person who is so well known in the underworld, there should be no one who has seen his appearance. But the intelligence department of Qilin only found out that this Chao Wuji participated in the action 30 years ago, and disappeared in the end. It is really mysterious. Everyone died, only this Shuirongyu survived. He should know something? I asked again. Chapter 359. The leader of Qilin took a photo, and fixed it on the face of a young man, with a majestic demeanor. This man is Shuirongyu. He was supposed to take over the leadership of the sect the next day, but he disappeared strangely. Several other people also disappeared with him. These 7 people were either working together, or fleeing in failure. In short, they all disappeared, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. The sudden disappearance of so many capable people in the underworld caused a lot of speculation in the underworld. Some people said that they were killed by their enemies, and some people said that they joined forces to find a legendary tomb. Since then, there has been no trace of these 7 people. No one knows where they went. It is only said that someone seemed to have seen their traces in the distant Sichuan and Tibet. Until later, people had gradually forgotten about them. But after disappearing for half a year, the 7 people all appeared. Lin Batian, Su Xiaoyao, Yi Xuan, Zhang Kai, Mei Zhan, and Shuirongyu. Except for the one called Chao Wuji, the other 6 people all returned safely. But strangely, they no longer engaged in any business related to tomb robbing. The 6 of them suddenly became the leaders of the upper class. I don't know where they got the money from. Some opened nightclubs, some opened pawnshops, and some even bought important positions in the army for a large price. The matter should have ended here, but not long ago, these people suddenly got sick and died one after another for no apparent reason. I asked the leader of Qilin, what diseases did they have? The leader of Qilin shook his head, and said that the relatives of the deceased claimed that they had heart disease, cancer, etc. But his spies found that the illnesses of these people were not that simple at all. They seemed to have the same strange disease, and this disease was extremely terrible, so terrible that everyone from family members to servants kept it a secret. In short, this is likely to be a disease that will cause social panic and cannot be made public. In the end, they all died. The only one who survived was Shuirongyu, and his granddaughter also issued a sky-high reward at this time. The reward for the reward was exactly the 2 treasures in the photo the leader of the Qilin introduced to us. The first one is the 9-eyed Z bead. There is no other one in the world at present. I didn't notice it at first, but after the leader of the Qilin said this, I found that the black and white bead did seem to have the shape of several eyes, which was very exotic. I quietly asked Lao Jiang, is this thing really so precious? It's so rare that it's the best in the world. Lao Jiang whispered, what do you know? Z beads are Tibetan totem stones. First, you need to pick up meteorites that fall from the sky and polish them, then soak them in the juice of white coconut bean flowers, and then be blessed by the Lama for life. After the Lama is cremated, all the utensils on his body turn into ashes, and only this bead is left. It is not melted by high temperatures, and it is not invaded by water or fire. Only then can it be considered a Z bead. Z beads have 1 eye, 2 eyes, 3 eyes, and up to 9 eyes. Generally speaking, if you can get 1 or 2 eyes, you are lucky. The 9-eyed Z bead is called the king of Z beads. It brings together 9 merits, and represents the power of the world, and the compassion of saving all living beings. According to legend, when Princess Wucheng married Sonsen Gampo, the dowry she brought was a 9-eyed Z bead, which made Sonsen Gampo ecstatic. In short, Z beads are a kind of treasure, and the 9-eyed Z beads are the supreme treasure that is hard to come by. The second item is the 7-treasure golden bottle. It has at least 1,000 years of history, and is also rare in the world. The leader of the Qilin said. Even if some layman cannot see the preciousness of the 9-eyed Z beads, such a golden bottle made of pure gold will make people greedy. But what we care about is the pattern on the bottle. This time, before I could start, Lao Jiang stood up and asked, Boss, what is the origin of this golden bottle? Why is there a saga ghost girl engraved on it? Why was the long-haired woman with 4 arms engraved on the golden bottle? Where is her original body? And what is her relationship with Helan Shue's disappearance? The Kirin leader waved his hand, indicating that these 2 treasures were rewards issued by Shui Rongya's granddaughter. I'm afraid only the girl herself knows where they came from. But the only thing that is certain is that neither the 9-eyed sky beads nor the golden bottle engraved with the saga ghost are products of the Central Plains. It is very likely that Shui Rongya brought them back from there. And there is a snow-capped mountain in that place that never melts all year round. The reason why Shui Rongya's granddaughter Shui Jingxiang issued this tempting reward order is to recruit the top masters in the world to fulfill her grandfather's wish and explore the snow-capped mountains again. In short, this is all the information that Kirin's spies can get at present. If you want to know more, there is only one way. Go to Shanghai and find the owner of the bounty order. Without waiting for the leader of Qilin to speak, Lao Jiang volunteered. I go. I followed behind and raised my hand to show that I wanted to go too. Linger also wanted to go. After all, this thing was related to Helan Shue's life and death. She hadn't seen her master for a long time and missed him very much. However, Lao Jiang agreed to my request, but rejected Linger's. Even the leader of Qilin asked Linger to stay at the headquarters to continue recuperating. After all, she was seriously injured by her life-defining coup in the Battle of Huawu Mountain, and even her body, which was immune to all poisons, was severely damaged. If there was another accident, he would not be able to explain to Bai Miao. Humph! Bullying. Linger crossed her waist. Lao Jiang forced out a father-in-law smile and comforted. This time we are going to the snow mountain, but it is more than 10 degrees below zero. Even if your goo worm is not frozen to death, it will have to hibernate and basically can't help. It's better to take good care of your body and wait for the next time to kill people. But Linger bit her pink lips pitifully. Lao Jiang touched her head. No buts, I swear I will bring my 4th sister back alive, don't worry. Linger looked at me again, hoping that I would say something for her, but this time I chose to stand on Lao Jiang's side. Linger, be obedient. You are really not suitable for missions now. What if we finally rescue your master, but you get lost again? What should we do? Linger snorted, pointed her finger fiercely. Brother Jinglan, you actually mock me as a burden, big bad guy, I won't pay attention to you. After scolding, Linger rushed out of the conference room. I looked at the leader of the Qilin with mixed emotions, fearing that he would be furious. After all, this was a high-level meeting. Linger was so noisy that she simply ignored the black knife Qilin sitting there. Unexpectedly, the leader of the Qilin didn't mean to care at all, but looked at everyone with a gentle smile on his lips and said, Then this mission will be handed over to Jiang Donghu and his apprentice. Do you have any objections? Chapter 360. Add me. Shen Xiaoyu stood up at this time. I know he feels guilty, and wants to make up for it as much as possible. But the leader of Qilin shook his head. You have other things to do. If Lin Jianjian finds new clues, you need to rush to support as soon as possible. In this way, the mission to Shanghai this time is undoubtedly mine and Lao Jiang's. On the way back, I asked Lao Jiang if it was just the 2 of us. Okay, I always feel that the snowy mountain must be a den of dragons and tigers. Lao Jiang naturally took out a Hardman cigarette. Big Zongzi can't do without you, right? Take him this time, he can be as fierce as 100 of you. Are you my master? Don't be so mean. I was so angry that I snatched the cigarette from his mouth, but he didn't say anything back. It seems that the haze of these days has finally been swept away. I wanted to coax Linger, but Lao Jiang told me to leave it to him, so that I wouldn't have to cry when facing my sweetheart. I couldn't help but decide to take her with me. Now the only thing you need to consider is what identity to accept the sky-high reward. We can't tell the whole world that we are from Qilin, right? Lao Jiang pointed to his head. His words woke me up. I really had to disguise myself for this mission, at least to deceive Shui Jingxiang. My brain was thinking quickly, and suddenly a light flashed, and I thought of the Zhou Sha order that I had always treasured. I couldn't help but look at Lao Jiang excitedly. Aren't Yaya and the others in Shanghai? This time we will go to meet old friends. Lao Jiang was such a smart man that he understood immediately after hearing what I said. You mean to take the list as a monk? That's right. When the time comes, we can borrow an authentic monk disciple from Yaya. Even if Shui Jingxiang has mastered the fire eyes of Sun Wukong, How can she tell whether I am a man or a woman? I smiled, and I was already confident. Lao Jiang gave me a thumbs up and praised me. You are a teachable child. After making up our minds, we thought that there was no time to lose and decided to set off the next day. That night, I started to pack my bags. Dahu seemed to sense that I was leaving and stopped at the door, growling in a low voice, and even knocked over my water cup several times. On the contrary, Ban Ban's eyebrows were full of happiness. Because this time he could follow me, and Dahu had to stay at home. I asked him to change into the custom-made white Zhongshan suit, which highlighted his figure. With his high nose bridge, beautiful lips, and dark and cold eyes, he exuded heroism and wildness, just like a person walking out of a painting. The more I looked at him, the more satisfied I was. It would be great to bring such a bodyguard out. I was thinking about what else to prepare for him, but at this moment, he suddenly took out the bronze tripod for stewing meat, and put it on the ground with a bang. You can't bring this thing. And when you go out with me, you must make 3 rules. Eat with chopsticks, not with your hands. Walk on 2 legs, don't jump on people. Try to talk less, so that people don't know you are a big dumpling. I corrected Ban Ban's bad habits one by one, just like a father. Ban Ban was so depressed that he said, "Oh." Seeing his pitiful appearance, I had to quietly put the bronze tripod into the package. Seeing that I was going to help him carry it, Ban Ban's dull eyes immediately glowed. It's agreed in advance that I can bring this thing to you, but you must not use it to cook meat in front of others, otherwise it will be too weird. Also, this trip is to show you the world and to exercise your social skills. Talk less and do less. Without my orders, you are just a piece of wood. Ban Ban kept nodding, and I don't know if he understood. I touched his head and reminded him to howl less in front of outsiders in the future. However, there was a knock on the door outside. I was about to get up, but the knock stopped again. Knocked on the wrong door? Ban Ban arched his body alertly, and his eyes showed a hint of murderous intent. I quickly told him that it was okay, and then opened the door to check, but found a figure sneaking out of the corridor. I couldn't help but shout, "Stop!" As a result, with the hazy moonlight outside the window, I found that the person was Linger. Linger turned around and glared at me angrily. "You've grown up, but you didn't take me with you and you're mean to me. You're just like Uncle Jiang, both are bad guys." She scolded me while pouting, tears of grievance filled her eyes. This little look made my heart ache, and I quickly ran over to comfort her. The tears on Linger's face were like beads that had broken off the string, one after another. "Master is missing, and you don't want me, woo-woo. I want to go back to Miaojiang. I want to find my mother." "It's not that I don't want you. Don't you know your own body? Old Qian has banned you, asking you not to use the poisonous insects within this month, and I don't know your temper. If you follow him this time, you will have to fight to the death to save us. Be good, Linger, just wait here for us to go home." I tried my best to stop the little ancestor's tears by coaxing and assuring her. Linger obviously stopped crying, and I sent her back to her room. But when she was about to leave, she turned around and threw herself into my arms, crying again, "Brother Jinglan, I'm not with you this time. You have to take care of yourself. Also, if you meet a prettier and gentler girl, you must never talk to them, not even hello." Linger stammered. I said, "Senior Niwa, Ye is very beautiful. Even if I sew my mouth shut, how can she talk to me?" Hearing this, Linger got anxious on the spot. Yes, I'm the least beautiful and the least gentle. Go find someone else." After saying that, she was so angry that she wanted to close the door. I stopped her with one hand. The hazy moonlight shone on her face. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were full of tears. I moved my mind and kissed her forehead. Linger seemed to be frightened by my sudden action, staring with 2 watery eyes, and didn't know what to do. No matter how beautiful or good others are, they can't compare to you. Linger, in my heart, you are unique. Then, Linger continued to blink her 2 almond eyes, and couldn't speak for a long time. I touched her head, full of tenderness. "Wait for me to come back. I will definitely come back." After several journeys, Lao Jiang and I successfully arrived in Shanghai with Ban Ban. Ban Ban was very curious about all the new things here, the magnificent foreign buildings, the self-driving trams, and the ships with billowing black smoke. But she still followed me closely, concentrating and paying attention to the movements around her at all times. I told Ban Ban not to be so nervous, because her identity was not so special, and no one would assassinate me. But Ban Ban said righteously, "No, this is my duty." Chapter 361. Forget it, let him go. I brought the Zhou Sha order with me this time. Yaya promised me that if I had this Zhou Sha order in my hand, I could give it to any Zhou Shaman Tengri I saw in the future, and the entire Zhou shaman would help me. Lao Jiang and I waited on the second floor of a tea house until dusk, when we saw antique dealers walking towards Mingtang Street one after another. The so-called Mingtang Street is the ghost market in Shanghai, with antique shops and pawn shops along the street, specializing in buying and selling some shady items. One of the shops is Zhou Shaman Tangri. While drinking tea, Lao Jiang said slowly, "Don't worry, wait a little longer. The shop that receives the least goods will be the one that has the most goods." I asked curiously, "Shouldn't it be the one that receives the most goods?" Lao Jiang smiled strangely and said, "Young people are still a little immature. The shaman family is big and powerful. What's the point of collecting ordinary tomb objects? They want to collect big things, and only big things." Sure enough, I soon found that the antique shop in the middle had a problem. Because the dealers who entered the street would first rush to that shop, but basically they would soon come out dejected, and sell the objects that they wanted to sell for a high price to other shops around. For 2 hours, Lao Jiang and I had 3 refills of tea, and that shop only closed 1 order. "Okay, it's them." Lao Jiang took out a silver dollar to pay the bill, and took me straight to the target. When we arrived outside the antique shop, Lao Jiang said straight to the point that he wanted to meet the owner of this shaman Tangri. The 2 waiters ignored him and prepared to close the shop. "Our shop is closed. Sorry, we won't serve you. In addition, we don't know any Zhou shaman. If you dare to talk nonsense again, be careful of being beaten." Ban Man saw that others were so rude to me, and his eyes were already cold. Just when the 2 waiters wanted to get sticks to drive them away, Ban Man moved. I saw that his whole body turned into a white lightning, and with the speed of lightning, he grabbed the other's wrist and twisted it mercilessly. Only 2 clicks were heard, and the 2 people cried and almost fainted in pain. "My hand, my hand." 7 or 8 people rushed out of the hall, all wearing red clothes and short boots, with desert scimitars, obviously disciples of Zhou shaman. They thought that someone came to mess up the place, and they all looked unfriendly. But they were frightened by Ban Ban's murderous aura, and dared not act rashly. I didn't waste time talking to them, and directly showed the token of Zhou shaman. When the hall master at the end of the team saw the Zhou shaman token, he immediately ordered all the disciples to retreat and asked stutteringly, "Dear guests, what do you want?" "I want to see Master Diao." The 5 words were loud and clear. The guy on the ground, while feeling pain, pointed at my nose and cursed, "Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of seeing Master Diao?" As soon as the voice fell, the hall master directly pulled out the knife of the disciple beside him with a cold face, and cut off the guy's twisted arm directly. Puff! A blood arrow shot up into the sky, followed by a heart-wrenching howl. "Seeing Zhou shaman is like seeing Master Diao. You are disrespectful to the head." The hall master angrily scolded the guy who fainted. Then he respectfully clasped his fists, and asked who we were, and where this Zhou Sha order came from. I smiled and told him, "I have a lifelong friendship with Master Diao. This Zhou Sha order was handed to me by him personally, asking me to tell him if I have any questions in the future. If you don't believe me, you can ask Master Diao, or find Sister Peacock, Brother Camel, and Brother Crow. We all know each other." I calmly mentioned the names of the 4 saints of shaman, to increase my credibility. With this genuine golden token, the other party dared not doubt it anymore, and immediately sent a disciple to report it in a hurry. I didn't expect that the person who came to pick us up was Camel. When Camel saw me, he said in a standard loud voice, "You are worthy of being the one who touched the eldest lady's buttocks. This time, you also ruined our family's wedding." After saying that, he didn't forget to give me a big hug enthusiastically. "Please don't mention this. You always accuse me of touching someone's butt, which makes me feel ashamed." Luotua knew that he would not come to the temple for no reason, so he took us to find Yaya. Before leaving, he did not forget to teach the hall master a lesson. "This is our future son-in-law. If you are blind and don't recognize him again, it will be as simple as breaking an arm." "Yes, yes, good son-in-law, good son-in-law." The hall master nodded and bowed, and the faces of the other disciples were more beautiful than each other. Yaya lived in seclusion in an ancient courtyard in Shanghai, with pavilions, towers, small bridges and flowing water, which was indescribably elegant and unique. Although Western architectural styles are popular here, Yaya still misses her life in Yanjing. When we met again, she was still wearing the old human skin mask of Diaoya, with silver hair and a green cane. Her voice was exactly the same as Diaoya's. This made me a little confused. Was she Diaoya or Yaya? When she saw me, Yaya didn't show any excitement at all, but just asked us why we suddenly came to Shanghai. We told her the whole story, and then asked her for 3 sets of shaman's clothes, and borrowed a shaman's elite, preferably someone we knew, who could help us cover up and avoid being exposed in front of outsiders. Shui Jingxiang, haha, I know her. But this is wading in muddy water. Are you sure you want to wade? Yaya in front of me is more mature than her age, and thinks about problems more comprehensively than before. She has almost learned the true teachings of Yaya. Lao Jiang and I looked at each other and said in unison, we must go. Okay, then I will go out myself, take Camel and Peacock with you. It just so happens that Shui Jingxiang has also sent us a letter for Zhou Shaman. I was going to refuse, but now I can just repay you a favor. Shui Jingxiang also sent a letter for Zhou Shaman. This is great, but it is also normal. After all, Zhou Shaman is one of the best in the tomb robbing world. You want to take Brother Camel and Miss Peacock with you. Will there be too many people? And Delia's identity is not suitable. I felt something was wrong, but Yaya replied, who said Delia is going? It's Delia's daughter who is going. But at the funeral in Yanjing, many people knew that you died in the Dunhuang desert. I couldn't help but be surprised and speechless. Yaya smiled slightly, no longer in an old tone, but with bright eyes and white teeth. Delia's daughter is not only Shanghuan Lanwei. Isn't it rumored that Delia has illegitimate sons and daughters all over Shanghai? Does this mean that Yaya wants to follow us in the name of another person? Chapter 362. Before I could ask, Yaya said that she still had to deal with the urgent business of the shaman, and would see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. After that, she asked Luatua to arrange for us to rest. After Luatua arranged accommodation for us, he asked us what we wanted to eat, and he sent someone to invite the best chef. I wanted to take Banban to visit the foreigner street, so I refused. After all, there are not many opportunities to take Banban out, so it's a good opportunity for him to see what Yin State has developed into 1,000 years after the Shan dynasty. I, Lao Jiang and Banban, the three of us feasted on the street. Banban actually liked to eat Shengjianbo, and he ate more than 100 of them, which made the boss's eyes almost fall out. This handsome guy, is he a star from heaven? We also watched a movie in the evening, and continued to eat, drink, and have fun the next day until almost 6 in the afternoon. In the courtyard, Yaya joined us with Peacock and Luatua. The peacock wore a red dress and a blood-red veil. Her graceful figure revealed only a white waist, just like a charming female narcissus. Little brother Jinglan, we meet again. As soon as she greeted me, her eyes fell on Banban. Oh, the handsome boy from last time is here too? I don't know if you're married yet. I've prepared the dowry. There's a box of gold, silver and jewelry. Let's blow out the candles, and count them slowly tonight. The peacock hooked his finger at Banban, wishing he could sell himself right now. Banban hid behind me uncomfortably. I told the peacock to be more reserved. After all, they are of different species, so he shouldn't think about our Banban. After saying that, I looked at Luatua and Yaya. Luatua was still the same as before, with a curved knife hanging from his waist, well-developed muscles, a hunched back, and sallow and dry skin on his face. But Yaya was completely different. Her short hair had become long hair, and she was wearing a red shirt for a monk. In fact, her facial features had not changed much, but I don't know if it was because of her makeup, or her clothes, or her temperament. In short, Yaya in front of me was no longer the cynical female college student, but a calm, measured, shrewd and capable woman. Li Jinglan, let's get to know each other again. My name is Gu Nyanyan. Yaya stretched out her hand to me. Hearing this name, I was slightly stunned. When Yoya was alive, Yaya tried desperately to distance herself from him, and even used her mother's surname. But now she is finally willing to acknowledge Yaya as her father, and took the initiative to use Yaya's surname again. And that word Nyan, if you keep thinking about it, there will be a response. Is it because she is also missing Ya Yi? I held my hand tightly with Yaya and replied, my name is Li Jinglan. Please give me more advice in the future. Okay, everyone is here, let's go. With the loud voice of Camel, we took a car to the Paramount Hotel. The Paramount Hotel is located in the wealthy area of Shanghai, run by a mysterious French owner, and is known as the best hotel in the East. Yaya told me that the Paramount has 3 floors. The first floor is a luxury restaurant, the second floor is a dance floor, and the third floor is a hotel. Ordinary people who want to have a romantic candlelight dinner here are all short of money. But this time Shui Jingxiang actually booked the entire hotel, which shows how wealthy she is. The reception dinner was to start at 7 o'clock, and we arrived at 6:30, which was considered punctual, but the 2 foreign waiters raised their heads arrogantly. Sorry, this place has been booked by Miss Shui. If you want to eat, please go somewhere else. If you want to attend a meeting, please wait until 7 o'clock when it opens. It will be too late if you enter after 7 o'clock. Camel shouted. The two foreigners were indifferent, and still guarded the luxurious glass door. Camel was furious and ready to explode. I quietly pressed his shoulder and said, "Brother Camel, we are here to do business today. Don't make trouble. Just wait for half an hour." So he could only stand in the cold wind, looking extremely embarrassed. Even if Lao Jiang wanted to smoke a cigarette to relieve his boredom, he was stopped by the foreign waiter. "Sorry, sir. Smoking is strictly prohibited here." I was about to persuade Lao Jiang to put out his cigarette, but I saw a fat man in a tuxedo, surrounded by two bodyguards, also wanting to enter the Paramount. He had a cigar in his mouth and glanced at us arrogantly when he passed by. Strangely, when the foreign waiter saw him, he not only didn't ask him to put out his cigarette, but also smiled and opened the door for him. "What's going on? Is this a different treatment?" Lao Jiang and I looked at each other, and the foreign waiter responded as a matter of course. "Mr. Zhang has a distinguished silver card, so he is naturally different from you." Hearing this, Yaya, who had been watching the show behind him, finally sneered. "I was wondering why you disliked us for no reason. It turns out that you dislike our mediocre clothes and lack of invitations. First, I am a Yen countryman and don't like your foreign rules. Second, if it weren't for Miss Shue's invitation, I would never come to this kind of concession in my life. Third, Frank, the boss behind you, thinks that he has established himself in Shanghai and looks down on me for going to Xiamen." The last sentence was pronounced word by Yaya, and it was obvious that she was condemning. While speaking, she threw out an invitation card neither servile nor arrogant. The highest level of invitation, the golden invitation, on it was Xue Jingxiang's most respectful kiss, begging Zhou Xiamen to come and support her. Although Yaya's words were light and fluttery, they overwhelmed the two foreign waiters, who turned pale and dared not breathe. They kept wiping their sweat with handkerchiefs nervously. "Dear guests with golden invitations, please forgive us. We are very sorry." Luotua deliberately asked in a loud voice. "Miss Nian Er is the most beloved daughter of Master Diao. Can we enter this door or not? Can we enter?" When they heard that the other party was actually Master Diao's daughter, the two foreign waiters were terrified. Although Master Diao died in the Dunhuang Desert a long time ago, no one knew the truth. What everyone saw was that Master Diao returned to Shanghai alive and reorganized Zhou Xiamen. Under his superb management, Zhou Xiamen has become a powerful organization that covers the sky with one hand and takes over both the black and white worlds. The foreign waiter opened the door and kept inviting Yaya in. Yaya did not move an inch and said coldly after a while, "If you want to see tomorrow's sun, you can. Now go out and shout at the top of your voice 100 times, 'I look down on you.'" It was obviously a deliberate act of making things difficult, but the two waiters rushed out as if they had been pardoned. They wanted to save their lives more than to lose face. When I left, I asked Yaya if this was too much. Yaya smiled and said, "People like them usually oppress so many Chinese people. We should kill their prestige and let them know how to write the word respect." After entering, I found that the entire Paramount had 3 floors on each side, surrounding the central stand like stars surrounding the moon. Each floor was decorated with red rosewood chairs and Westlake Longjing tea. And on the central stand, the lights were dazzling, and the 2 priceless treasures were already on display. Chapter 363. They are the 9-eyed Z bead and the 7-treasure golden bottle. All of them are covered with glass protective covers, and there are several bodyguards in black suits guarding them. Their waists are bulging, and they are obviously carrying guns. A Western-style staircase connects each floor. The architectural style here is a combination of Chinese and Western styles. Inside, there are lights and wine, and it is full of the extravagance of the upper class. On the railing on the 3rd floor, there is a woman in a green cheongsam leaning against the railing. She is about 20 years old, looks very young, but dresses very maturely. The calves exposed under the slit of the cheongsam are white and plump, especially the mole at the corner of the eye, which makes her look more charming and attractive. Behind the cheongsam woman are densely packed with bodyguards in black suits. And the place where she sits can overlook the mountains and has the best view. She can observe everyone entering the venue. If I'm not mistaken, this person should be Xue Rongya's granddaughter, Xue Jingxiang. In fact, we were not the first to come. A group of people had already sat on the 2nd floor stands, including the fat man in the tuxedo who had entered earlier. The gold ticket holders should sit on the 3rd floor, the silver ticket holders on the 2nd floor, and the ordinary ticket holders on the 1st floor. But what's interesting is that the guys on the 2nd floor are obviously gangsters. Some of them even have the unique earthy smell of tomb robbers, and the unique bloody smell of gangsters, but they deliberately wear gold watches and evening dresses, even though their temperaments don't match at all. This makes me a little confused. Is it that serious? Yaya explained. you don't understand. The Shui family has a deep foundation in Shanghai. Everyone must want to dress better to give Miss Shui a good impression. No wonder the two foreign waiters were so arrogant before. It turns out that they were spoiled by others. I slapped my head. Should we go back and change into a better outfit? Yaya waved her hand lightly. No, the 3 words Zhou Shaman are the best outfit. It seems that Zhou Shaman is thriving under your leadership. I smiled. Yaya didn't say anything, but Luotua interrupted with a loud voice. That's right, if it weren't for our big. Kake pinched Luotua's waist hard, reminding him not to talk nonsense, otherwise he would go back to squat in the small dark room, like last time. Hearing this, Luotua quickly zipped up his mouth manually. At 7 o'clock, the guests on the first floor were finally let in one after another. The second floor was full, and the third floor was the most empty, with only Zhou Shaman and another force watching seats. Because of the pearl curtain, I couldn't see who the other person was for the time being. The green Chongsam woman who looked down at everyone twisted her waist, and walked down the stairs in small, unhurried steps. She also held a fan made of white feathers in her hand, which swayed with her steps. When the meeting officially started, the Chongsam woman took the microphone and introduced herself. Hello everyone, my name is Shui Jingxiang. I am the initiator of this dinner. Thank you all for coming to Paramount. The purpose of this dinner, I believe everyone has already known it. My grandfather went to a place in his 40s. That place made him dream. Now he wants to go there again, before he closes his eyes, to complete the unfinished business of that year. But that place is covered with ice and snow all year round, and it is dangerous and unpredictable. If you are not a person with unique skills, you will die. Of course, there are countless treasures there. It can be said that everything our Shui family has now is thanks to Grandpa. It was he who brought the treasure from that place that allowed us to build a tall building from scratch and have a little face in Shanghai. I can tell you responsibly that the treasure my grandfather brought back was only 1%, 1,000th, or even 1/10,000th of the treasure in that snowy mountain. Hearing this, the first and second floors instantly rang out one after another, and some people even dropped their teacups on the ground. No one doesn't want treasures, and no one doesn't yearn to become the next Shui family. Thank you very much for coming, but in the end, we can only choose a force to escort Grandpa into the mountain. After the matter is done, the treasures taken will be divided equally. If the performance is good, my Shui family can take 30% or even 10%. After all, as long as the old man is happy, it's fine. As soon as the voice fell, there was another gasp. And the rules for winning are also very simple, that is, lighting the lamp to win the list. Everyone, please look at this oil lamp on the dome. Shui Jingxiang pointed. There was a rope hanging at the top of the paramount. On the rope was a swaying dragon head lamp, which was at least 7 or 8 meters above the ground. There were no ladders or props around it to climb up. The so-called lighting the lamp to win the list means that whoever lights the dragon head lamp first will be the winner today. Hearing this, everyone was a little excited and eager to ask Miss Shui when they could start. Miss Shui waved her feather fan and showed a calm smile. She took the microphone and introduced the guests who came tonight. We are honored to invite the Sanjiang gang to come. Although the old Dragon King did not come, the water pirates can be said to be the best. Hearing this, Lao Jiang frowned unconsciously. I didn't expect Lingjiang's people to come. Lao Jiang told me before that the two robbing business in the north and south is divided into 3 branches: water, land, and sand. Water refers to the water robbers. The head of the water robbers is called Lingjiang, known as the 3 Rivers Dragon King. It was he who established the 3 Rivers Gang and traveled all over the world. The top 2 robbers on land are basically in Jilin. And the last branch is the shaman. After hearing Shui Jingxiang's introduction, the 3 people in the curtain opposite nodded. I still couldn't see their appearance clearly. I only knew that the one in the middle was wearing green clothes, and the people on both sides were wearing black clothes. Next, there are the Banshan branch, the northeast 3 crows, and other forces. As the finale of the shaman, Shui Jingxiang has high hopes. She bowed slightly to us, and we also returned the greeting with a fist. Finally, Shui Jingxiang returned to the 3rd floor. She plucked a feather from her fan and threw it down slowly, saying loudly, "Whoever can light the lamp before the feather falls to the ground can set off with my grandfather. Start now." Instantly, everyone in the field rushed to the dragon head lamp like crazy, using all their life skills. Some jumped out of the guardrail, some stepped on their companion's shoulders, and performed the superb light skill of Tianzong. Some did not follow the rules, and deployed the centipede hanging mountain ladder, or even the flying claw hook. This time I didn't let Peacock and Camel help, I just asked them to guard Yaya's safety. As for Ban Ban, he was responsible for solving all the enemies around me. No matter who they were, they would be knocked down. Ban Ban was very obedient. His eyes turned into a piece of frost that would not melt for thousands of years, flashing around me. If anyone obstructed, they would be grabbed by a strong hand and thrown out like a chicken. Chapter 364. Ban Ban did this, grabbing and throwing and grabbing. This trick never fails. In just over 10 seconds, more than a dozen tomb robbers were thrown dizzy by him. Lao Jiang and I had no worries, so we climbed up along the golden and magnificent pillars on both sides, like two flexible dragons. As we climbed, countless hands stretched out, trying to pull us down, but Ban Ban let out a shocking wolf howl and hit us in the air with a bang, 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 and broke our bones. And those tomb robbers, who climbed up along the centipede hanging ladder, were even more tragic. The hard ladder made of black bamboo was directly broken by the hammer, causing them to fall down one by one, and there was wailing everywhere. Ban Ban's strength was really terrifying. His white Zhongshan suit was not stained with a drop of blood, but he had stepped on more than 20 wounded people under his feet. Li Jingwan, light the lamp. With Lao Zhang's roar, I was thrown out by him with all my strength. However, at the moment when I lit the lamp, I found that there was also a figure flying over from the opposite side. She appeared on the roof like a flexible gecko. I lit the dragon head lamp with that person at the same time, and the bright flames reflected and illuminated my face and the face of the person opposite. "It's you? It's you?" Looking at each other at close range, I found that the other party was Ming Yue, and this time she was no longer dressed as an old woman, but restored her young and beautiful appearance, wearing a thin gauze green shirt and bright starry eyes. Let us congratulate Zhou Shaman and Sanjiang Gang for becoming the winners at the same time. After hearing this, Ming Yue and I looked at each other, and Ming Yue asked first, "Smelly boy, how did you get into Zhou Shaman?" "I was just wondering why you were in the Sanjiang Gang," I answered. "You?" Minjiwai's eyes were full of fire. We landed tacitly, because we each had our own handles, and neither dared to expose the other's true identity rashly. Dressed in a green cheongsam, Xue Jingxiang came over with her curvy figure. "It seems that today's winner has been chosen. It's worthy of being Zhou Shaman and Sanjiang Gang. There are indeed many talents." As soon as I landed, Ban Ban immediately protected me with a stern face, and his flowing long hair faintly revealed his wild and handsome features. Minjiwai, who wanted to eat me, suddenly opened his mouth as if he saw a god. "Hey, wipe the water," I kindly reminded Minjiwai. Minjiwai wiped the corner of her mouth. After realizing that I had tricked her, she wanted to get angry, but she controlled her temper and asked softly, "Hey, Stinky. Li Jinglan, who is the young man behind you?" "Oh," I looked at Minjiwai and then at Ban Ban. No wonder this gossipy woman who wanted to kill me at the slightest disagreement was so polite to me this time. It turned out that she was fascinated by Ban Ban's face. No wonder if I were a woman, I would also fall in love with Ban Ban at first sight. "He is my brother," I replied. Minjiwai sneered. "Impossible, how could you have such a handsome brother? Your parents must be different." "This is true. Although I am not as handsome as Ban Ban, I look quite unique, okay?" Just when I was about to retort, Xue Jingxiang suddenly bowed. "Please go to the shaman and the masters of the Sanjiang Gang and follow me to the inner hall for a chat." Then, Xue Jingxiang raised her neck and waved her hand confidently. "As for the rest of the friends, my Xue family will not let you come for nothing. We will cover the consumption in Paramount today. There will be another gift later, 500 yuan per person, all delivered to your house." This sentence immediately caused the wounded on the ground to cheer. We followed Xue Jingxiang all the way to the 3rd floor. On the way, I found that the two black-robed men who had been inseparable from Ming Yue before were actually two rather strange old men. The one on the left had a black beard, and there was not a single white hair in his thick black beard. The one on the right had a white beard, and there was not a single black hair in his thick white beard. The old man, with the black beard, was serious, and his cold eyes were always 3 inches in front of Ming Yue. The old man with the white beard chuckled from time to time, took out a peanut from his bag, and ate it happily. Ming Yue kept trying to get close to Ban Ban, but Ban Ban treated her like a poisonous scorpion and didn't even look at her face. If I hadn't told Ban Ban before, he would never do it without my order. I guess Ming Yue's head would have been twisted off by now. But I couldn't care less at this moment. When Xue Jingxiang led us into a room at the end of the 3rd floor, the accompanying bodyguards consciously stood guard outside the door. What I never expected was that there was actually a Buddhist temple inside. This Buddhist temple is very large and well equipped. There are more than 10 bodhisattvas in different postures, and there is a smell of high-quality sandalwood. An old man was kneeling on the cushion under the Buddha statue. The old man was wearing half a dark iron mask. The right side of his face was completely hidden under the mask, leaving only the left side exposed. I don't know if rich people take good care of themselves. According to Qilin's information, Shui Rongyo is almost 70 years old this year, but he looks only in his early 50s at most. You are Mr. Shui, right? Junior greets you. Yaya smiled and put her hands together, thumbs up, showing a martial arts etiquette. The other party was struggling to stand up. Shui Jingxiang ran over and supported him quickly. It seemed that in Shui Jingxiang's opinion, Mr. Shui was in very poor health. Yaya was also very tactful, and asked the old man not to stand up. Saluting is what the younger generation should do. Are you the daughter of Master Diao? Shui Rongyao's voice was unexpectedly old, like fingers scratching on a dead pine tree. Yaya nodded. Shui Jingxiang introduced each other's identities to us one by one. Shui Rongyao looked very satisfied. He trembled and touched his beard on his chin, with a look of relief. I didn't expect that Zhou Shaman and Sanjiang Gang would give my Shui family such a big face. This time, I can go into the mountains. It's safe. Cough, cough, cough. The old man started coughing before he finished his sentence, and Shui Jingxiang hurried to help him breathe. The old man waved his hand to indicate that it was okay, and then became sad. It's a pity that I am the only one going back now. The other good brothers are separated forever. The old man coughed hoarsely again, which caused Shui Jingxiang to pat his back gently, telling him not to be too sad. I looked at Lao Jiang and asked where we were going. If we had known earlier, we would have been prepared. As the old man was about to start the day, Shui Jingxiang took the initiative to explain. I won't hide it from you. Actually, the story is like this. 30 years ago, my grandfather and several brothers from the underworld went to Gongda Snow Mountain to search for treasures and brought back countless wealth. The team had a total of 6 people. After going down the mountain, they divided the treasure into 6 equal parts and swore to the sky that they had made a golden basin alliance. Chapter 365. That is to say, from that day on, the 6 people swore to quit all the work and never engage in tomb robbing. And they would never mention this secret to any outsider, even their closest children, and reveal what happened in Gongda Snow Mountain. If they break this oath, they will be abandoned by both humans and gods. Hearing this, I couldn't help but wonder, and asked quickly, shouldn't there be 7 people? There was a man named Chao Wuji, who went to Gongda Snow Mountain with you, but he disappeared strangely. Shui Rongya looked at me with his eyes wide open. Shui Jingxiang was also slightly stunned, but soon returned to her noble and calm smile. I didn't expect that the intelligence of Zhou Shaman was really powerful. Yes, there was indeed a man named Chao Wuji who joined the gang, but unfortunately, he was dragged into the glacier by some of the most terrifying existence in the snow-capped mountains to save everyone alone. After returning, Grandpa traveled all over the country to find Chao Wuji's family, wanting to compensate his lifesaver. It's a pity that Chao Wuji's relatives are as mysterious as his origins, and even his residence cannot be found. Grandpa is. They could only build this Buddhist temple in Paramount, and chant sutras every day to commemorate their former best friend. Ming Yuya asked in a crisp voice, Grandpa Shui, since you have obtained countless treasures from there, and these treasures have made your family prosperous, why do you want to take the risk a second time? Or why not go when you were young, but wait until now? Shui Jingxiang explained to us on behalf of her grandfather that after escaping from Gongda Snow Mountain, the 6 people had obtained huge wealth and established their own businesses. But they all suffered from severe insomnia, and were awakened by all kinds of strange dreams in the middle of the night every day, with palpitations and shortness of breath, as if the things in the past were not going to let them go. It can even be said that my grandfather has not had a good sleep in the past 30 years. At the same time, the bodies of the 6 people are slowly undergoing some wonderful changes. Speaking of this, Shui Jingxiang paused and looked at Shui Rongyao. Aren't you curious why my grandfather wears half a mask? As soon as the voice fell, Shui Jingxiang gently took off Shui Rongyao's mask. When the mask fell, I was almost scared. His whole face seemed to be cut in half by a sharp blade. With the mask as the boundary, the left side of his face was well maintained, but the other half of his face was aged beyond recognition. The eyelids drooped and the skin was covered with brown spots, just like the corpse spots on the body of a dead person. Facing this weird yin-yang face, everyone present gasped. We looked at Shui Rongyao with indescribable eyes. Shui Jingxiang sighed and put Shui Rongyao's mask back on. Do you understand now? We nodded, showing our understanding, and asked why. Shui Jingxiang said she didn't know either. She only knew that the disease was not obvious at the beginning, But as the years went by, the difference between the left and right faces became larger and larger. The skin on the left face seemed to have stopped growing, frozen on the day when he came out of the mountain 30 years ago. The right face was aging at twice the speed. At the same time, Xuerongyi's spirit began to collapse more and more. He changed from the kind and gentle head of the family to a half-crazy and half-idiot weirdo. He started to have attacks at midnight, and several batches of bodyguards and servants in the family had been scared away. Can you imagine? My grandfather can still play chess normally during the day, but at midnight, he will sneak into my room, stare at my face without saying a word, and smile sinisterly. Several times I was awakened by the shock and wanted to escape, but he pressed me on the bed and insisted that I listen to stories. But I couldn't understand what he said, as if he was talking about a piece of heavenly book or a language from another place. Xue Jingxiang continued, not only me, but my grandfather often went to other people's rooms. In short, people who were familiar with him were scared by him like this. Later, many people moved out of the Xue family one after another. Thinking of that scene, I was really scared. This Xue Jingxiang is quite brave. Even in this situation, she still guarded her grandfather. Her filial piety is commendable. Later, I recorded the audio and found an ethnology expert to find out that what my grandfather said in the middle of the night was actually a long-lost Tibetan language, which he could not decipher. After that, Xue Jingxiang went out and asked the bodyguard to get the tape recorder to play it for us. After the sizzling sound of electricity, there was a strange and eerie whisper, as if a ghost was whispering in my ear. The voice was sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes far and sometimes near. I could even feel a black claw grabbing my heart. I had goosebumps all over my body, and Luatua was even more screaming, "Grandma, don't scare me." On the other hand, Yeye had a calm face and really had the aura of a leader. After putting away the recorder, Xue Jingxiang showed a look of help. Gongda Snow Mountain has long become a dusty history for my grandfather. But recently, the group of masters who went to Gongda Snow Mountain began to die one by one, and they also made strange wills after their death. The original words are, "The recipient of my inheritance must spend a lot of money to build a silver coffin and sprinkle it with gesang flower seeds. And bury me 30 meters underground, not 1 meter more or less." The first 5 people have died, and now only my grandfather is left. So my grandfather especially wants to go to Gongda Snow Mountain before he dies to solve the truth of the year. As a granddaughter, I have no choice but to fulfill his wish. Then you are quite filial, I said. Xue Jingxiang embarrassedly put the feather fan on her smooth thighs and admitted openly, "In fact, there is also my selfishness in this. Because my grandfather said that as long as I can help him fulfill this wish, he will no longer consider any of his children and will pass all his property to me alone, including the connections he has made in the military and business circles over the years." At this time, a cool breeze blew outside the door, knocking on the window, as if the devil was going to tear down this Buddhist temple. What Lao Jiang was most concerned about was the golden bottle with the Sakya ghost engraved on it. He couldn't help asking, "Is that the golden bottle your grandfather brought back from Gongda Snow Mountain?" Yes, the 9-eyed Z bead and the 7-treasure golden bottle are all stolen goods that my grandfather personally collected and have not sold. In addition, there is one thing I haven't shown you. I'm afraid that it will scare people, and no one dares to reveal my list. There is something else? Lao Jiang and I looked at each other in confusion. Xue Jingxiang clapped her hands, and immediately a bodyguard brought in a heavy safe. She gently turned the combination lock and took out a sandalwood box from it. The box was very thin and long. It should contain objects like daggers, but there was a strange yellow talisman on the seal of the box. I know this talisman. It is the 6-character Great Bright Mantra used by the Buddhists in the Central Plains to suppress demons. However, when Xue Jingxiang opened the box, we all exclaimed in unison. What was in the box was actually a gray, dry finger. It was not a human finger bone, nor did it belong to any known animal. Because although it was similar in thickness to a human index finger, it was as long as 3 of my index fingers. It also had a very long nail, snow-white, hooked, and sharp. What on earth is this? I asked in silence. Chapter 366. Xue Jingxiang shook her head, saying that she didn't know either. She only knew that it was brought back by Grandpa. Old Jiang said bluntly, "What we must find out urgently is whether the other people died of illness or died secretly in a way that cannot be revealed. Otherwise, even if we go to the Snow Mountain, we can't find the truth." Xue Jingxiang gave Lao Jiang a thumbs up and said, "Follow me," and then took everyone downstairs. Grandpa Xue continued to stay in the Buddhist temple to chant. When I left, I asked him who Chao Wuji was. Did he really die in the snow mountain? What killed him? Grandpa Shue's pupils suddenly flashed a trace of fear. I don't know anything, don't ask. Seeing that Shui Rongyo was emotionally agitated by me, Shui Jingxiang hurried forward to comfort him, and asked me not to ask any more. We walked down the stairs, and were finally led to the underground cold storage of Paramount, which is generally used to store fresh ingredients for restaurants, and is also a warehouse built by the French boss at a high price. In fact, we didn't know what we were doing in the ice storage. But what was incredible was that the people on duty outside the dark underground ice storage were not hotel staff, but several soldiers wearing military coats and armed with live ammunition. Before entering, the soldiers gave all of us a thick mink coat to keep warm. It's very cold inside, so you should adapt to the snowy mountain environment in advance. After saying that, Shui Jingxiang pushed open the door of the ice storage. We followed her in, and what caught our eyes were huge transparent ice blocks one after another, each as tall as me, with a trace of cold air coming out, condensing into ice flowers all around. Peacock was wearing very little, and her body was exposed to the ice and snow, which made her shiver. Miss Shui, why did you bring us to this place? At this time, Shui Jingxiang told us, don't you want to find out the cause of death of those seniors? I am bringing you to see their bodies now. It turned out that Shui Jingxiang got the bodies of 3 of them, and froze them in the ice cellar in the cold winter. As Shui Jingxiang quickened her pace, we clearly saw that not far away, there were several naked bodies, frozen into huge square ice blocks like specimens. Their left faces were abnormally young, and their right faces were as old as dried bacon. In addition, their fingers were 3 times longer than normal humans, just like the terrifying finger bones that Shui Jingxiang showed us before. This is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that they have many white fluffy tentacles growing on their bodies. Those fluffy tentacles were like white blood vessels piercing into the ice to absorb water, which reminded me of the tubes inserted into the bodies of critically ill patients. It seemed to have the same purpose. At this time, Lao Jiang seemed to have noticed something. His face was stern, and he cautiously put his ear against one of the ice cubes, and then showed an incredible expression. What's going on? Aren't they dead? Why is there still a heartbeat? What? Lao Jiang's words stirred up 1,000 waves. We all held back our fear and leaned on the ice like Lao Jiang, but we also heard the terrible sound. Boom! 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 The strong heartbeat, like a drumbeat, beat rhythmically. Shui Jingxiang, a wise woman, smiled bitterly. In fact, they have all been declared medically dead. But as you can see, after being buried, they have human heartbeats again, and those indescribable white hairs have begun to grow on their bodies. I can only let them meet you in this way. As soon as the voice fell, everyone was stunned. What is happening now is far beyond all our cognition. At the same time, a huge question mark lingered in my heart. Are these things frozen in the ice human or ghost? No, even if they are ghosts, they are still within my tolerance. But looking at those dense white tentacles, and those claw-like fingers, I sincerely feel that they have become monsters now. This scene looks extremely disgusting, and makes people's backs cold. For some reason, the photo that Shen Xiaoyu brought back at the risk of his life suddenly appeared in my mind. The saga female ghost was naked, with 4 hands and 2 legs raised, twisting hideously, like a giant spider crawling towards me. Her long hair covered her face, and her naked body did not have any looming female temptation. Instead, her grayish-blue skin exuded a layer of hellish death light, which brought extreme fear to people. That fear was from the heart, and could not be escaped. Others probably felt the same as I did. Everyone was frozen there, and could not say a word. I was afraid that no matter how high the reward of the Shui family was, I would not be able to spend it alive. Suddenly, someone patted me hard from behind, just like the hand of a saga female ghost on my shoulder. I turned my head tremblingly, and found that the person who took the photo of me was Lao Jiang. Seeing this, Lao Jiang couldn't help but laugh. Little bastard, when did you become so timid? I couldn't help but curse. Damn it, do you know that scaring people can scare people to death? Lao Jiang stood there indifferently and said, don't you think about it. A place full of gold and silver treasures would have been emptied long ago if there were no evil things to suppress it. Why bring us along? Shui Jingxiang looked in our direction, and Lao Jiang still had that sly smile on his face. Miss Shui, don't you think so? After that, he turned around and looked at everyone. Brothers on the road, don't you think so? The ice storage was silent, and no one paid attention to him. My eyes could not help but fall on Ming Yu Yi, because I found that the 2 old men with black and white beards, who followed her closely, had not said a word since they entered the ice storage. Even the frivolous old man with white beard stopped eating peanuts. but stared at the zombies in the ice with cautious eyes. After a while, the old man with white beard suddenly said to Mingyi, "Girl, I suspect that these people are actually parasitic on an unknown fungus. They have been dead for a long time, but the fungus in their bodies is still controlling the growth of nails and hair, so they have become like this." While speaking, he touched his long beard that reached his chest. "I have been to a place called Jiuhua Mountain before, where there is a tradition of making dead monks into bodhisattvas in the flesh. They will prepare a large vat in advance, put the corpse in it, and fill it with charcoal. After several years, those with a Buddhist heart will naturally have an incorruptible body." Chapter 367. It is said that after being made into a flesh and blood bodhisattva, the nails and hair of the deceased will grow again. Therefore, on the 3rd day of the 3rd month every year, there will be young monks opening the jar to help these mummies trim their nails. The black-bearded old man standing on the other side of the moon night sang a different tune with him. "Nonsense. Have you ever seen such fungi? I think they have turned into monsters. Don't forget that the golden bottle they brought back that day was engraved with a Sakya ghost." "You are so old, what is a Sakya ghost? I don't need to explain it in detail, right?" When I heard the word Sakya ghost, my ears and Lao Zhang's ears stood up. The black-bearded old man continued, "This thing only exists in places covered with ice and snow, and it is the nightmare of every Tibetan. Legend has it that anyone who has seen her true face will turn into a monster, neither alive nor dead. Only you, Blackbeard, will believe in things and legends." The white-bearded old man snorted disdainfully. The black-bearded old man raised his eyebrows. "If there really is such a hairy fungus, I will be the first to plant it in your coffin. Don't worry, I will water it every day to make your fungus grow tall and strong." "You old immortal, you actually curse me. Aren't you also old immortal?" The two respected old men actually started arguing while talking, and they were arguing very vigorously, just like the hot-tempered young people. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Mingyue hurried forward to mediate. What the two godfathers said makes sense. But what exactly made them become like this? I'm afraid we can only confirm it when we climb Mount Gongda Snow Mountain. The black-bearded old man glared at the white-bearded old man and said coldly, "I'm afraid that after we get to the mountain, you will cry and beg me to save you. Who in the Sanjiang gang doesn't know that I'm more capable than you? I save you if I need to," the white-bearded old man shouted. The two of them were talking back and forth, and neither of them was willing to give in. Minjiwai had a headache, so he could only continue to look at the ice cubes to divert his attention and cool himself down. I looked at them leisurely, and thought that these two old men were really interesting. However, at this moment, a very, very subtle sound suddenly came to my ears. The sound was very small, and even with my super hearing now, I had to concentrate all my energy to hear it clearly. More importantly, it was not a heartbeat, but another kind of sound. "Ya! Ya!" It was like the murmur of a newborn baby, very low. I simply closed my eyes, and exerted my 12-point hearing. Gradually, I found that the sound seemed to be someone reciting scriptures in an unusually low voice. The scriptures were very unfamiliar, and I had never heard them before. After a while, the sound of chanting became louder and louder, and the two old men on Minjiwai's side also returned to silence, as if they had heard the sound. Everyone held their breath and carefully observed the surroundings, trying to find the source of the sound. "Did you hear a chanting sound?" I swallowed and asked. Old Jiang nodded and said, "I don't understand the content, but I seem to have heard the pronunciation somewhere." "Yes, it's exactly the same as the spell in the tape recorder that Miss Shui played before." He pointed his finger at Shui Jingxiang and said, "The sound seems to be chanting, Om Hassan Ba, Chan Shin Mi Hum. It's them, it's the sound they made." At this time, I finally determined the source of the sound and pointed it at the body frozen in the ice. "But isn't the person inside dead? How can he still chant?" At this time, Mingyue was still lying on the ice with her hands behind her back, looking at the thin white hairs on the body, and she didn't realize the danger was coming. She turned her head and looked at me. "What are they?" I pointed at the body in front of her, and suddenly, the sound rose several times, one after another around us. At first it seemed like one person was chanting, then several people were chanting, and then dozens, and even hundreds of people. Each voice was like a huge loudspeaker placed next to my ear, chanting loudly, forcibly stuffing all the sounds into my ears, making me have a splitting headache. Om Hassan Ba, chant Shin Mi Hum. This is like a curse, bewitching us to read it out. The noise in my ears was so loud that I was annoyed and couldn't help chanting, Om Hassan Ba, chant Shin Mi Hum. However, Yaya, who heard this, reached out to cover my mouth. "Li Jinglan, are you crazy? You know what this means, and you dare to chant it." I was so scared that I asked Yaya if she knew the meaning of this sentence? Zhou Shaman was a tomb robber. Diao Yi knew ancient Sanskrit before, so he should have dabbled in this thing. Ye shook her head rarely. This scripture is the first time I hear it. Li Jinglan, you are in big trouble. As Lao Jiang said this, I suddenly found that the corpses in the ice around me seemed to be alive, twisting their necks mechanically, and pointing their blood-red eyes at us. To be more precise, it was not aimed at us, but at me. Their eyes were like burning red lanterns, which looked particularly scary in this world of ice and snow. I also found that the whispers were not spoken from their mouths, but from their bellies. This is ventriloquism, be careful. Lao Jiang subconsciously stood in front of me, trying to put his hand on the handle of the black knife. As his hand fell, he remembered that he did not bring the black knife this time to disguise his identity. Banban stood on the other side of me with his arms open, fearlessly grinning at the corpses with white teeth, and let out a wolf howl. Roar! This long howl was wrapped in the anger that had been dormant for thousands of years, vowing to tear apart the eternal night. It even condensed into a wave of air in the air. The blood-red eyes of the corpses dimmed with roars. Everyone looked at Banban in shock, as if they didn't expect Banban's roar to be so powerful, but no one doubted Banban's identity, they just thought he had learned some secret skills. Only the black-bearded old man who was protecting Minjiwai cast a puzzled look at Banban. Why is the corpse aura even heavier after this roar? Strange. Minjiwai became more obsessed with Banban's eyes. Really so domineering. If there is a man like this, what else can I ask for? Banban ignored them, but confronted the corpses in anger. Long hair flying, white clothes unstained. This is a contest between the aura of the Eternal Corpse King and the demonic aura. As for Shui Jingxiang, she just stood there in her fur coat, unmoved. She was not afraid of the corpses that suddenly turned their heads in the ice, but glanced at me with her beautiful eyes. She looked at me with a strange expression, and said to herself, why didn't I think of this? Can I wake them up just by repeating the words they said? Chapter 368. However, before she could recite the spell again, dangers came one after another. I only heard a series of crackling sounds, and tiny cracks appeared on the huge ice blocks around. It was as if the corpse chi and demon chi confronting each other in the air had forcibly squeezed them apart. Old Jiang protected me, and stepped back a few steps, fearing that the things in the ice blocks would suddenly rush out. Crack! Crack! The cracks became more and more numerous and thicker, and the lines expanded into the shape of a spider web. With a bang, the ice block closest to Mingyu Yi exploded first. At this time, I remembered that Mingyu Yi had been lying on that piece of ice for a long time, and it might be because the corpse inside absorbed her vitality that this drastic change occurred. At the same time, the sound of dingling bells rang, and the urgent alarm sounded in every corner of the entire ice storage. The next moment, the door of the ice storage opened. The group of soldiers guarding the door forced their way in. They were well trained and carried us out, then closed the steel gate as quickly as possible and locked 3 locks. After everyone came out, Shui Jingxiang ordered more cold air to be injected into the ice storage to prevent the corpses from mutating. Obviously, all these emergency plans were prepared by Shui Jingxiang long ago. This young woman is really not simple. Shui Jingxiang took off her mink coat, revealing the parrot green cheongsam inside. Her graceful figure was well proportioned, and she was really a rare beauty. Such a young and beautiful woman, with such a flexible mind and swift and decisive means, is really impressive. I couldn't help but nod in admiration, but Minjiwai mocked, "You dirty bastard." "What dirty? I didn't do anything, didn't say anything, and didn't do anything." What does she mean by that? However, when I looked at Yaya, she couldn't help but reveal a bit of disappointment in her eyes, as if to say, "Li Jinglan, you are such a person." Oh my god, I am wronged, okay? I just think Shui Jingxiang is really not a simple person, and I don't think about that at all, okay? Among the 3 women, Shui Jingxiang herself didn't mind at all. She smiled at me calmly, and planned to take us back. Just as I was leaving, I found that Banban was still glaring at the warehouse, as if the things in the warehouse were his destined enemies. "Banban, let's go!" I pulled his hand and coaxed him softly for a few words, and he followed me to leave. After returning to the 3rd floor, we were still in fear, and the horrific scene we saw in the ice storage just now kept emerging in our minds. This time we went back to a different Buddhist temple. It was said that Shui Rongyo had already gone to bed. Shui Jingxiang took us to the tea house next door. The white-bearded old man and the black-bearded old man were still bickering fiercely, and Lao Jiang was watching them intently. I asked what was wrong. Was there something wrong? Lao Jiang shook his head and sighed, with some emotion in his words. Back then, the old man and the 4 sisters master were also like this. Whenever they went on a mission, they would quarrel. Who would have thought that they would end up? The old man should be Lao Jiang's master, that is, my master's grandfather. It was the first time I saw Lao Jiang like this. Tears were about to fall, and his eyes were glued to the black-bearded old man and the white-bearded old man, as if he was thinking about something. Old Jiang is missing his predecessors. The two top black blade Qilins disappeared in the vast sea of people. Now Helan Shui is also missing. No wonder old Jiang was so crazy. He never wants to endure such a loss again. The most normal person here is Camel, who sits on a chair carelessly, talking to Peacock about what he just saw and heard. I'm dying. This is the first time I've seen a corpse frozen like a hair tail, with a heartbeat and can come out. He really doesn't need to breathe. Shui Jingxiang quickly asked the servants to serve us West Lake Longjing to calm down. A few cups of good tea and several plates of exquisite snacks were served. Camel was not polite at all, and picked up the snacks on the table and chewed them. Old Jiang, who was still sad just now, quickly joined the team of eating, based on the principle of not taking advantage of the opportunity. He even grabbed the cakes with his hands and stuffed them into his mouth. Yaya, who was standing next to me, frowned and asked me secretly, "When did your master become like this?" Looking at Lao Jiang, who looked like he had never had a full meal in his life, I shook my head and sighed. No, he has always been like this. It's just that he restrained himself in order to ask for help from Master Liu. During the meal, I suddenly thought of something and looked at Shui Jingxiang. Miss Shui, I have something to ask, but I don't know if I should ask it or not. Shui Jingxiang smiled while shaking a feather fan, and the mole under her eye looked very charming. This young man can ask whatever he wants to ask. After that, we are all on the same boat. Do we still need to distinguish ourselves? With her words, I was no longer polite and asked directly. Since the bodies in the eye storage were all tomb robbers who went to Gonga Snow Mountain 30 years ago, and all died of strange diseases in the end, why was only your grandfather alive? It can't be a coincidence, right? Shui Jingxiang was surprised at first, and then quickly returned to normal. I expected you to ask this question, but I didn't expect that you would be the first to ask it. Everyone's eyes were cast at once, and Shui Jingxiang whispered to the servant, who was serving tea behind her, and handed him a key. Soon, the servant took the key and left. Faced with the doubts in the room, Shui Jingxiang smiled. I will show you something later, and you will understand it when you see it. It seems that Shui Jingxiang still has a treasure in her hand, but this woman is really interesting. She spits it out bit by bit every time, as if she is deliberately testing us. As long as we show the corresponding strength, or guess something with our IQ, she will reveal a new clue. Shui Jingxiang is really a mysterious woman. The more you get along with her, the more mysterious she becomes. She is like a poisonous flower that is about to bloom, with mysterious, charming and dangerous characteristics. After waiting for about half an hour, the servant brought back something glittering with gold. When we saw that thing, Lao Jiang and I looked at each other, and our eyes were full of surprise. What the servant brought back was actually a 30-centimeter long, four-sided pyramid-like weapon. I don't know if it's because of the gold plating, so the whole cone is golden. The handle of the weapon is inlaid with a circle of beautiful gems, including rubies, emeralds, and sapphires, which bloom with colorful brilliance under the light. More importantly, the tail of this four-sided pyramid is also carved with a lion's head. Chapter 369. The lion's eyes were majestic, like a guardian who had converted to Buddhism, showing the demeanor of a king. Is this a Vajra? I looked at Shui Jingxiang and said without hesitation, this should be a Buddhist instrument, right? And it is unique to Tibetan Tantric Buddhism. Shui Jingxiang did not deny it, but nodded slightly, indicating that I should continue. I glanced at Lao Jiang and continued, looking at the gilding process. It should not be very old, between 30 and 100 years. But the craftsmanship of the person who carved this thing is quite good. Each gem is carefully polished and inlaid. It should be held by a certain tantric master. As soon as the voice fell, Shui Jingxiang clapped his hands and nodded with satisfaction. Brother, you have a good eye. At this time, Yaya, who was silent on the side, actually interrupted, and her tone was a little unhappy. The Vajra pestle is specially used to guard the gate of Lama Temple. What do you want to do with this thing? Shui Jingxiang was not annoyed, but smiled good-temperedly and explained, what I want to tell you is naturally the story behind it. We sat quietly and listened. Shui Jingxiang told us that a few months ago, this group of old tomb robbers, who had long since retired and changed their appearances, were infected with a strange disease and tortured to death. In the end, only Shuirongya was left. My grandfather was in so much pain at the time that he begged me to end his life several times, but I just couldn't do it. To prevent my grandfather from committing suicide, I even hid the pistol, scissors, and kitchen knives in the villa secretly. Just at this time, a little llama in red came to Shanghai and asked to see my grandfather. I realized something and asked hurriedly, "Is this Vidra sent by the little llama?" Xue Jingxiang nodded. The little llama sent this Vidra and told us that it can help Grandpa temporarily suppress the evil spirit of the Sakya ghost. As he said, Grandpa's condition has improved. At this time, Yaya opened the sun again, temporarily suppress it, but not eliminate it. Your grandpa's illness will recur sooner or later. Xue Jingxiang sighed, and a trace of worry appeared on her beautiful face. Yes, the little llama said so. He met with my grandfather privately, as if asking my grandfather to do something, but my grandfather did not agree and was so angry that he wanted to drive the little llama away. Then your grandfather is really ungrateful. How can he drive away his savior? The camel said loudly while chewing snacks. Peacock also criticized Xue Jingxiang for the first time. We Zhou shaman value friendship the most, and we always treat those who have done us a favor well. Once we do something ungrateful, we will inevitably suffer retribution in the future. This peacock is fine if he doesn't speak, but when he speaks, every word is really piercing. I don't know how Xue Jingxiang offended them, causing peacock and camel to insult each other. Xue Jingxiang nodded and smiled. You Zhou shaman are famous and value friendship. It is indeed worth learning. But my grandfather was not the kind of heartless person before. Otherwise, he would not have built this Buddhist temple for Chao Wuji. I also couldn't understand why he drove away Xiao Lama. Later, I sent someone to intercept Xiao Lama at the dock, wanting to apologize to him and find out what happened. The little llama only told me that if Grandpa continues like this, the Vidra can only protect him temporarily, but not forever. When he figures it out, he will go to the Gongda temple halfway up the mountain, and someone will naturally be able to save him. By the way, he left this sentence before he left. Buddha can save people, but it depends on whether people are willing to be saved by Buddha. It sounds like your grandpa doesn't want to be saved. I chewed over the little llama's words again, and I always felt something was wrong. Xue Jingxiang pursed her lips and continued, since getting this Vidra pestle, although Grandpa is still stupid, he has not died, and has not become the horrible appearance we just saw. But I often think of what the little llama said, that there is someone on that mountain who can completely cure Grandpa, so I tried to persuade him. At first, Grandpa would make a fuss and lose his temper, saying that he would never return to Gongda Snow Mountain in his life, and asked me to swear never to mention this matter again. Originally I did it, but just last week, Grandpa actually took the initiative to say that he wanted to go to Gongda Snow Mountain. Hearing these words from Xue Jingxiang, I couldn't understand Xue Rongyao more and more. Originally, he was going to die tragically like the other people, but a little llama sent a Vidra to save him, and said that if he returned to Gongda Snow Mountain, someone could completely cure him. If it were a normal person, he would have gone there long ago, but Xue Rongyao seemed to have touched his reverse scale, and refused to do so. Is he afraid of Mount Gongda? But is there anything scarier than death in this world? What is he afraid of? What is he avoiding? And why has Xue Rongyao figured it out now? What happened here? I looked at Xue Jingxiang and asked directly. So you invited us to go to Gongda Snow Mountain, but actually to Gongda Temple. Xue Jingxiang shook her head. Going to the temple to treat Grandpa is only one of our purposes. Our most important goal for this trip is to go deep into the interior of this snow mountain and find the things that my grandfather didn't finish looking for. Don't worry, I, Xue Jingxiang, will not lose anything I promised you. All treasures will be shared by everyone who sees them. As she said at the beginning, after the matter is completed, the treasures taken will be divided into 50-50. If the old man is happy, in addition to giving all the treasures to us, their Xue family will also have other gifts. It seems that the fundamental purpose of this trip is not to treat illnesses. Treating his grandfather is just a side trip, and the final destination is still deep in the snow mountain. But what are they after? With the current power of the Xue family, money seems to be not so important, but what can attract them to risk their lives to enter the snow mountain? The more I thought about it, the more bizarre it seemed. Xue Jingxiang saw my expression, and asked me if I had any questions. I saw Xue Jingxiang leaning back on the soft fox fur cushion. She crossed her legs, and large areas of her snow-white skin were exposed from the slit of her cheongsam. The green cheongsam and the white feather fan intertwined and reflected each other. Her sexy figure and the charming smile all revealed her extreme charm. I guess few normal men can resist this scene, but fortunately, I already have Yin Linger in my heart. The moment I was distracted, I felt that the little face as bright as peach blossom swelled up like a pufferfish, and even threw a large bamboo basket at me. I was immediately awakened from my daze. I looked at her seriously and said with a serious kiss, I want to ask, Your Shui family is so rich, you really wouldn't take such a big risk to go into the snow mountain for money. So what are you trying to do? Chapter 370. Shui Jingxiang probably didn't expect that I could resist her charm. She smiled awkwardly and then replied, actually, my grandfather wanted to go into the mountains. According to him, he wanted to find out what happened to them before he died. And I also want to know the secrets hidden in the snowy mountain. Hearing this, I wanted to continue asking questions. Shui Jingxiang stood up and tidied her curly hair lazily. Okay, it's getting late. Let's go pick out the equipment to take to the snowy mountains. After that, I will arrange for you to stay in the hotel and have a good sleep. We will board the plane tomorrow. Plane? I glanced at Shui Jingxiang in surprise. In such a chaotic era, it is not easy to charter a plane. Shui Jingxiang smiled proudly and added, it is a military transport plane imported from abroad. I have also called the Sichuan Army's military chief. We can land directly at their airport and arrange vehicles to enter Ganzi district. Next we can go to Kongding, and finally go directly to Gongda Snow Mountain. Shui Jingxiang spoke one sentence after another, with an aura. If she were not a woman, I would have suspected that she was a warlord in power somewhere. Such a strong aura actually appeared on such a young woman, and I couldn't help but be a little surprised. I quietly touched Lao Zhang's waist and whispered, isn't your Qilance intelligence very effective? Tell me, what is the origin of this woman? Lao Jiang glanced at me with disdain, and then hit me back mercilessly. Silly, don't you know the famous 4 young masters of the Republic of China? 4 young masters of the Republic of China? I have heard these words before, but what do they have to do with the woman in front of me? Lao Jiang patiently explained. The 4 princes of the Republic of China are known as Wine, Sex, Wealth, and Angry. Prince Wine is in Huizhou and controls the world's land transportation. Prince Wealth is Zhang Baiju, the leader of the Hongmen who controls the banks in Shanghai. Prince Angry is in the northeast, leading an army of 200,000. The last Prince Lust is far away and close at hand. You mean, Shui Jingxiang is actually one of the 4 princes of the Republic of China, the lustful prince? My eyes widened. Lao Jiang immediately gave me a slap on the face. Otherwise, this woman is a socialite in Shanghai, who plays with many business tycoons and fierce warlords, and she is powerful, and should not be underestimated. I looked at Shui Jingxiang and felt that she was indeed qualified to be one of the 4 young masters of the Republic of China, but I still asked unwillingly, why is the last young master a woman? Lao Jiang twitched his mouth and threw a sweet-scented osmanthus cake into his mouth. The 4 young masters of the Republic of China have different hobbies. What's wrong with a woman? Young Master Zhang is neither male nor female. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something again, sat up straight and stabbed me with a knife-like gaze. There was a slight warning in his tone. My dear apprentice, I said this to you because I didn't set up defenses against you. Don't tell young Master Zhang about it, otherwise my cigarette money will be cut off. I responded with a few words, but secretly wrote it down in my little account book in my heart. After what he said, I roughly understood that the current Republic of China society is still in a period of internal and external troubles, with enemies invading from outside and factions everywhere inside. For example, the military leaders who occupy several provinces are called warlords, and those who control several cities are called military leaders. Being able to deal with them, no wonder Shui Jingxiang was able to get a transport plane. Although Shui Jingxiang is young, she is very decisive in doing things. After explaining everything, she planned to take us to choose equipment for the mountain. Strike while the iron is hot, let's go! When she went out, Shui Jingxiang put on a white mink coat, which made her look more elegant. And then Shui Jingxiang did not disappoint us. Her driver stepped on the accelerator and took us to the military warehouse. I saw with my own eyes that when the car was about to arrive at the checkpoint, more than a dozen soldiers raised their guns and aimed at the checkpoint. Even heavy machine guns were set up to prevent anyone from rushing through the checkpoint. But when they saw that it was Shui Jingxiang sitting in the car, they dared not say a word. Not only did they move away all obstacles, but they also saluted respectfully to the rear of the car that was going away. Shui Jingxiang simply treated this place as her own home. As soon as we arrived, she led us to the huge warehouse with ease. Shui Jingxiang actually had the key to the armory here. After saying hello to the 2 administrators, she went to open the door wearing black velvet gloves. As soon as we opened the door of the warehouse, all we saw were real weapons. The weapons here are dazzling, almost the best inventory in the local army at present. There are not only various rifles, but also Maxim heavy machine guns and crooked handles. There are more than a dozen mortars and heavy artillery in the corner of the warehouse. Lao Zhang's eyes were shining, and he shook his head repeatedly. Anti-aircraft guns are killing mosquitoes. Is Miss Shui going to level the Gongda Snow Mountain with one shot? Shui Jingxiang gently waved her fan, smiled sweetly, and her every move was full of charm. You can take anything else in the warehouse, but don't think about these. We are going to the Snow Mountain, not the battlefield. If you fire a few shots, it will cause an avalanche, not to mention the cannon, which will bury all of us there and make us innocent victims. But I will equip each of you with a Browning pistol to prevent any sudden crisis. Browning has stable performance and is easy to carry. It is indeed very suitable for the high and cold climate of the snowy mountains. The more thoughtful Shui Jingxiang is, the longer she has prepared for this trip into the mountains. Next, Shui Jingxiang began to lead us to choose equipment, followed by a bowing quartermaster. The quartermaster was very polite to all of us. He said that each of us would be equipped with an ice pick, a rope, a pair of non-slip leather boots, and a cold-resistant military coat. While speaking, the quartermaster introduced the things to us and said that if there were special needs, we could also ask him, and he would add them as appropriate. This as appropriate should mean that Shui Jingxiang would nod. While they were talking, I picked up the military coat and whispered to Lao Jiang, "Master, do you think we have to wear the leather clothes we wear on this trip?" Lao Jiang kicked me. "What, leather or not leather? This is a woolen coat of the US military, which can block the wind and keep out the cold. It is definitely a good thing. Otherwise, try to climb halfway up the mountain and see if you will freeze into an ice sculpture. This quality is only issued to officers above the rank of division commander. Do you understand? We are all thanks to Miss Shui," Old Jiang said, as he threw his coat over his body in front of me, looking as proud as a victorious rooster. Then the quartermaster prepared some compressed biscuits, canned beef, and fuel for each of us, and even gave each of us a pair of sunglasses. Chapter 371. I fiddled with the sunglasses and put them on my partner's face. They looked pretty cool. Then I tried them on my own face. Although I felt good, I still said stubbornly, "What's the use of this thing? Take pictures?" Lao Jiang pulled the corner of his mouth and rolled his eyes. "I can tell at a glance that you have never been to a snowy mountain. When climbing a snowy mountain, the most feared thing is snow blindness, so you must wear sunglasses when exposed to strong light. If you want to go blind again, throw it away." Don't look at Lao Jiang's usual carelessness. It turns out that he has such a deep experience. I admire this master more and more from the bottom of my heart. After everything was almost ready, Shui Jingxiang glanced at the gold watch on her wrist, indicating that it was almost time. "So let's go back and rest." Everyone was exhausted after a day of tossing today. When we returned to the hotel, Shui Jingxiang had already prepared a luxurious suite with a soft European mattress for us to have a good sleep. We will set off tomorrow. I shared a room with Lao Jiang and Ban Ban. I don't know what Lao Jiang was thinking. He saw so many horrible scenes in the ice storage, but he could fall asleep right away. It would have been fine if he fell asleep, but he actually snored beside me. The snoring was so loud that I couldn't sleep no matter how hard I tried. It wasn't because of Lao Jiang's snoring, but I always felt uneasy and felt that this trip was full of doubts. Especially that Shui Jingxiang, who seemed to have told us everything, but actually said nothing. I absolutely don't believe that she went to Gongda Snow Mountain to fulfill her grandfather's wish, or because she was curious about the secrets of the mountain. Ban Am was also sleeping soundly next to me, holding the bronze bell that I usually use to coax him to sleep. Looking at the moon outside the window, I was in deep thought. But in fact, except for the two heartless people, the rest of the team also suffered from insomnia. The next day, I bumped into Luotua, who just went out with a pair of panda eyes. Lao Jiang stretched his body with full energy and asked Luotua, "Brother, why are you listless? Did you steal chickens last night?" No wonder I heard the clucking sound in the middle of the night. The camel glared at Lao Jiang, handed me a letter, and said gloomily, "The eldest lady left, and the peacock also left." I opened the letter, and there were only a few lines of words in it. It turned out that Yaya was originally planning to go to Gongda Snow Mountain with us. But after seeing what happened yesterday, she realized that everything was not as simple as she imagined, and she couldn't give up everything to accompany me on the adventure. In order to go to the shaman, I have to live. I am no longer the little girl who can do whatever she wants. Please forgive me. This is the last sentence of the letter. Yaya apologized for her betrayal. But I don't mind. I didn't want her to take the risk in the first place. I am very grateful that she can lend me the identity to go to the shaman with Lao Jiang this time. The eldest lady really wants to accompany you to the Snow Mountain. After all. But hey, the eldest lady has really changed a lot in the past few years. The loud-voiced camel spoke in such a low voice for the first time, and he couldn't help wiping tears while talking. I repeatedly said it was okay, and Camel glared at me. What a fool, you are usually smart. I have been called a fool for 2 consecutive days. I can understand it when Lao Jiang said that, but Camel's IQ is the last in the team. He actually called me a fool. This is intolerable. Just when I was asking Luotua what he meant, Xue Jingxiang came late. This time she didn't wear a cheongsam, but a neat riding suit, with her long hair tied up, looking neat and cool. She was alone before, but her grandfather also appeared this time. Xue Rongyao still wore a black iron mask that covered half of his face. I don't know if he was sick. His complexion was obviously much worse than last night. He was hunched over, weak, and exuded a kind of sickness. At this time, Ming Yue and 2 black-robed old men also came out. When he saw Ban Ban, Ming Yue's eyes lit up, and he didn't have the evil look of shouting and killing every time he saw me before. I looked at Ban Ban. Can this face really make someone like Ming Yue forget the blood feud between us for a while? Looking at it, I smiled helplessly. Not to mention, the face of Dashang Longshui is indeed different from other men in the Republic of China. Xue Jingxiang supported Xue Rongyao and walked over, followed by 4 strangers they had never seen before. The man walking in front was a middle-aged man wearing a red scarf, a long gown, and a bookish look. The other 3 were all murderous, and I didn't know where they came from. Is everyone here? Let me introduce you. This is Mao Xiaomi, the archaeological expert I especially invited. He is very proficient in Tibetan culture. You can ask him if you have any questions. Ming Yue interrupted. Hey, are there still 2 people missing from Zhou Shaman? Are they still putting on makeup? She should be referring to Yeye and Kong Ke. Just as I was about to start the day, Xue Jingxiang explained. Miss Nian left early in the morning, saying that Zhou Shaman had something to do. It seems that Yeye had resigned from Xue Jingxiang before leaving, and Xue Jingxiang didn't seem to mind at all. But it's true, Xue Jingxiang brought 4 subordinates with her. If Yeye and Kong Ke didn't leave, there would be 6 people nominally leaving Shaman. Wouldn't this be a distraction? Now there are only me, Lao Jiang, Ban Ban and Luotua, a total of 4 people, which may be a bit too much for Xue Jingxiang. But the other 3 people she brought should not be underestimated. My eyes unconsciously glanced over. The 3 people were all wearing gray and black linen clothes, wearing 1,000-layer cloth shoes, and carrying heavy packages, but their appearance was very curious. One of them had a face full of holes and pockmarks. It was as if it had been corroded by something, leaving only a mouth, 2 nostrils, 2 eyes, and even the nose disappeared, looking like a monster. But the other party didn't seem to be inferior at all. Not only did he not cover it up, but he nodded in our direction generously. He was carrying a long package on his back. I wonder if it was his usual weapon. The other man seemed to have a disability in his legs and feet. He limped when he walked. I was afraid that a gust of wind would blow him down. Compared to the first 2, the last man was fine, but he was very short, only about 1.34 meters tall. He should be born with dwarfism. Xue Jingxiang introduced us neatly. These 3 are my capable subordinates. One is called Mei Lianer, one is called Mei Tuer, and one is called Mei Minger. They will go to Gongda Snow Mountain with everyone this time. Although these 3 people looked ugly, Xue Jingxiang, who was as beautiful as a fairy, and had strong financial resources, respected them very much. Chapter 372. Looking at this strange combination, I couldn't help but whisper to Lao Jiang, you just described Xue Jingxiang as the best in the world. Such a powerful 4th son of the Republic of China went on an adventure in the snowy mountains without any elite soldiers, but instead put together a combination of incomplete in the sky and incomplete in the earth. It really makes people, well, look at it with new eyes. Looking at the 3 people with strange looks, I said it was really hard to describe, but their names were very suitable for them. Unexpectedly, Lao Jiang put away his playful smile and glared at me. What do you know, you little bastard? Although I don't know the details of the remaining 2, did you see the shameless one? Although his package was not exposed, it was obviously a Luoyang shovel with sections, and at least 7 or 8 sections. I was shocked. It was actually a Luoyang shovel. Lao Jiang's words continued in my ears. How many people in the world can cut a Luoyang shovel into 7 or 8 sections? I swallowed and said stubbornly, what if he has more sections just to show off? Lao Jiang shook his head and his face became more serious. No, many years ago, there was a loner master in the tomb-robbing world in Jianbei, nicknamed 8-Armed Tathagata. The Luoyang shovel in his hand has 8 sections, known as 8 arms. He used this Luoyang shovel to perfection. Every time he went to a tomb, he would first use a shovel. He could calculate the era of the tomb, and the number of funerary objects in it accurately. Lao Zhang's words immediately made me look at the faceless man with a new perspective. Unexpectedly, Lao Jiang continued, "It's a pity that 8 arms Tathagata lost his hand when he went to the next Yuan dynasty tomb. When he opened the tomb door, he was hit by the strong acid mechanism in the tomb. At that time, a can of strong acid was poured on his head and melted his entire face. Since then, there has been no news of him. Some people said that he turned into blood on the spot, and some people said that he was too ashamed to see people and lived in seclusion in the mountains. Even Qilin couldn't find any information about him, but I didn't expect that he would become a staff member of the Shui family. Unexpectedly, this group of ugly, lame and short guys are all top masters who hide their identities." Lao Zhang's words were like a wake-up call, which made me dare not look down on others immediately. I bowed respectfully to several seniors and reported my name as a monk. But what I admire more is Shui Jingxiang. I don't know where this woman dug them out from, and finally won them over. The effort spent on this is definitely not something that can be explained in a few words. After everyone arrived, we took the package and took a transport plane to Sichuan. This is my first time to take a plane. It is much bigger than I imagined. It is military green with a propeller on each side. From a distance, it looks like an eagle with its wings spread, but when you get closer, it looks like a metal monster. If it weren't for the mission, I really want to touch it up close and study it carefully to see how such a heavy thing can fly into the sky. Camel also looked at Shui Jingxiang with new eyes, and said with shining eyes, "Oh my god, I can actually go to the sky, my god. It's a pity that Peacock and the others didn't come with me." Ming Yuya pretended to be very knowledgeable, and stepped on the ladder naturally, and entered the belly of the plane. After all of us sat down, Ming Yuya snorted provocatively at me, "Isn't it just a plane? What's there to be curious about?" However, as soon as the voice fell, Ming Yuya saw Banban sitting next to me, and his eyes turned from squinting to starry. Wow! A gust of wind lifted up the fine bangs on Banban's forehead, revealing a pair of deep wolf eyes, which made him look even more wild and arrogant. I chuckled twice. Isn't he just a handsome man? As if he had never seen the world? Minjiwai glared at me fiercely, then turned around and looked at Banban with a smile on his face. "Young master, are you a shaman?" "I'm from the Sanjiang gang, and the gang names all have 3 water drops. Do you think we are destined to be together?" Banban ignored him, but looked at the plane curiously. Obviously, he was full of unknowns about things that the Shang dynasty didn't have. Soon the plane slid off the runway and rushed into the blue sky with a huge roar. Looking down from the plane, the ground was like a small puzzle piece by piece, and under the magic of nature, it forged the most beautiful scenery in the world. The mountains and rivers of Yen State are so magnificent, really beautiful. Thinking that I had just left Sichuan and was going to Sichuan again, it seems that I really have an inseparable fate with Sichuan. Banban ignored Minjiwai, and Minjiwai actually covered his face and laughed. What should I do? He looks so handsome when he ignores people. The 2 old men next to him finally couldn't bear it anymore, and coughed, reminding Minjiwai to pay attention to his image. The old man with black beard said, "You are now the envoy of the Sanjiang gang, remember? Etiquette." The old man with white beard said, "Girl, we are not looking for a man this time. Where is your usual coldness and arrogance?" "Am I usually cold and arrogant?" "Not at all, okay?" Ming Yuya automatically ignored part of the words, and began to ask Banban's name again. Banban was annoyed by the noise, and couldn't help twisting Ming Yuya's head off. I quickly held him down, and said to Ming Yuya, "His name is Banban. He was injured a while ago, and needs to rest quietly. It's best not to disturb him." Hearing this, Ming Yuya, who usually doesn't get along with me, immediately shut up, even after hearing Luotu's loud voice, "Damn it! It's really beautiful down there. Damn it! This plane is so fast," and warned the camel to shut up fiercely. It turned out that the camel was the most unlucky one. The speed of the plane was faster than I thought. Just when I was enjoying the scenery and accidentally took a nap, Shui Jingxiang reminded us all to wake up, and that we were about to reach our destination. So fast, in just 4 hours, we flew from Shanghai to Sichuan? Shui Jingxiang asked us not to move and fasten our seat belts. During the time when the transport plane landed and taxied, no one could stand up to avoid falling. Half an hour later, the transport plane finally stopped at an unfamiliar airport. Shui Jingxiang was right. As soon as we got off the plane, several trucks drove over. The leader was a man wearing white gloves and a standard military uniform. He was about 40 years old. He introduced himself as Zhang and asked us to call him Adjutant Zhang. Adjutant Zhang bowed immediately when he saw Shui Jingxiang, and called her Miss Xue very politely. Then he signaled the soldiers around him to help Mr. Xue. Xue Jingxiang waved her hand to indicate that it was not necessary and only asked, "Is everything arranged?" Adjutant Zhang nodded. 3 new trucks, all equipped with drivers, full of gas, with Commander Lu's license plate. No one dares to stop them. I stretched my neck to look and found that the tents behind these trucks were airtight, which was just right for hiding our whereabouts. Chapter 373. Adjutant Zhang wanted to go with us, and said that it was Commander Lu's intention, and we must protect everyone's safety, but Xue Jingxiang refused. She only wanted the driver and the car, and nothing else. Seeing Xue Jingxiang's firm attitude, Adjutant Zhang did not force it, as if he did not dare to offend the powerful woman in front of him. All of us got on the truck, and the driver in front immediately started the accelerator. There was actually a welded table in the truck, and I don't know if it was Xue Jingxiang's order. Xue Jingxiang nodded slightly, and the expert Mao Xiangyi beside her took out a precise map and slowly unfolded it on the table, which surprisingly included Gongga Snow Mountain. Mao Xiangyi took a red pen and carefully marked on the map. I clearly saw that he drew a circle on the map, which was the specific coordinates of Gongga Snow Mountain, and the coordinates seemed to be 29, 35, 44. Lao Jiang and I looked at each other, then smiled and looked at Mao Xiangyi. "Expert, what's the use of this? Although Gongga Snow Mountain belongs to Ganzi, Sichuan, we are going to enter a death zone that is deserted all year round. Even if you write the longitude and latitude on your face, it will be difficult to find it. The key is that few of us have been to the Snow Mountain. It's hard to find an eyewitness of the incident." While speaking, I paused and looked at Shui Rongyao, who was still wearing a half mask on his face. Shui Rongyao didn't sleep. He stared straight ahead with empty eyes. It was as if he had Alzheimer's disease, or as if his soul was taken away. He sat there woodenly, which was scary. Mao Xiangyi continued to mark the map without any interference, and replied politely, "Don't worry, I have hired a guide, and the guide I hired this time is definitely not an ordinary person." I couldn't help but laugh. If he is not immortal, how could he be a god? Mao Xiangyi also smiled. This time he raised his head and looked at me mysteriously, almost. He is a person who has been blessed by God. Only he can help us escape danger in Gongga Snow Mountain, because it is a sacred mountain. Without his guidance, we will definitely offend the gods. Hearing this, all of us became interested and wanted to know who this guide was. What kind of legendary experience did he have? Mao Xiangyi always had a smile that could not be revealed. I wanted to ask Xue Jingxiang, but Xue Jingxiang just smiled with narrowed eyes, and said that she would know when she saw us. Lao Jiang and I looked at each other. Anyway, we were free, so we sat in the car and guessed out of boredom. I asked Lao Jiang out of curiosity, could this person be the oldest and most experienced man in the area? Just like the desert boat Ayamihan who led the way when we went to Dunhuang last time, this time it should be a similar snow mountain boat, right? Lao Jiang neither nodded nor shook his head. He said, "The key is to be blessed by God." "What do you mean?" I became more and more interested. Lao Jiang explained, "Do you know what the strangest profession in Tibet is? A heaven-given poet. It means that someone may have never been to school, has no culture, and even can't write. But one day he suddenly fell seriously ill, and after recovering from the illness, he could sing a lot of stories overnight, and each story was related to God. He himself said that he was chosen by God and guided him to sing. This is a heaven-given poet. The divinely gifted poets often like to spread the chapters of God in various tribes, so it's not surprising that they become guides." As the truck drove, Lao Jiang's body also swayed rhythmically. As a result, when we really saw the real guide, we found that my guess was completely wrong, and Lao Jiang was only half right. This person was beyond the imagination of everyone present. At this time, the camel who heard us talking suddenly interrupted. "Since it is a sacred mountain, would it be unholy if you touched the young lady's butt? You know, his voice is loud, and he asked in a questioning tone, and the volume is unknown." Instantly, the eyes of everyone in the car rushed over. "What? Whose butt did you touch?" I was stared at so hard that my face turned red and my neck became thick. I wished I could dig a hole under my feet and get out from under the truck. At the same time, I couldn't help cursing in my heart. Yaya could have kept anyone else, but she had to keep a loud mouth. Minjiwai's sarcastic eyes floated over and looked me up and down, as if to say, "Li Jinglan, you are finally exposed." The next moment, she looked at Ban Ban again, holding her chin with both hands, her eyes full of spring light, as if to say, "My husband is still the best, handsome and aloof. Different from some lechers." The white-bearded old man was eating peanuts while making a sound of tisk tsk tsk tsk, which made me even more ashamed to see people. Even the hidden masters around Shui Jingxiang looked over leisurely at this time, wanting to see a good show. I really couldn't argue for 100 days, so I could only stare at Luotua fiercely, and Luotua scratched his head embarrassedly. Oh, I accidentally made a loud voice. Did you do that accidentally? It was clearly intentional. At this moment, I felt like pulling out Camel's tongue. Luckily, Shui Jingxiang stepped in time and helped me out. Everyone is tired after sitting in the car for so long. Why don't we get off the car to eat something and take a rest? I quickly raised my hand to respond, but except for me, everyone in the car was unmoved, and seemed to want to continue digging for news. This Mingyu, he was the first to add insult to injury. With a smile on her face, she looked at Camel. Why did Li Jinglan touch your eldest daughter's butt? It's not. Just when Camel was talking nonsense, I quickly covered his mouth and glared at Mingyu Yi fiercely, threatening him with my eyes. Mingyu Yi didn't take it seriously at all. I looked at Ban Ban again, and Ban Ban immediately raised his hand to indicate that he was hungry and wanted to cook something to eat. Then I kicked Lao Jiang again. If the instigator didn't come out to help, it would be too outrageous. Fortunately, Lao Jiang didn't continue the tradition of pitting his apprentices, and he also raised his hand. When Mingwei Yi saw that Ban Ban wanted to rest, he pulled the hands of the two black-robed old men on the left and right, and raised them high. Ms. Shui, I also think it is the wisest decision to eat and rest now. Now, everyone in the truck agreed to get off. The driver drove the car to a safe area and turned off the engine. There are already very few people here, and there are rocks everywhere. There is no house to be seen, and there are weeds growing wildly on both sides. Lao Jiang and I made a fire on the ground with ease, eating compressed biscuits while heating canned beef. Shui Jingxiang carefully supported Grandpa Shui, and Mao Xiangyi was beside her with a map and electronic equipment, quickly explaining to her the current coordinates of everyone. Luotua ate with us, and I threatened him not to mention touching Yaya's, but next time, otherwise I would break up with him in the future. But you really touched the young ladies, but... The camel looked at me in confusion. Chapter 374. I really wanted to give him a blow, but I kept my temper and repeatedly stated, I wasn't the one who touched his butt. Then who was it? Faced with Camel's question, I looked at Lao Jiang silently. I guess Lao Jiang was afraid that I would expose him, so he said in a serious tone, It's been so long since this happened, so don't mention it. It was a misunderstanding at the beginning. How could I not know that Jinglan was my apprentice? At the age of 10, he was full of righteousness, and at the age of 20, he was a gentleman. His character is remarkable. Camel nodded reluctantly. Okay then. On a moonlit night, they were making a fire next to us. Of course, the main people who worked were the old man with black beard and the old man with white beard. She, a little girl, held her cheeks with both hands and stared straight at our direction. I thought she was hungry, but her eyes kept moving with her companions. I asked Ban Ban if he wanted to eat beef. Ban Ban shook his head, took out the small bronze tripod from his arms, and asked me to pour the food into it. That is, he wanted to eat from the tripod. I held my forehead. Really? I had 3 rules before. How could I forget this one? Will I be regarded as a fool if I eat from the bronze tripod in front of so many masters? As a result, when I looked over, I found that Minjiwai's beautiful face had a little more appreciation, as if saying, You are worthy of the man I like. The way you eat is different from ordinary people. As I thought about it, Minjiwai actually took the initiative to come forward and talk. Mr. Ban Ban, the tripod you are eating is an ancient artifact? I think it looks like it was unearthed in the Shang and Zhou dynasties. The bells and tripods are really fascinating. She said that Ban Ban had excellent taste, and then she said how beautiful the pattern of the tripod was, and it was priceless at first glance. Li Jinglan, isn't that right? Mingyu Yi, who didn't get a word from Ban Ban, turned to look at me. I pulled the corner of my mouth and replied, As long as you are happy. What kind of cultural relic treasure is this? This is just a fake that old Xia bought from a street stall. Okay, it was unearthed during the Shang and Zhou dynasties. At most it was unearthed last year. I looked at Ban Ban helplessly. According to the rules of going out, Ban Ban had to use chopsticks when eating, and he did so at this time. But I don't know if the chopsticks he brought were too slippery, or if the Shang dynasty people really didn't know how to use this thing. The piece of meat fell to the ground just after he picked it up for a second, and before he put it in his mouth. Ban Ban subconsciously picked it up with his hands, and I quickly stopped him and whispered, Don't eat it if it falls on the ground. It can be seen that Ban Ban wanted to eat it, but he still obeyed the order and continued to pick up the meat from the bronze tripod. With a thud, it fell again. Ban Ban looked at me angrily, with tears in his eyes. It seemed as if he was saying, "See, if I am not allowed to pick up, I guess all the meat in this cauldron will be fed to the god of land." He was about to pick up the third piece, and sure enough, the excited beef fell again. I had a headache watching this, and at this time Banban's hands were already itching to move, so I waved my hands and turned my head away. The next moment, Banban, who got the nod, immediately grabbed the meat with his hands and ate it happily. Even if his hands were stained with oil, he didn't care. The black-bearded old man who had just heated up the canned food was stunned, and after a long while he uttered, "This young man is really unconventional." Under Minjiwai's waist-pinching attack, the two old men didn't dare to say a bad word. I thought that after seeing the rough and wolfish side of Banban, Minjiwai would definitely give up, right? But she laughed quietly. "How come even the way you eat is different from others? So special, so extraordinary." "Well, there is no need to avenge Leijun. This woman has already destroyed herself." Minjiwai noticed my gaze and glared at me fiercely. "Don't eat yours. Do you think I can be full?" After everyone rested, Shui Jingxiang asked us to continue to board the truck. People are like this. Once their stomachs are full, they will feel sleepy, especially in the bumpy truck, which deepened our sleepiness. I took a nap leaning against Banban. When I woke up, I realized that I had arrived at the first mark point, Kongning. Mao Xiangyi introduced that this place was the only way to pass the ancient tea horse road, and it was also the cultural exchange route between the Central Plains and Tibet. In the Tang dynasty, the tea horse department was set up to exchange tea, salt and iron for Tibetan horses. In addition, the scenery here is unique, with a blue sky that we can't see in the city. I immediately opened the car tent to see that there was an endless green grassland outside, and the wheels were rolling on the grassland. It was already dark outside. Are we going to the snow mountain? That's the outline of the snow mountain, right? With a dim sky, I pointed to the horizon, where a white corner could be seen faintly. Mao Xiangyi shook his head. "It's a long way to cross this grassland to reach Gongda Snow Mountain. It's still early for us." Until we left the grassland, Shui Jingxiang suddenly asked us all to put on woolen coats, pick up our packages, and get ready to get off the car. "Haven't we reached the destination yet?" I was a little surprised, but Shui Jingxiang directly scolded the driver to stop the car. After all of us got off the car one after another, Shui Jingxiang ordered the driver to go back and report, and pick us up 2 weeks later. I looked at Lao Jiang and I, not sure why Shui Jingxiang did this. Is she on guard against the people sent by Commander Liu? Or, in addition to us, she doesn't want to bring any outsiders with her for this operation. Everyone was a little unhappy to stop in such a desolate wilderness in the middle of the night, but they could only follow Shui Jingxiang's arrangement. The sky had completely turned dark, and a bright moon hung in the sky, and under the moon was an endless desolation. Sharp stones, gobi sand beaches, and clumps of tumbleweeds all revealed desolation. "Miss Shui, don't want a car, we can't just walk to the snow-capped mountains on our own, right?" Ming Yi frowned slightly, and was the first to express dissatisfaction. Lao Jiang picked up the telescope and searched around. He said, "We can't walk anymore. Isn't there a tent in front? Let's go to the local herdsman to borrow horses." Mao Xiangyi tightened his scarf, and seemed to be impressed by Lao Jiang's rich experience. It turned out that he also thought so, so he suggested Shui Jingxiang to stop here. The wind blew over me, and I was chilled to the bone. I quickly wrapped my coat around my neck. Without further delay, everyone marched directly towards the scattered white tents in the distance. When I left, I glanced in the direction of Shui Rongyao. Although Shui Jingxiang wrapped him in a coat, could he withstand the ravages of the Gobi Desert at such an old age? Unlike the lethargy during the day, Shui Rongyao seemed to have come back to life at night, and his two dim old eyes were full of brilliance. When he was in the car, he was still stupid and dazed. It seems that his illness is really bizarre. Chapter 375. Expert Mao Xiangyi seemed to have been to this place before. He took the initiative to walk in front and lead the way. On the way, Lao Jiang pointed out 2 words to me. "Jinglan, do you know why the tent in front is white? There is a lot of tricks here. It turns out that most Tibetans on the grassland live in tents. Because tents have many advantages such as being warm in winter and cool in summer, and easy to disassemble. For thousands of years, they have led sheep and cattle, choosing grass to graze and water to live, living a wandering life full of romanticism. The colors of the tents are also divided into black and white. The black tent is woven with cow hair, and the white tent is woven with wool. If you see a black tent, it means that this is the hometown of the Tibetans. If you see a white tent, it means that the Tibetans here are migrated, but they always have faith in God." Hearing our conversation, Mao Xiangyi also joined in. He nodded to Lao Jiang, seeming to appreciate Lao Jiang's rich experience, and added a few words. Young man, Tibetans love white very much. They use white in many buildings, such as the most famous Potala Palace. For them, white is a symbol of good luck and can bless them. We are going to enter Gongda Snow Mountain here. Gongda means snow white and holy in Tibetan. This group of people live under the vast snow-capped mountains. The goat milk they drink is white, the hatta they wear is white, and the faith they hold is also snow white. So next, you must not desecrate any white you see. Especially, you can't sneak into a woman's tent without saying hello and peek at something. Once you are discovered, you can only stay here to marry and have children and herd yaks for the rest of your life. Even if the other person is fat, black and strong, you have to marry unconditionally. Mao Xiangyu reminded us specially. Okay. It seems that even he believed the camel's words and thought that I was addicted to touching my butt. Gradually, white round tents appeared in our field of vision, like white hills, which looked extremely beautiful in the green grassland. There was also a circle of wooden doors outside the tent, with colorful flags hanging on them. There was also a string of unknown symbols written on the highest point of the wooden door, probably in Tibetan. Mao Xiangyu told us that this place is called Wenjiao Pasture. Perhaps they heard the footsteps of strangers, and soon 2 herdsmen came out of the tent vigilantly, holding earth guns in their hands. They were wearing bright robes and covered with silver ornaments. They should be around 20 or 30 years old, with tan skin and pure eyes, exuding a wildness that belongs only to nature. Zaxi Deli. Mao Xiangyu waved to them and greeted them with a smile. The 2 parties seemed to know each other well. When the 2 herdsmen saw that it was Mao Xiangyu, they immediately fired their guns and happily welcomed us into the door. Xue Jingxiang supported Mr. Xue and walked in front, and we followed one after another. The 2 herdsmen took us to the largest tent. I don't know what special festival it is today. When we went in, we found that a grand dinner was being held inside. The people here are warm and hospitable. As soon as we entered, a little girl offered us hatta, holding a white hatta in both hands and putting it around our necks. Lao Jiang whispered to me, "This is the welcome ceremony of the locals. They treat us as guests of honor." I quickly lowered my head, but found that my companion beside me had a stern look and did not give the little girl a chance to get close to me. The atmosphere suddenly became anxious. I hurried forward to explain, and after a while, Ban Ban reluctantly believed that this was not an opportunity to assassinate me. Presumably, in the Shang dynasty 3,000 years ago, the female war goddess Fu Hao would encounter various assassinations every time she conquered an enemy country. Otherwise, Ban Ban would not be so accustomed to it. Even so, Minjiwai could still boast, "He is worthy of being the man I like, loyal to his brother, and his loyalty will shine through the ages." But the strange thing is that the hatta presented to us is white, while the one presented to Xue Rongyu is golden. At this time, Xue Rongyu seemed to be completely awake, looking around with bright eyes, without any wooden dementia. The people here are very enthusiastic. After presenting the hatta, they asked us to sit down and served us hot milk tea and a few plates of strange snacks. Mao Xiangyu explained that this was buttermilk tea and sampa made from highland barley. "Try it, it tastes very special." I took a bite of it, and it felt a little hard and a little salty. It was warm and warm to the stomach with milk tea. After a while, an elderly man and his wife came to greet us, but they spoke Tibetan, which we could not understand. Mao Xiangyu was communicating with them happily. Mao Xiangyu helped us translate and told us that the other party was the leader of this group of herdsmen, named Damba, and next to him was his wife Shuema. In order to express his welcome to us, the old man Damba actually decided to treat us with a roasted whole lamb. After waiting for an hour, the roasted whole lamb was served, which surprised me. It turned out to be a whole lamb, weighing dozens of kilograms, with a unique fragrance of honey color. There were several plates next to it, and there was a knife in each plate. You know, we only had canned food and compressed biscuits at noon. Seeing such a golden roasted lamb at this time almost made us hungry. Old Damba asked us to eat quickly, and then he took a knife and cut a piece of meat from the lamb for us to sample. In this case, we were not polite. Shuema sincerely brought the horse milk wine she brewed to the table. Influenced by them, we ate meat and drank wine all day long, and the atmosphere was joyful. Ban even took away a lamb leg and bit it there. During the meal, Mao Xiangyu tactfully proposed to borrow a horse. Old Damba agreed without thinking, and said that he would lend the strongest stallion in the grassland to the distinguished guests from afar. Xue Jingxiang shook her head and looked at Mao Xiangyu. "I never borrow things, I only buy." After that, she winked at the faceless man next to her, and the faceless man directly handed over a gold bar and asked Mao Xiangni to give it to old Danba. Mao Xiangni translated while pushing the gold bars in front of the old man Danba. They had never seen so much gold before, and were almost scared. Under Mao Xiangni's repeated insistence, the old man Danba accepted the gold bars. Most people here speak Tibetan, but they are too enthusiastic. In order to show their respect for us, they learn to call us by our names. But when they call us by our names, they like to add a law at the end. For example, brotherly, Mr. Jiang Mishue. I asked Lao Jiang what this meant. Lao Jiang told us that people here never call people by their full names, but add a law at the end to show respect and affection. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. You should also law with him. For a while, the tent was full of the sound of la la la, which made people laugh. Chapter 376. Under the influence of Confucianism, most people in the Central Plains are reserved and elegant, but the people here are passionate and unrestrained, which makes us happy from the bottom of our hearts. The old man Danba also prepared a bonfire party for us. Young men and women sang enthusiastically around the bonfire, and they seemed not afraid of the cold. The men even took off their shirts, bare-chested, and exposed their dark backs. They sang a strange song, majestic and tragic, like a brave warrior holding a spear, one man and one horse, bloody and killing into the mighty enemy army. It should be a local folk song, but I can never understand it. Lao Jiang's face became more and more serious, as if he could understand these Tibetan words. I noticed something was wrong and asked him what was wrong. Lao Jiang only replied me one sentence. King Geezer, they are singing King Geezer. King Geezer? I was about to ask Lao Jiang what he meant. At this moment, Mao Xiangni suddenly shouted, "Don't touch it." The person he was shouting was Ming Yueye. In front of Ming Yueye was a small tower made of stones, with triangular colored flags hanging on the tower, which should be prayer flags, with twisted spells written on them. I didn't touch it, I was just curious about what it was. Ming Yueye immediately retracted her hand and explained embarrassedly. It turned out that there was such a strange stone tower in the east, west, south, and north of the tent, which aroused her curiosity. But she looked at it for a long time and didn't know what it was, let alone what it was used for. Mao Xiangni frowned and didn't intend to tell us, but he found that we were all eager to move, and was afraid that we would do something, so he whispered, "Friends, when you come here, you must follow the local customs. The herdsmen here have their own unique customs, such as circumambulating the sacred mountain, worshipping the sacred lake, hanging colorful prayer flags, sky burial, etc., and finally placing mani piles. This is the mani pile in front of us, which is used for their sacrifices. They will offer fresh cheese and wine to the mani pile in June and July every year, and then hold a grand bonfire party to worship their patron saint. The patron saints of each place are different. Did you hear the ballads those men and women sang when they persuaded people to drink just now? Their patron saint is King Geezer. I seem to have vaguely heard of this name before, and Camel asked loudly, "Who is it?" Hearing Camel's words, Mao Xiangni immediately shushed, as if he thought Camel's tone was extremely disrespectful to King Geezer. Camel looked at me and Lao Jiang in confusion, not understanding why Mao Xiangni was so cautious. Lao Jiang explained to him briefly, King Geezer is the greatest hero in the hearts of Tibetans. According to legend, a long time ago, a large number of demons appeared on this land. Tuay Bagawa, the son of God, pitied the suffering of all living beings, transformed into a knight, resolutely came to the world, and fought against the demons. In the first battle, he cut off the head of a demon king, and became famous on the grassland. He became a king through horse racing and established the most powerful Ling kingdom at that time in a snowstorm. But his legend did not end. He led his 30 generals throughout his life, fighting north and south, and finally completely eliminated the demons and returned to the realm of gods. Isn't this a mythical figure? Lua Tuakari said. Yes. Lao Jiang nodded. The story of King Geezer is not recorded in any document. It has been passed down day by day through the divinely gifted poets for thousands of years. But even so, King Geezer is still a hero in the hearts of the locals, irreplaceable. Chapter 377. After listening to what Lao Jiang said, I looked at Mao Xiangni, wondering if what Lao Jiang said was right. But I saw Mao Xiangni looking around, as if he was looking for something in the crowd. Finally, he had no choice but to ask the old man Danba, who was already a little drunk, where has he gone? Hasn't he come back yet? Mao Xiangni spoke in Tibetan, which I couldn't understand, so Lao Jiang translated for us. It seemed that he was asking the mysterious guide. The old man Danba waved his hand and said, he is releasing the yaks. He will be back soon. After hearing this, Mao Xiangyi finally felt relieved, but he did not return to the campfire to continue dancing. Instead, he stayed outside the cold pasture alone, silently waiting for the guide. Lao Jiang and I were also very curious, so we chased him out. Ban M was holding the remaining mutton from the bronze tripod that day, and when he saw me leaving, he immediately followed with the tripod. Minjiwai and the others also followed quickly. Now the whole team was watching. Although we were standing in the sharp northwest wind, we drank kumis and ate hot roasted lamb, and we felt as if a stove was lit, and we didn't feel cold at all. As we waited and chatted, I asked Mao Xiangyi who the guide was. We were already at someone else's door, so why were we hiding? Mao Xiangyi remained silent, saying that I would understand when we met him. Moo! Moo! Finally, under the bright moonlight, hundreds of yaks rolled over from the other side of the grassland. Their fur was shiny like black satin, their limbs were strong, and their two curved horns were majestic. Under the moonlight, it looked like a black tide, making people feel a little dazed. There was a chubby little girl riding on the yak in the front. She was wearing a red dress with furry collar and sleeves, a small felt hat on her head, and her hands were tucked into the wide plush sleeves, revealing only a round little face. The little face was tanned, and there was a pair of Highland red dimples on her cheeks. The girl was very small, probably only 13 or 14 years old. I don't know what happy event she encountered. I heard her singing from a long distance. When he saw the group of yaks, Mao Xiangyi was overjoyed and shouted to us, "Our guide is here. This time we will definitely enter Gongda Snow Mountain." Lao Jiang and I looked around, and except for the fat girl, there were only yaks left. Where is the guide? Especially Minjiwai had already put on an appearance of asking for accusation. Expert Mao, are you making fun of us? You actually plan to let the yak lead a group of us into the snow mountain to die? What yak? You are wrong. Our guide is her. Following the direction of Mao Xiangyi's finger, the girl riding on the yak suddenly came into view. Looking closer at this time, the girl is obviously darker and fatter. The fat girl can actually speak Chinese. She slid down from the yak and grinned, revealing her white and neat teeth. "Hello, you can call me Little Black Bull." I looked her up and down. Is this the person chosen by God in Mao Xiangyi's day? Is she really here to be our guide? I didn't see that she was chosen by God, but she is really black. Chapter 378. After the fat girl introduced herself, she continued to sing. I found that it seemed that she had been smiling and singing since I saw her. I hurriedly asked Lao Jiang what she was singing. Lao Jiang replied me with 4 very familiar words. King Geezer. It turned out that all the stories that the fat girl sang were stories about King Geezer, such as how King Geezer won the horse race with so many opponents. For example, how King Geezer led everyone to build a royal city in the blizzard. For example, King Geezer crossed mountains and ridges just to fight the devil and save his wife. Although this little fat girl is only in her teens, she sings like writing a novel, one paragraph at a time, full of suspense. She is indeed a poet gifted by heaven. But she is so young. Can she really take on the burden of being a guide? I still have a huge question mark in my heart. At this moment, I suddenly remembered something, and I recited the sentence I heard in the ice storage, Om Hazamba, Nien Shin Nihum, in front of the little black cow. Before I could ask what the spell meant, the little black bull suddenly grabbed a handful of cow dung from the ground and stuffed it into my mouth. The action was so fast that I didn't even react. Don't chant an ominous spell. The fat girl stopped laughing, and replaced it with a seriousness that was not in line with her age. After the fat girl explained, we learned that Oim Ha means dedication, and Yenshin means ghost. Chanting this spell actually means, I am willing to dedicate everything I have to the Ghost King. What? We were all stunned for a moment, and even I didn't care about the stench of cow dung in my mouth, and wanted to continue talking. At this time, Minjiwai covered her nose, and handed me a handkerchief. Wipe it quickly, and go wash it by the side. I frowned. Is it that serious? Minjiwai screamed in a tone that was about to faint. Please stop talking, it's stinking me to death. I could only go to the lake to wash reluctantly, but I have to admit that Xiaoheng You's words made all of our originally happy hearts deeply silent. Why did the group of people who climbed Mount Gongda say this sentence after death? Why did they dedicate everything they had, including their bodies and souls, to the Ghost King? And what did they experience back then? The lake water on the grassland is extremely clear, just like a mirror, reflecting my shadow. I rolled up my sleeves and simply washed my face. I didn't feel it was stinky at first, but when the water was flushed, I suddenly felt that this fresh yak excrement was indeed hard to describe. After finally cleaning it up, I felt that my whole mouth was almost frozen by the ice water, and I walked back shivering. After returning, I saw Banban holding the little black cow 1 meter above the ground with a fierce look on his face, ready to throw it into the lake at any time. I quickly grabbed him. After all, the other party was a child, and he was also well-intentioned, so I didn't care. At this time, I found that Shui Jingxiang and others had all gathered around, as if they wanted to ask something. The little black cow pouted, and his dark little face was full of grievances. Shui Jingxiang's beautiful face was full of smiles, and suddenly her eyes rolled, and she took out a snack with a particularly exquisite packaging from her Japanese bag, with 2 foreign children drawn on it. What is this? Xiao Hanyo was immediately attracted. Shui Jingxiang carefully unwrapped the wrapping paper, revealing a black object. This is vanilla chocolate, edible, as sweet as the butter tea you drink. I was a little greedy when I heard it was chocolate. You know, this thing can only be imported from Germany, and it is expensive, and only people in the upper class can afford it. Unexpectedly, the fat girl in front of him was cheap, and Xiao Hanyo didn't care about anything. He bit off most of it in one day, and then chewed it in his mouth. His big obsidian eyes lit up. Sister, do you have any more? Shui Jingxiang nodded proudly, and then took the opportunity to ask Xiao Hanyo how much he knew about the so-called mind god. Xiao Hanyo didn't keep it a secret this time, and started from the beginning. It turned out that all evil objects here are collectively called ghosts, and ghosts are also divided into 3 levels. The lowest level of ghosts are called Buza, and they usually only dare to appear at night. They have black hands and feet, and are short in stature. They are very timid, and can only bully people who are alone or sick, and survive by absorbing their fear. The higher level of ghosts are called Kangji, and Tingji can appear during the day and night. They have membrane-like wings, scarlet eyes, and fangs. They can often suck the blood of dozens of yaks overnight, and they fly very fast. Even the strongest horses can't outrun them. At this point, Xiao Hanyo stretched out his dirty little hand to Shui Jingxiang, and the meaning couldn't be clearer. Shui Jingxiang handed Xiao Hanyo another piece of vanilla chocolate, and Xiao Hanyo continued, "Have you seen the prayer flags on our ranch? They are used to prevent Tingji, and above Tingji is the mind god. The mind gods are the most powerful ghosts here. Long, long ago, they made the people of the entire grassland miserable. It was not until the appearance of King Geezer that the mind gods were challenged and killed one by one, and the grassland returned to peace. Of course, there are still some that slip through the net. The last mind god in the world is called the female ghost Sakya. Her body is locked in Gongda Temple, and guarded by generations of Snow Mountain White Lion Kings. Body? What about her soul? And what is the Snow Mountain White Lion King? A lot of questions lingered in their hearts, and everyone became curious, but Xiao Hanyo stopped talking, and raised his dirty little hand to Shui Jingxiang again. Shui Jingxiang handed her another piece of chocolate, but Xiao Hanyo didn't take his hand back, so Shui Jingxiang could only add another piece, and Xiao Hanyo still didn't say anything. Until Shui Jingxiang handed over all the chocolates in her bag, Xiao Hanyo nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Hanyo put the chocolate into his trouser pocket as if it were a treasure, and then licked the wrapper of the last piece of chocolate, which was so sweet that her eyes turned into 2 crescents. When she had licked the wrapper almost to the end, Shui Jingxiang finally couldn't hold it in anymore and asked her what happened next. Xiao Hanyo grinned, revealing his white teeth. Here we say chanting is a very unlucky thing, so I won't tell you what happened next. Shui Jingxiang was stunned on the spot. Even Lao Jiang and I couldn't hold back our laughter. Miss Shui, who was so well connected in both the black and white worlds, was actually fooled by a cowherd. Shui Jingxiang was still a little confused, and she asked Xiao Hanyo, "Then will I give you these chocolates for free?" Xiao Hanyo shook his head immediately. No, 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 I won't eat them for free. The spell you just chanted was very evil, and it will kill you. Chapter 379. Now please put your hands together, imagine a blooming lotus in your heart, and chant with me. Lotus grows on the earth. White Lion King of Snow Mountain, I am willing to remove my sins and convert to you, and the 10,000 characters are surrounded by light. The naughty and cunning little black cow just now put her hands together, with a serious face. It seems that as long as it involves her faith, she will be more pious than anyone else. We followed the little black cow, and finished chanting the blessing together. The little black cow told us, God will purify your soul, and help you drive away all the bad luck you have encountered before. You know, the evil spell just now came out of my mouth. I was afraid that the little black cow would ask why I knew this spell, so I tried to make up all kinds of reasons in my heart. However, strangely, I waited for a long time, and didn't hear any questions from the little black cow. Instead, she smiled sweetly in the direction of Shui Jingxiang. Okay, this is your reward. After saying that, she trotted and rode directly on the big yak. Don't say it, this fat girl is not tall, but she is very strong. With a light kick, she jumped on the back of the yak. Xue Jingxiang wanted to ask something, but the little black cow waved her hand, indicating that she had to hurry to send the yak into the circle. This little brat is really smart. He knew that he had cheated Xue Jingxiang of all her chocolates, and had to leave this place as soon as possible. However, when she passed by me, she suddenly turned her head, and looked at me, while riding on the yak. The moonlight cast on the little black cow, making her face dark, but her eyes were unusually bright, as if reflecting a sacred and pure snow mountain. Hee hee. Little black cow smiled strangely at me. At that moment, I understood a lot from her eyes. It was as if she had known where we came from, what we had encountered, and why we chanted that evil spell. Because she knew all this, she didn't need to ask any more questions. Everything was God's will. It was God who guided us to come here and seek her help. And she was God's agent, God's messenger and singer in the world. After little black cow left, our eyes were all on expert Mao. Does that mean this is the mysterious guide you were looking for? Especially Xue Jingxiang. She couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. What should we do now? This girl looks simple, but in fact she is eccentric. She cheated me of all the chocolates in just a few words. Will she be willing to be our guide? And can she take on this task? It seems that Mao Xiangyi had told Xue Jingxiang about the little black cow before. At that time, Xue Jingxiang trusted Mao Xiangyi, so she thought it was okay. But after all the chocolates on her body were robbed in such a short time, she still had some concerns. Even if the little black cow was really chosen by God, at best, it was still a child. Mao Xiangyi smiled confidently and promised, "Don't worry, she will agree. This trip to the snow mountain must be her." After that, Mao Xiangyi took us into a tent with ease. This tent is different from other tents in the ranch because its door curtain is actually golden. After walking in, I saw a red bench on each side, a stove burning cow dung in the middle, and a Tibetan painting made of dyed wool and woven inside. The painting shows a wise and brave general, with a tall stature, bronze complexion, and raised eyebrows that vividly show his anger. He is wearing golden armor, with colorful flags on his back, and holding a sword in his hand, as if he is fighting a desperate battle with the enemy. He is riding a pure white lion. The lion has snow-white mane all over its body, and a pair of blue eyes, like priceless gems. To be honest, I have seen people riding horses and camels, but this is the first time I have seen people riding lions, and a pure white lion. This kind of painting is really rare. This man and lion exude a strong and arrogant attitude that makes me unconsciously put myself in it. Although I don't understand Tibetan, I accidentally understood the words in the painting, "My majestic king, sweeping away the demons." Just as I was staring at the painting in a trance, Mao Xiangyi had already started to get close to the owner of the tent. They were a middle-aged couple with dark skin, white teeth, and typical Tibetan costumes. The woman wore a silver bracelet on her wrist, and various silver ornaments on her neck and ears. The man had fewer silver ornaments, but a Z bead hung on his neck. According to Mao Xiangyi, they were the parents of Xiao Heinyo. The woman was called Mei Duo, and the man was called Sangba. Because Xiao Heinyo was the only heavenly poet here, this tent was also upgraded to a golden tent. Mei Duo and Sangba were very polite to us. As soon as we entered, they invited us to sit on the bench and poured us a cup of hot tea. They even took out precious yak jerky for us to taste. Mao Xiangyi proposed his intention for this trip, wanting Xiao Heinyo to be our guide and lead the team to Gongda Snow Mountain. Logically speaking, this request should be considered excessive. How can a child be a guide, especially when climbing a mountain that they consider to be a sacred mountain? However, Samba and Meidu agreed without thinking. Just at this time, Xiao Heinyo settled the yak and came in. Meiduo took her hand and handed her over to Mao Xiangyi. Lao Jiang and I looked at each other in surprise. Is it that simple? Compared with Xiao Heinyo, who asked for a bribe for answering a question, her parents were so simple that it was shocking. These two people did not ask for anything, and they did not even have time to hesitate. We couldn't believe our ears, but Mao Xiangyi's expression was calm, as if everything was within his expectations. Xue Jingxiang said, "Since the guide has been decided, shall we rest for one night and set off early tomorrow morning?" Xiao Heinyo shook his head repeatedly. "No, we will go up the mountain at noon." I hurriedly asked why. Xiao Heinyo turned his back to me, and she distributed the chocolates extorted from Xue Jingxiang to her parents, saying that they were sweet, and let her parents taste them. Her parents wanted to give us some, but I refused even though I wanted to. Then Little Black Cow answered my question with satisfaction. "You are not locals. If you go up the mountain early in the morning, Buza will eat you." I was even more confused. "Hey, Didn't you say before that Buza only dares to appear at night? Little Black Cow licked the chocolate wrapper and explained, our place is different from your place. Many places here are not exposed to the sun in the early morning. Only at noon can the sun completely cover the snow-capped mountains. Buza determines light and darkness not by the hands of your watch, but by the sun in the sky. Now I was even more curious about Buza, and couldn't help asking Mao Xiangyi, Expert Mao, have you seen that thing? Is there really a ghost in the world? Chapter 380. Little Black Cow said before that Buza would target people who were lost and alone. Could it be that he was referring to the ghost wall? Expert Mao Xiangyi has a square face, just like him. His signature action is to tie a scarf. Whenever he encounters a difficult problem, he will tighten the red scarf around his neck. Actually, I have encountered Buza, but I'm sorry, I really don't know what they are. Hearing this, I couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Mao Xiangyi explained, it's like this. The herders in this place are much more backward in their thinking than the outside world. They don't know what science is, and they only believe in the taboos passed down from generation to generation. They believe that being sick, injured, lost, or even falling off a horse and breaking a leg while grazing are all bad things done by Buza. I suddenly had an idea. Isn't this bad luck? In our hometown, it means being haunted by a jinx. Mao Xiangyi nodded. Yes, we can understand Buza as bad luck. But a monster that has been passed down for so long must exist. Perhaps the prototype should be a wolf or a leopard on the snow mountain. At this time, the straightforward camel couldn't help it. He asked, hey expert, since you said you met Buza, why did you say you didn't see it? Isn't this bullshit? The camel chewed yak jerky and spoke incoherently. When he choked, he asked Meiduo for a cup of tea. He was not shy at all, as if he was still walking in the monkhood. Mao Xiangyi glanced at the little black cow licking the wrapping paper next to him, and said, it all started when I was young. I was only in my early 30s at that time. I went to Ganzi with my seniors to investigate the King Geezer culture, and was a guest at Wenjia Ranch. It turned out that the night when Mao Xiangyi and his friends stayed here, Meiduo happened to have a difficult birth. No matter how hard Meiduo tried, she couldn't give birth to the baby. She could only sweat all over and scream loudly. The local herdsman said that Buza had come. Buza didn't want the baby to be born because he felt the threat brought by the baby. The father of the little black cow, Sangba, even asked the Lama of Gongda Temple to come down and pray for her to ensure the safety of the adults and the baby. I thought it was a difficult birth, and if it was delayed like this, how could she survive? Mao Xiangyi held a cup of butter tea, recalled the past when he was young, and said, it happened that I had studied Western medicine for a few years, so I could only deliver the baby myself, and finally save the mother and the child. Later, our group sent the dying mother and the child out of the grassland, and stayed in the hospital for a week before they were out of danger. Mao Xiangyi looked at the little black cow tenderly, as if the little black cow was his child. Lao Jiang and I looked at each other. More than 10 years ago, could it be that the child that Mao Xiangyi accidentally saved was Xiao Heinyo? Xiao Heinyo snorted at this time. If you hadn't saved Mom, I wouldn't be your guide. Meiduo touched Xiao Heinyo's head lovingly, so that she wouldn't be rude to the benefactor. No wonder Meiduo and Samba agreed to Mao Xiangyi's request one day. It turned out that Mao Xiangyi had done them a great favor. And the people here have always been grateful. As long as it doesn't violate their beliefs, they will complete the benefactor's instructions even if they die. But thinking of Xiao Heinyo's appearance when I first met him, the little sly guy who asked for a bribe for every question was really different from the honest Samba couple. I can't see that this fat girl has any gratitude towards us. We rested for one night at Wenjia Ranch, and it was almost noon the next day before we were ready to set off. The day and night at Wenjia Ranch are two different feelings. At night, the place is brightly lit, and the warm yellow butter lamps are like fireflies, shining against the bright Milky Way. But during the day, there is an endless blue sky above, and large white clouds are like snow-white Hatta. Not far away are rolling mountains and vast grasslands. The white tents are like small pagodas, making people feel as if their hearts are washed by clear springs, full of holiness and purity. According to the agreement, the old man Damba gave each of us a horse, and also prepared a lot of necessary supplies for us, as well as goat milk powder and yak jerky to replenish our physical energy in the extremely cold weather. The little black cow rode on his own yak, nibbling on barley cakes leisurely. After what Mao Xiangyi said last night, we didn't bother to be polite to Xiao Heinyo. We thought that since Mao Xiangyi had saved her life, it was reasonable for us to ask some questions. But don't be fooled by Xiao Heinyo's plain appearance. She was usually lively and innocent to us. But as long as we asked about any key clues, her eyes would roll, and she would start to ask for all kinds of things. This time, Xiao Heinyo actually set her sights on Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang has always had a habit of smoking a hard door before doing anything, and he also called it to refresh himself. When Xiao Heinyo saw that Lao Jiang's lighter could produce a hot flame with just a click, her eyes almost glued to it, and she asked us excitedly what kind of magic weapon it was. Lao Jiang was a sly old man, deliberately teasing Xiao Heinyo's appetite, and took the opportunity to ask, "Is the painting worshipped in your family, King Geezer?" "Yes." The little black cow nodded sincerely, and then asked Lao Jiang, "Why can this thing of yours spit fire?" Lao Jiang only told her, "This is called a lighter, and the reason why it can spit fire is because..." Halfway through, Lao Jiang suddenly stopped and continued to ask the previous question. King Geezer rides a white lion. When an old sly guy meets a little sly guy, it is a showdown between shameless and even more shameless. Xiao Heinyo chuckled. "If you want to know more, you have to give me the lighter." Lao Jiang tossed the lighter in his palm, obviously reluctant to part with it. He asked Xiao Heinyo if he wasn't curious about why there was fire in it. Xiao Heinyo shook his head. "I'm not interested in your scientific principles. Give me the things, and I tell you what you want to know." Looking at Lao Jiang's embarrassed look, I looked at Mao Xiangni, but found that Mao Xiangni had long been accustomed to it, and even explained to us for the first time, "Do you know why she knows Chinese? Oh my, it can't be just to make it easier to blackmail passers-by?" I was surprised at first, and then I screamed in sudden realization. Mao Xiangni didn't completely admit what I said, but just said in a roundabout way that this girl had a treasure box with a lot of strange things in it. Lao Jiang pretended to be embarrassed and gave the lighter to Xiao Heinyo, but I knew that Lao Jiang actually had a better and more beautiful Lifeng Guijin Japanese lighter, otherwise he would never give up the one he used to make a living. As soon as he got the lighter, Xiao Heinyo pressed it excitedly. I asked her what she wanted this thing for. Chapter 381. Little Black Cow laughed arrogantly, and her two dimples were red, just like two red apples, looking cute and festive. She shouted at me, "Stupid, with this thing, it will be much more convenient for me to burn cow dung in the future. This little girl can really think of cow dung for everything." We were made to laugh and cry by her. This girl is quirky, and although she likes to ask for things from us, we don't hate her, but like her very much. Everyone agreed that Little Black Cow didn't sound good, so let's call her Little Black Girl from now on. After Lao Jiang gave the lighter to Little Black Cow, he asked her about the portrait. Xiao Heinyo also told us frankly, that White Lion is not an ordinary lion, it is the White Lion King. The Gongda Snow Mountain you are going to climb this time is the White Lion King's place of execution. It is the greatest guardian of King Geezer, guarding the body of the Sakya ghost inside the skull wall of Gongda Temple. You know, what Lao Jiang and I are most interested in now is the Sakya ghost, so we can't help but want to ask more details. But Xiao Heinyo is not willing to mention the four-word Sakya ghost, indicating that as the last god in the world, she has strong demonic power, and will sense our call to her and entangle us. If you are really interested, wait until you go to Gongda Temple, and ask the Lama inside. In Gongda Temple, the demonic power of the Sakya ghost is the weakest. Don't mention it here, it's best not to even think about it, otherwise she will mistakenly think that we are calling her, and want to become her believers. Lao Jiang and I looked at each other, and we could only suppress the questions in our hearts. But Lao Jiang was obviously unwilling to accept such an answer in exchange for a lighter, so he picked another question to ask. Xiao Heinyo thought we were annoying, but she thought the lighter was interesting, so she talked to us casually. We asked Xiao Heinyo if she was the only one in her family. It seemed that other herders would have several children, especially boys were more popular as labor. Xiao Heinyo told us that when she was born, Mei Duo suffered irreversible damage to her body, so Samba stopped letting her have children. And Xiao Heinyo felt that she was no worse than boys, and she could do better than boys. Generally speaking, children born with difficulty are often very likely to die, and few are so strong, but Xiao Heinyo is very strong and has basically never been sick since she was a child. Strangely enough, women with difficult births in the past would be entangled by Buza, and in the end, no matter whether they were big or small, they could not escape the fate of death. But Xiao Heinyo survived, and in the end, she became the one chosen by God. I didn't know what being chosen by God meant until I was 2 years old, when the chief of Damba heard me singing a ballad and said it was the epic of King Geezer. It was because of King Geezer's protection that my mother and I were able to live to this day. As a child who had never been to school, I could sing the most complex and long-standing epic of King Geezer from the beginning of my speech, which shocked the entire Wenjiao ranch. Little Black Cow is the only female divinely gifted poet here. No female had ever been chosen by God before, and all the divinely gifted poets were men without exception. But Little Black Cow broke this exception. For this, the old man Damba specially gave her a small silver mirror, behind which was a holy blooming lotus. He hoped that the Little Black Cow's heart would always be pure and untainted. For this reason, the Little Black Cow hung the silver mirror around his neck and hid it inside his clothes. We wanted to see the silver mirror, but the Little Black Cow was too stingy to show it to us and urged the yak to run faster. However, the fast horses we rode were faster than the yaks. Galloping in this vast wilderness reminded me of the scene in the Dunhuang Desert, which was also so rough and natural. But the two beauties are completely different. The trip to Dunhuang was full of yellow sand, the desert smoke was straight, and the long river was setting in the sun. And here, not far away, is the snow-capped mountains, connected with the clouds and mist, which reminded me of a poem. Jade dragons dance in the clouds, and the glaciers rise straight to the sky. But gradually, I felt something was wrong. Why does that towering snow mountain look familiar? My mind suddenly lit up, and I finally thought of it. The shape of Gongda Snow Mountain seems to be very similar to the Vajra that Shui Jingxiang showed us before. The top of Gongda Snow Mountain is the tip of the Vajra, which is so sharp that it can pierce the sky and pierce hell. Its mountain body to the mountainside is the middle section of the Vajra, which looks like three lifelike Buddha heads. One is smiling, one is glaring, and the other is showing sharp fangs, as if to use its majesty to intimidate the demons. The more I look at it, the more similar it is, and the more I think about it, the more terrifying it feels. Finally, I can't help asking everyone if they have this feeling. It really looks like it. Indeed. Everyone echoed. Lao Jian also showed a strange look and said, I'm afraid this is not a simple coincidence. The Little Black Cow chewed a piece of grass in his mouth and explained, You don't know, right? According to legend, King Geezer killed the last mine god here. He pierced the heart of the Sakya ghost with a Vajra and purified her dirty and cruel soul. But the witch's body was difficult to disappear, so the Vajra turned into Gongda Snow Mountain. The White Lion King guarded the body of the Sakya ghost in Gongda Temple on the Snow Mountain for generations to prevent her from going out to cause trouble in the world. So in our eyes, Gongda Snow Mountain is a sacred mountain. Stop, I can't tell you anymore, even if I exchange it for good things. At this point, the Little Black Cow pursed his clever little mouth tightly, as if he wanted to keep some important secret. We, riding on the horse, couldn't help but look at each other and smile bitterly. This little girl is really like a bottle, and she only says half of her words every time. At this moment, she blinked her big and bright eyes, driving the yaks, and sang the epic of King Geezer again. King Geezer's battle flag is planted on the silvery ice peak. King Geezer's warhorse is running on the blue sky and white cloud grassland. Her voice is like a lark, melodious, pure and beautiful, and forms a beautiful picture with the snow-capped mountains in the distance. And I fell into a long thought. Is there really a female ghost imprisoned in the snow-capped mountain temple in the distance? Guarded by llamas for generations? This statement is really a bit horrifying. Since the Sakya female ghost has been imprisoned, how could she kill the two robbers who escaped from Gongda Snow Mountain that year? I have to say that every time I ask Xiao Hei Niu, we will encounter another bigger mystery after solving a mystery. Chapter 382. Gongda Snow Mountain is very high, long and magnificent. From a distance, it looks like a silver dragon across the sky. Expert Mao Xiangyi introduced to us. This mountain is covered with ice and snow all year round, cold and steep. Although the altitude is not as high as the Himalayas, it is more difficult to climb than the Himalayas. Over the past 10 years, I don't know how many official or private mountaineering teams have died on the mountain. Everyone must be mentally prepared. Next we have two options. The first is to go up the mountain from Heilugu on the left, and the second is to go up the mountain from Yanzigu on the right. Both places have thick glaciers blocking the way. If you make a mistake, you will slide down and your body will be gone. Can't you go up the mountain directly? I asked. Mao Xiangyi chuckled. Little brother, when you get to the foot of Gongda Snow Mountain, you will know why you can't go up the mountain directly. The steepest part of this mountain reaches 90 degrees. You can't fly up even with wings, so you can only go around. I smacked my lips. What else can I say in the face of such a natural danger? Although Shui Jingxiang is the leader, she respects our opinions very much and discusses the route with us all the way. Finally, it was determined that it would be safer to go up the mountain from Heilugu. There is a primeval forest below. At the end of the primeval forest, there is a man-made trail that can go directly to Gongda Temple, halfway up the mountain. It is also a pilgrimage route for local Tibetans, and is relatively easier to walk. The Little Black Cow rode on the yak throughout the journey, leading the team slowly forward. Seeing that the yak's speed was getting slower and slower, not as fast as people walking, I couldn't help but urge the horse to hurry over. I found out that the little girl was actually dozing off. I was so angry that I flicked her head and said, "Hey, hey, hey, wake up! Little black girl, you are the guide. You need to find the right direction at all times. What if you lead us into a ditch?" At this moment, I suddenly realized that it was an unwise decision to let a teenager lead the way. The little black cow covered his forehead, glared at me angrily, and replied unhappily, "A hay will take us to the forest, where there is the grass he likes most." A hay is the yak she rode. The little black girl riding a black yak is really a beautiful scenery under the snow-capped mountains. But in order to prevent her from taking a nap again, I talked to her in a casual manner to make her concentrate as much as possible. The little black girl originally planned to blackmail me for some small things, but she was completely defeated by me. If she didn't want to answer a question, I would ask another question. As long as she didn't sleep, everything would be fine. Big brother, how can you be more cunning than all the Han people I have met combined? It's just like a turtle eating coal. Turtle eating coal? I was stunned after hearing it. What do you mean? Black-hearted turtle. The little black girl cursed angrily. Her roundabout way of cursing made the whole team laugh. Minjiwai added insult to injury and said, "He is not only a black-hearted bastard, but also a black-hearted pervert." Only I could not help but said angrily, "Little fat girl with sharp tongue, wait!" Only Shui Jingxiang liked this black girl very much and gave her a bottle of French perfume, which made this little black girl smile from ear to ear. Pretty sister is still good. Let me tell you, our mountain is very special. There are 4 incredible things. While smelling the perfume, the little black girl raised 4 chubby little fingers. We asked her what the 4 incredible things were. The little black girl said, "Stones can bloom, snow-capped mountains emit golden light, there are 4 seasons on the mountain, and llamas dance buza." What? How can a stone bloom? The moonlit night was aroused by curiosity. And I looked at Lao Jiang in confusion. The snow-capped mountains are shining golden. Is there really a treasure? The black-bearded old man and the white-bearded old man looked at each other and recited the last 2 sentences. There are 4 seasons on the mountain, and the llama dances buza. What does it mean? It must be said that the little black girl's words frightened us. Shui Jingxiang asked her what these 4 sentences meant. The little black girl smiled cunningly. "Thank you for the gift from the beautiful sister, but this must be kept secret for the time being, because you will see it with your own eyes later, and I will naturally explain it to you then." Okay. This little girl is sure of us. After more than an hour of trekking, we can finally see the primeval forest in front of us. The tall fir trees are like giant green umbrellas, with branches stacked up, and the morning mist in the forest has not yet dissipated, giving people a mysterious feeling. We have come to the foot of the mountain. Ah hey, let's go eat grass. The little black girl stretched and jumped off the yak's back. She was wearing a furry felt hat, short and fat, standing in the fir forest, like a little elf. Although this little girl is very dark, she smiles very sweetly. Her white teeth are like white snow, and her curved eyes are like crescents. She looks more and more energetic. The yaks ran to the side with a whine, using their huge horns to dig open the frozen soil, and stretched out their tongues to eat the grass roots hidden in the soil, extremely excited. It turns out that this is their favorite food. The little black girl was not idle either. She jumped and sang a strange ballad. King Geezer's royal city was built on the tall and majestic snow-capped mountains. King Geezer's brave land turned into a brilliant golden light all over the sky. I don't know what this little black girl is singing. This ballad is mysterious, just like her. I looked away and saw an endless white glacier at the end of the primeval forest. It's true that Heilugu, as its name suggests, really looks like a huge conch, lying there quietly. There is only one path up the mountain, and there is no way to ride yaks or horses. Shui Jingxiang urged everyone to hurry up, otherwise it would be more difficult to walk after dark. But the little black girl insisted on watching the yaks grazing, and said that she rarely came here, and she was very happy every time she saw the yaks grazing. I suspected that she wanted to blackmail, and sure enough, after cheating the white-bearded old man of a handful of peanuts, the little black girl happily followed us on the road. Before going up the mountain, we all put on military coats, put the ropes on our backs, and each of us held an ice pick, lined up in a long line, and began to walk slowly. You can't go fast on this kind of road. Although the little black girl was dressed warmly, Mao Xiangyi still gave her a small cotton coat. It seemed that he had prepared it long ago. Mao Xiangyi repeatedly reminded us, "Remember, the slower the better. We have enough fuel and food, so there is no need to rush." He also told us that Gongda Snow Mountain is the most dangerous and difficult mountain to climb in the world, because the air pressure changes suddenly every 200 meters up here, and many people died because they couldn't stand this change. Before, a foreign country sent an experienced mountaineering team to conquer Gongda Snow Mountain, but they all lost contact in one day. When the rescue team found them with great difficulty, they had all turned into ice sculptures. I thought to myself, isn't this a very normal way to die? But Mao Xiaoni changed the subject, and his voice became a little low and scary. After the rescue team pulled the body back, they did an autopsy. But do you know what the forensic doctor found after dissecting the body? Chapter 383. Facing the howling cold wind, Mao Xiaoни's words seemed to freeze. The hearts of the dead have all turned purple, and have shrunk several times, becoming only the size of a baby's fist. The most important thing is that everyone's heart has exploded. Some people say that the air pressure caused the heart abnormality, and some people say that something in the mountain took their lives. I don't know if it's an illusion, but after hearing this, I felt my heartbeat speed up a bit. No one dared to walk too fast, and observe the surroundings vigilantly. Even Ming Yue had already felt the difficulty in breathing, and took out some Chinese medicine Rhodiola rosea that Mao Xiaoni had given us before to chew. This time is actually the most challenging time, and it is also the most obvious to see the strength of each person in the team. I have gone through the many traps of Inshu, and trekked through the vast desert of Dunhuang. A heart is also tempered by thousands of hammers, so the impact is not big. As for Ban Ban, he is a 1,000-year-old zombie. He is fine even if he falls into the flame mountain or the ice hole. I even found that he is getting stronger and stronger as he walks. But Xue Jingxiang and Minjiwai are not so good. Women's physique is not as good as men's, let alone climbing mountains in the wind and snow. Both of them are breathing rapidly, with a layer of frost on their pretty faces, tightly wrapped in coats. And the three strange subordinates behind Xue Jingxiang are walking like tigers and dragons, with steady breath, even if they carry Xue Rongyo on their backs. Sure enough, they are masters, I thought secretly in my heart. The black-bearded old man and the white-bearded old man who walked with Minjiwai were also surprisingly powerful. Although they were old, their steps were more solid than those three faceless people. Even every time they made a footprint in the snow, there was a wisp of white air lingering around, which was the manifestation of the activation of profound internal energy. I concluded that their strength should be comparable to Lao Jiang, because they also talked and laughed with Lao Jiang. Sometimes the white-bearded old man cracked peanuts, and the black-bearded old man seriously warned him not to litter, so as not to pollute the snow mountain. The little black girl also said on the side, "Yes, yes, the snow mountain cannot be desecrated, white-bearded old man, you are sticking chicken feathers on the toads, but..." "What do you mean?" We were curious again. Not a good bird. Looking at the spirit of the little black girl, I knew that she had already adapted to the cruel climate of the local area. But Mao Xiaoni, the most prepared person, was the most embarrassed one in the team. He hugged his two arms, shivering in the cold wind. His glasses were covered with a layer of frost, and finally had to pray for the camel to help him. The person I couldn't understand the most in the whole team was Xue Rongyu, who was carried on his back. It stands to reason that he was suffering from strange diseases, and was old, so he should have been frozen to death long ago. But his face was still ruddy, and when he raised his head inadvertently, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. I don't know if it was my illusion. We walked in this boundless snow mountain, leaving footprints one by one, but they were soon covered by wind and snow. At this time, I realized a truth: some beauty can only be seen from a distance. The Gongda Snow Mountain is so beautiful from a distance that it cannot be desecrated. Once I walked in here, the cold immediately tortured my body. If it weren't for the mission, I really didn't want to stay for a second. This snowy mountain is much harder to walk than the desert. Our group is like a group of tiny ants, trying to challenge an impossible situation with the limits of our own bodies. Everyone is like a small black dot walking on the vast snowy mountain. In front of nature, human power seems so small and ridiculous. But Lao Jiang and I will not give up, because this mission is related to Alangsu. At this moment, I am extremely grateful that Lao Jiang decided not to let Linger follow, otherwise she would be so cold that her face would turn red, and she would cry and scream. "Master, can I carry you?" Banan saw my difficulty, and wanted to carry me up the mountain. If it was private, I would definitely agree. But now there are so many people, and Minjiwai is staring at me, I can't show my fear. So, I rejected Banban's proposal with tears. The speed of walking in the snowy mountain is very slow. On the one hand, the body is not adapted, and on the other hand, the snow will sink our feet. If it weren't for the ice pick, we might not be able to get out of the snowy mountain. Everyone took every step very carefully. At this time, Lao Jiang couldn't help asking Shui Jingxiang, Miss Shui, I want to know why you didn't let the truck continue to move forward. If there was that car, everyone could save a lot of energy. Shui Jingxiang was frozen like a pear flower with frost. She took a long time to piece together a complete sentence. I have my own arrangements, you just. Seeing that she was struggling to speak, we were embarrassed to continue asking. However, the sky gradually darkened. You know, the night in the snowy mountains usually comes very late, and it will not be dark until 7 or 8 o'clock. Lao Jian looked at his watch and found that we had walked for 5 hours. I looked at the top of the mountain and saw the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled freely on the rolling peaks. The snow-capped mountain, which was not stained by dust, looked like an exotic girl in red gauze, holding a pipa and half covering her face. On one side was the white skin of snow, and on the other side was a blushing face. Many people will never have the opportunity to see such a beautiful scenery in their lifetime, but I didn't have time to appreciate it at this time because it was getting darker and darker. The night of the snowy mountains comes late, but once it gets dark, the speed will become very fast, and the darkness is always with you, which is danger. There are snow leopards, snow wolves, and various birds of prey hunting. But the first thing I thought of was the Buza mentioned by the little black girl. Would this thing suddenly appear and create a ghost wall or something like that to make us lost? I was about to ask a question, but suddenly Shui Jingxiang screamed, "No, there is movement." She said this sentence neatly and directly, without any discomfort from walking just now. Has Shui Jingxiang's body adapted to the snow mountain? Just when I was wondering, Lao Jian also shouted in a low voice in the next second, "It's the sound of a car. Everyone follow me. This is a snow mountain. How can there be a sound of a car?" Despite many doubts, everyone followed Lao Jian to hide under a nearby snow slope. There were many stones here, which perfectly concealed the figures of all of us. Gradually, I also heard the roar of the engine. Buzz! 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 It seems that there are indeed several cars rushing towards this side. Not long after, in the falling snow, one car after another stuck to the foot of Gongga Snow Mountain and headed towards Heilugu. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 5 cars, and it was a fully armed convoy. I looked at Lao Jiang. Can this car drive to the foot of the snow mountain? And can it drive so fast? Lao Jiang hushed me, signaling me to keep quiet. When the cars got closer and closer, we gradually saw the appearance of the cars. Lao Jiang picked up the telescope and said to himself, "Why are there such cars here?" I whispered beside him, "Master, do you know this kind of car? I don't think I have seen this car before." Lao Jiang told me that the cars in front of me were modified off-road jeeps, with anti-skid tires and great horsepower, so we just heard the huge engine sound from a long distance. But this car is a military vehicle of the Lifeon Kingdom, and it is very expensive. Even they themselves have not equipped all of them. Why did it appear in Gongga Snow Mountain thousands of miles away? Lifeon Kingdom. It is expensive. Listening to Lao Jiang's muttering, I had a bold guess in my heart, but I hope it is not true. Chapter 384. Lao Jiang's eyes became sharper and sharper, and he seemed to have a rough idea of the identity of this group of people. This group of people was very bold. They dared to drive across the grassland and head straight to the snow-capped mountains, completely ignoring the local herdsmen. In the local belief, God does not like noise, and God does not like pollution. If outsiders disturb, God will be angry, and the consequences of anger are definitely not something that mortals can bear. I looked at Xiao Heinyo, and sure enough, she was so angry that she was fuming, and she shouted, "The White Lion King will punish them, and they will all die here." If Mao Xiangyi hadn't stopped her, Xiao Heinyo would have rushed up to fight with the convoy. God's punishment? I really want to see it. At this moment, something strange happened. As if to verify Xiao Heinyo's words, I heard a strange sound of rustling above my head. The sound was getting louder and louder, like a small earthquake, shaking the mountain. The next moment, snowballs fell from the sky. They rolled down the hillside, getting bigger and bigger, and smashed into the convoy. There were so many snowballs that at a glance, there were probably dozens or even hundreds of them, falling densely from our heads, like a hailstorm. Boom! Boom! The thunderous sound shook my ears. I was stunned. Is this an avalanche? The little black girl poked her head out proudly, and the snowflake stuck to her face and quickly melted. The White Lion King of the Snow Mountain is angry, and these people are in big trouble. She shouted with joy, as if everything was really from the handwriting of God. We didn't know what happened, and the convoy was even more in the dark. The inexplicable pot fell from the sky, and was hit by the snowballs. You have to know that these snowballs are very large, and when they fall, they are very heavy, and the force of hitting the car is not superimposed many times. It actually dented the iron sheet on the car, and many car windows were shattered, leaving a mess on the ground. Looking at the darkening sky, I even wondered if the so-called Buza was playing tricks. Faced with the attack, the convoy rear-ended one by one and stalled, followed by English curses. The next second, I saw several blonde and blue-eyed foreigners jumping out of the car through the telescope. They were wearing coffee-colored leather clothes, cowboy hats, and a red scarf around their necks. I don't know if they were cold. At this time, they were carefully holding shotguns, looking for the initiator of everything. This outfit is the ghost led by Warner. It's these guys. Their brains are really broken. Old Jiang cursed like this, but the smile on his face never stopped. In fact, I also suspect that these foreigners are missing a string in their brains, because it would be better if they didn't come out. At least there were cars to block them. Now that people come out, how can they resist these snowballs? The hands and feet were broken in an instant, crying for their parents. But they really want to know how the snowballs fell, and as a result, when they looked up, a bigger hailstorm came over, leaving them no time to react. What's more, I found that in addition to snowballs, there were also a few transparent ice cones falling from the top of my head. The front end of the ice cone was bright and extremely sharp. It was like a blade polished with ice, falling from the sky. One foreigner subconsciously used his hand to block it, and his entire palm was pierced by the ice cone, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Another was even worse than him. He was pierced in the stomach by a huge ice cone comparable to a samurai sword. The powerful force nailed him to the snow, and he couldn't even shout. He looked up at the sky helplessly, and blood flowed out of his abdomen, blooming the most charming flower on the pure ice and snow. Although I don't like this group of thieves, such a miserable scene is still a little hard to accept. Just when I couldn't bear it, and wanted to close my eyes, suddenly a man got out of the car at the back. The man had a golden stubble, was tall, and also wore a cowboy hat. It's Dante, the killer Dante. Warner is here in person. Lao Jiang and I looked into each other's eyes at the same time. Dante has been protecting Warner's safety closely. It can be said that wherever Warner goes, Dante will follow, and wherever Dante appears, Warner will definitely be there. At this time, we are extremely curious. Why did Warner come here? Is there anything he wants here? I glanced at Lao Jiang with a complaining look. Isn't Chilin's intelligence department all-powerful? How could they not know that Warner came here? Lao Jiang's expression was as ugly as mine, and even his facial features were distorted as if he had eaten a fly. Finally, he said in a rage, Chilin just got the information last week that Warner was digging pyramids in Egypt. This old fox has deceived us again. My sight returned to the foot of the mountain. This time, I no longer sympathized with him, but hoped that more foreigners would die. However, everything still disappointed me. With Dante's command, the originally chaotic convoy quickly regained its composure, and they were divided into three forces. The first group dragged the wounded back to the car, and the accompanying doctor gave them emergency treatment. The second group hid behind the car and pointed their guns at the direction of the snowy mountain. The third group was led by Dante himself, who turned on the searchlights on each jeep at lightning speed and shone them in the direction of the snowballs. The searchlights emitted beams of strong light, and at that moment, the light was as bright as day. With this light, we clearly saw that on the slope above our heads, there seemed to be a blurry black shadow walking back and forth. They have human-like limbs and walk upright, but their bodies are covered with snow-white hair. They are definitely not human. At this time, the group of white monsters were whistling and grabbing the snow on the ground and throwing it down. Now I completely understand that the snowballs just now were not avalanches at all. The initiators were these white-haired monsters. Dante didn't seem to want to get entangled here. After shining the searchlight on those things and intimidating them, the convoy started to fire and continued on the road. Warner didn't show his face from beginning to end. And I took the telescope in time and captured the last picture before the light of the searchlight disappeared. This picture is indescribably terrifying and weird, because the scene I saw was a long blue face, covered with white fluff, and 2 or 3 meters tall. The ancient monster roared angrily at the convoy at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 385. Behind it, there are dozens of humanoid monsters. Lao Jian also saw it with a telescope. We told everyone about this discovery. Xue Jingxiang guessed, could it be wild people? It seems that these guys have high IQs and are proficient in sneak attacks. Xue Jingxiang laughed sarcastically, and then couldn't help coughing. At this moment, the expert Mao Xiang's face suddenly changed. His face was frozen white, and he hesitated for a long time before he slowly said, "It may not be a wild man, but a Night Emperor." Night Emperor? We looked at each other, and asked Mao Xiangni what the Night Emperor was. Mao Xiangni explained, "There has always been such a legend in our frontier archaeological community, that a group of mysterious unknown species live on the snow-capped mountains represented by the Himalayas. They are tall and covered with fur. Their appearance is between humans and apes. They are called Night Emperors, or Snow Mountain Ape Men. The Night Emperors are extremely cruel. They not only attack climbers, but also eat and dismember people. So far, no one has taken pictures of them. Only a group of huge footprints have been taken, so whether they exist or not has always been a mystery." Mao Xiangni opened the cup in his arms, and drank hot water for a day. His face finally got better. He looked at the top of the mountain with mixed emotions. "I never thought we would run into something so difficult here. Fortunately, the team just helped us to clear the mines, otherwise we would be ambushed now." Ming Yueya was optimistic and relieved for a day. Lao Jiang and I looked at each other, and the worry in our hearts was self-evident. Camel has seldom spoken since he got on the snowy mountain, because I warned him that avalanches are very likely to occur here. If his loud voice triggers an avalanche, it would be too unfair for a group of people to die. However, Camel, who had been bored all the way, couldn't help it, especially when he saw Dante, the enemy who indirectly killed Diao Yi and Sha Hu. Fortunately, he was not stupid this time, and did not directly point out Warner's identity. Instead, he looked at Shui Jingxiang and asked, "Miss Shui, the team just now seemed to be foreigners. Did you invite other forces besides us?" This statement was so perfect that I even doubted whether it was Camel who came to Kairi. "I didn't invite them." A layer of frost covered Shui Jingxiang's beautiful face. "But this group of people is not simple. We better not go the same way with them." Mao Xiangni also resolutely left here. After all, there was a terrible Night Emperor on the top of the mountain, and he might send us to see the King of Hell with a gong and drum. The road to Heluodu was blocked, so Shui Jingxiang made a quick decision. "Let's all go back and go up the mountain from Yanzigu. This way, we can avoid a firefight with the team in front and avoid the monsters on the top of the mountain. Besides, we originally chose this road to reach Gongda Temple faster. But since someone is here, let's learn from Kong Rong and leave this road to them, so that they can clear the way for us." While speaking, Shui Jingxiang smiled triumphantly and looked into the distance. "This mountain is full of dangers. It would be great if someone is willing to use corpses to make a road." Hearing this, I shuddered suddenly, and felt that Shui Jingxiang was very scary. This 20-year-old girl thinks too carefully. What's even more bizarre is that when she was on the road just now, she was obviously feeling very uncomfortable, but under such circumstances, she found that the speed of the Warner team was actually 1 full second faster than Lao Jiang. Is it a coincidence, or is her hearing sharper than any of us? I don't know why. The more I get along with this Miss Shui, the more I feel that I can't see through her. At first, I thought she was just a pretty socialite, but later I found that she was mature beyond her age, and now I find that her scheming is far deeper than I thought. Is this really a young and beautiful 20-year-old lady? Why do I feel that behind her skin, there is a deep and experienced soul? We have to take a detour to go up the mountain through Yanzigu, which made the little black girl complain a lot, thinking that most of the day's work was in vain. Look at the sky, it's already dark. I can't save you if you meet Bujia. The little black girl put her hands on her waist, her pigtails stood up in anger, and her neat teeth seemed to bite people. Shui Jingxiang had no choice but to give the little black girl her makeup box, and demonstrated how to use it on the spot. Wow, it's amazing! The little black girl turned from anger to joy in an instant, and put the makeup box into her day bag without hesitation. You are lucky to meet such a beautiful and rich sister, otherwise I would have patted my butt and went down the mountain by myself. Look! There is a small path leading to Yanzigu over there. Only local Tibetans know it. Let's hurry up and go around it. We can still reach Gongda Temple before sunset tomorrow. But the path is covered by glaciers, so we have to be careful later. As expected, the black girl who was extorted changed her tone immediately. We could only take out ropes and buckle them around our waists to prevent anyone from slipping off the glacier, which would leave no trace. The bright moonlight sprinkled on the ice, like a bright mirror, and we walked on the mirror. To prevent mistakes, we would nail the ice pick into the ground with every step we took. I don't know why, but Shui Jingxiang brought 3 tomb robbers with her, and I was supposed to walk with them. But Shui Jingxiang asked the 3 of them to protect Mr. Shui, and she took the initiative to walk with me. In this way, Lao Jiang was in front, Ban Ban was behind, and Shui Jingxiang and I were in the middle. Many times, I wondered if Shui Jingxiang had ulterior motives. But she didn't say much to me, and just walked on the ice road. Shui Jingxiang stumbled several times in the middle, but fortunately I was quick and supported her. Shui Jingxiang gave me a grateful smile, and it seemed that she really wanted to walk with us for safety. Looking at her pale and haggard face, I felt that she was just a weak woman running around to fulfill her grandfather's wish. Maybe she was born in such a wealthy family, and because of money or power, she had to force herself to mature. Such people should not be as terrible as I imagined. This icy road is not long. The little black cow is like a little elf on the glacier, with arms open, gliding neatly in front. I asked her to slow down and watch her feet. The little black girl didn't listen, and the cold wind brought her a burst of enthusiastic laughter. The master of Gongda Temple said that I can live to the age of 99. Is she thinking that she can live a long time and trying hard? Chapter 386. Soon, we finally finished the whole journey panting. Strangely, we were still shivering on the glacier, as cold as living in an ice cellar in the coldest days of winter, with a thick layer of frost on our eyebrows. But after getting off the glacier, the temperature suddenly rose by nearly 20 degrees. It even made me feel warm. What caught my eye was a sea of purple flowers, with unknown lavender trumpet flowers all over the mountains, swaying in the wind. They looked like dancing fairies, which was extremely out of place in the snowy mountains. The little black girl untied the rope on her body, sat down on the ground and said, "We have arrived at the rocky beach. Let's rest here tonight. The temperature is just right, and the environment is not bad." Looking at her proud look asking for praise, I couldn't help but exclaim, "Rocky Beach? It doesn't look like it." The little black girl laughed. "Of course, it doesn't look like it. There are big rocks everywhere, but the flowers on the rocks look beautiful." My eyes lit up when I heard this. "Is this what you said before, that the rocks can bloom?" The little black girl nodded, picked a small flower, and pinned it on her braid, and smiled sweetly at us. "This is a local flower in our area, called myrrh, which only grows from the rocks of Gongda Snow Mountain. It is a lucky grass very close to the sky." I leaned over to observe these flowers, and found that they were trumpet-shaped as a whole, very similar to the common trumpet flowers. But the leaves are covered with white fluff, just like wearing a thick sweater. In this way, purple trumpets fill the entire rocky beach. The temperature here seems to be much higher than before. Ming Yue's complexion obviously improved a lot. But it is true. When we came down from the glacier and came to this rocky beach, it was as if we suddenly entered spring from the cold winter. At this time, Mao Xiangni said, "This is what the saying means, there are 4 seasons in one mountain." While using fuel to make a fire and heat the food, he explained to us, "Don't think it's incredible. In Gongda Snow Mountain, in addition to winter and spring, we will also encounter autumn and summer next. This is a strange phenomenon caused by different geological conditions. Only Gongda Snow Mountain has it in the world." I looked at Mao Xiangni and asked, "I can understand spring, autumn and winter, but how can there be summer on this snowy mountain?" Mao Xiangni smiled, warmed his cheek with his hands, and replied me with 2 words, "Hot spring." There is a place where hot springs flow, and the hottest there can reach more than 30 degrees. Of course, it feels like summer. Late at night, we camped on this rocky beach. The temperature here is still acceptable. It seems that it is not a bad idea to ask the little black girl to be a guide this time. Although she always likes to take advantage, what child doesn't like new things? We used fuel to heat up a few cans of braised beef. The little black girl smelled the delicious meat, and her eyes were watering. She asked us what the good stuff was. Shui Jingxiang smiled lightly, and immediately opened 3 cans of food without shame. The little black girl devoured the 3 cans. Seeing her unsatisfied look, I resisted my reluctance and glanced at the canned food in my hand that I had only eaten for 2 days, and handed it over. "Girl, this is for you." I thought the little black girl would take it with tears in her eyes, and then she would say with tears in her eyes that she shouldn't have stuffed sheep dung into my mouth, and she shouldn't have scolded me in a roundabout way. However, I underestimated this little girl. I saw the little black girl glanced at the can with extremely disgusted eyes, and then she stretched out her hand to push it back. My mother taught me not to eat other people's leftovers. I want to eat new ones. This scene shocked me, and then the others laughed hysterically. I glared at the little black girl angrily. This guy is greedy and picky. Who knows, tomorrow he will be used as a snack by the Snow Mountain Ape Man. The white-bearded old man was peeling peanuts there, laughing. The black-bearded old man said coldly, "Don't be happy with things, don't be sad with yourself." This old man is really stereotyped. After dinner, everyone started to build tents. This time, we brought all American military tents, which were not only light in frame, but also extremely windproof. Shui Jingxiang also distributed a sleeping bag to each of us. In order to prevent danger at night, our tents were adjacent to each other. I shared one with Ban Ban and Lao Jiang. Minjiwai shared one with 2 old men. Luotua shared one with Mao Xiani and Xiao Heiniu. The 3 masters of the Shui family squeezed together to take care of Mr. Shui. I couldn't sleep, and couldn't help asking Xiao Heiniu opposite. Before, you said that Gongda Snow Mountain has 4 incredible phenomena. Now the stones will bloom, and there are 4 seasons on the mountain. We have seen it. What are the remaining 2 sentences? Xiao Heiniu was eating so much that her mouth was full of oil. She touched her round belly and said, "Since I have eaten so many canned foods of yours, I might as well tell you that the snow mountain will glow. In fact, it means that at a certain time, the golden divine light will cover Gongda Snow Mountain." As soon as the voice fell, Mao Xiani on the side poked his head out and said, "It's the sun shining on the golden mountain, which is actually the sun shining on the top of the mountain." The little black girl kicked out angrily and retorted, "I say it again, it's the divine light, not the sun. If it weren't for you saving me and my mother, I would have covered your mouth with cow dung just like him." After saying that, the little black girl pointed at my nose. Sure enough, the unfortunate people are implicated even when they are lying down. I quickly changed the subject and asked what the last incredible thing was about. Llamas dancing Buza. Do you mean a group of llamas dancing Buza? But doesn't Buza mean little ghost in your Tibetan language? Since llamas believe in Buddha, why do they dance ghost dance? Could it be that the llamas in Gongmar Temple actually believe in ghosts? As I asked, I actually felt a sense of fear. After all, on the high snowy mountains, a group of llamas in red clothes danced to a strange beat and worshipped evil ghosts. This scene was too terrifying. However, after 3 sentences, the little black girl's anger was successfully transferred to me. Originally, she was glaring at Mao Xiani angrily, but this time, she jumped up and pointed at my nose and cursed, "You stupid thing, you eat too little cow dung, you should eat all the dung that my yaks pull every day." Thinking of the sour smell, I felt nauseous. The little black girl was not satisfied at all. She grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and threw it at me, but I was quick enough to dodge it. However, this action angered Ban Ban, who stood in front of me with a burning anger. Under the moonlight, his eyes emitted a faint green light, just like Shura, who had just pried open the gate of hell, exuding a murderous aura from head to toe. "Master, do you want to twist off her head?" Ban Ban spat out word by word. Chapter 387. The little black girl was stunned by this momentum. She loosened her hand and dropped the fresh mud she had just grabbed on the ground, then laughed. This laugh was very forced, and a little silly and naive. It seems that this little girl is very bullying. The little black girl rolled her eyes and laughed dryly. "Big brother, you misunderstood. The Lama Taiabuza is actually related to the history of Gongmar Temple. I told you before that the Snow Mountain White Lion King is the loyal protector of King Geezer. Gongmar Temple enshrines the Snow Mountain White Lion King." She deliberately changed the subject and talked about business, which perfectly resolved the awkward atmosphere just now. The little black girl continued to tell us that the local herdsmen believed in the Snow Mountain White Lion King very much. When people die here, they are generally sent to Gongmar Temple, where the lamas there handle it, and hold a grand sky burial ceremony. Unlike the Central Plains people who pay attention to burying their dead, people here generally have 5 kinds of funeral ceremonies after death. The first is pagoda burial, which is the highest level of all funeral forms, and only people of great virtue are worthy of it. Their bodies will be soaked in rare medicinal materials such as saffron and camphor water, and finally put into it, so that they will never decay. The second is cremation, which is also a very high funeral, which only tribal leaders can enjoy. After being cremated, their ashes will be made into tsa, which is a small clay Buddha offered in the temple, or taken to the top of the mountain and scattered to the distance. The third is tree burial, which is mainly for children who died prematurely. Local herdsmen will put the bodies of children into bamboo baskets and hang them in the restricted area of the forest. The fourth is water burial, which is for lonely elderly people. During water burial, the body will be carried to the riverside and thrown into the rapids to worship the river god. The last one is sky burial, which is the most common burial method here and the most popular funeral method in Wenjia Ranch. After their death, the bodies will be transported to Gongda Temple, cut by local lamas, divided into hundreds of pieces, and then fed to the vultures on the snow-capped mountains, which means that the last remains will also be offered to the Bodhisattva. The vultures will fly to the sky, so our souls will be taken to heaven with them. When she said this, Xiao Heiniu's eyes were full of piety and expectation, without any fear of death. Somehow, Looking at such a Xiao Hanyo, I actually felt a touch of respect in my heart. At this time, Ming Yi interrupted. Xiao Hanyo, you are going too far, we just want to know what Lama Tiao Bujia is. Xiao Hanyo hummed twice in dissatisfaction, as if she felt that Ming Yi was too superficial, and had no studious spirit at all. But she still answered. Since I mentioned sky burial, the Lama dance of Buza must be related to sky burial. Every time a sky burial comes, the Lamas of Gongda Temple will wear various ghost masks and perform the scene of Buza being subdued by the White Lion King of the Snow Mountain 1,000 years ago, in order to publicize the majesty of the White Lion King and intimidate the Buza on the mountain. But they will not kill Buza, but will use hot barley noodles and butter tea to influence Buza who come to listen to the sutra, because killing is not allowed on this sacred mountain. However, tonight is the time when Buza appears, you'd better be careful, especially you. Seeing that Bam Bam was attracted by the scenery in the distance, the little black girl quickly looked at me and said viciously, Buza must like to eat your meat the most. A gust of cold wind blew, and I shivered with cold. Although it was much warmer here than on the snowy mountain, the temperature was still close to 0 at night, so everyone had to go into the tent to rest early. I squeezed into a tent with Lao Jiang and my companion. Perhaps because I was too tired from traveling during the day, I fell asleep quickly in the warm sleeping bag. As I slept, a naked woman with 4 arms suddenly appeared in my dream. The woman had long hair and her skin was as white as ice and snow. She posed in a seductive posture and called my name, Li Jinglan, Li Jinglan. I am not a lustful person, not to mention that I already have someone in my heart. But the strange thing is that listening to her whispers, my legs seemed to be out of control, and I had to move towards her step by step. The snowflakes fluttered, and the woman's red lips were bright and juicy, forming a sharp contrast between the holy white and the enchanting red. In a blink of an eye, I came to the woman, and her waterfall-like black hair hooked on my face, exuding waves of intoxicating fragrance. My body gradually weakened, and I knelt down in front of her. The beautiful witch opened her red lips slightly, trying to get closer. At that moment, I suddenly heard a long howl that cut through the darkness. Roar! That was the howl of a wolf, the voice of Ban Ban. I woke up from my dream, but looking around, there was no trace of Ban Ban in the tent. Where did he go? Before I could think carefully, there were sudden bursts of slight noises from the stones on the ground. Dong! Dong dong! What's going on? The stones are still moving? The next moment, a black ghost hand pushed the stone away and emerged from the ground. The hand was only the size of a child, but it was charred all over, covered with black hair, especially the 5 long nails, sharp and blood red. I absolutely believe that this thing can scratch my skin through my clothes. The hand first touched my feet, but I dodged it. It continued to move and touched my body, but I dodged it again. But it seemed to be able to smell the atmosphere of the tent. When it couldn't touch me, it gently reached out to Lao Jiang who was sleeping next to it. Lao Jiang was sleeping soundly and snoring, and didn't notice the danger at all. There was no light in the dim tent, so I took a lighter and wanted to see clearly what the owner of the hand was. However, with a click, as the lighter lit up, a second black ghost hand jumped out of the corner, and this time it touched Lao Jiang's cheek. But I finally saw it a little more clearly. I saw that the hand stretched out from the rocky beach, and its body should be hidden underground. According to the size of the hand, I immediately constructed a dark and short monster in my mind. Could this be the legendary little ghost Buza? With a thud, another stone was pushed open, and the third hand emerged. The ghost hands that seemed to stretch out from hell appeared in the tent like bamboo shoots after rain, groping left and right in the dim environment. I could even smell a strange smell. Oh no, did we set up camp in Buza's lair? This little black girl is really leading everyone to a dead end. There are at least 7 or 8 black hands in the tent, like evil spirits, who died unjustly, raised high and groping around my sleeping bag. At this moment, I don't know where Ban Ban ran to. I was anxious and hurried to push Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang is usually alert, so why is he sleeping like a dead pig now? Seeing those hands grabbing at me, I kicked Lao Jiang in the butt and kicked him and his sleeping bag over. Who made him always want to cheat his apprentice? This time, he wants to pay back the favor, and have a taste of what it feels like to be cheated by his apprentice. Chapter 388. Ouch, who's kicking me? Lao Jiang cried out in his sleep. Didn't you see I was about to have my wedding night with my 4th sister? Hearing the voice, the hands gathered towards Lao Jiang, and one touched his face. The other 2 moved up along his calves, inch by inch, and the red nails flashed a bewitching light under the light of the lighter. For sister, this is the first time you have touched my face so affectionately. I am embarrassed. One night is long. I have been single for 40 or 50 years. Take your pants slowly. Lao Jiang was still giggling and dreaming indescribable dreams. I really couldn't bear to watch it. If Buza's hand fell, Lao Jiang would become a eunuch for the rest of his life even if he didn't die. I immediately pulled out the god-slaying dagger, and with a cold light, I forced those black hands back. I didn't care about anything else, and dragged Lao Jiang's sleeping bag out of the tent. Master, wake up! Lao Jiang was finally awakened. The smile in his dream disappeared. He turned over and stood up. His eyes were shining. When he saw the ghost hands following him, he reacted quickly. He bent down and pulled out the paratrooper knife hidden in his boots. Although the knife was not a magic weapon, it was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables in his hand. With a whoosh, the cold light flashed, and the leading hand was neatly cut off. The severed hand fell to the ground, and the 5 blood-red nails scratched freely until several seconds later, it was completely motionless. Enemy attack. Be careful. Lao Jiang screamed, and his footsteps flew 3 or 4 meters away. I followed him, carrying my bag, and quickly chased him out, and found that the people in the other tents had also woken up. Several people rushed out, shouting in fear. Hands, black hands are coming out of the ground. It can be seen that they were also harassed to some extent. But when I looked around, I still couldn't find Ban Ban. Where did he go? Minjiwai seemed to have found him too. She ran up to me and asked, "Where is Mr. Ban Ban? Why is he gone?" I didn't have time to answer her. A scream of fear had already broken the silence of the night sky. The little black girl stumbled and shouted, "It's Buza." Buza smelled our popularity. I saw on the rocky beach. Dozens, no, hundreds of hands emerged from the ground. These black arms were about half a meter long and dark, like burnt bamboo shoots popping out densely, and like rusty black iron nails, firmly imprisoning us. We have no way to go up to the sky, and no way to go down to the earth. Old Jiang subconsciously protected me behind him, one person and one knife, with a drop of black blood hanging on the tip of the knife. Minjiwai was also protected by the black-bearded old man and the white-bearded old man. I cast my eyes on Shui Jingxiang. Shui Jingxiang was wrapped in the green military coat, observing the surrounding environment with a stern look. Mao Xiaoni supported the aging old man Shui, but the strange thing was that Shui Rongyu was not afraid, but stared at those black hands with fiery eyes, revealing a greedy look, as if he saw prey. Shameless, legless and lifeless to protect them in the center, the entire defense circle was watertight. Shui Jingxiang, however, was acting out of character. She unbuttoned her coat, revealing her proud figure, and said 3 words with a firm attitude. No need. This 20-year-old woman was quite courageous. The next second, she took off the 2 iron cans from her waist, skillfully pulled the fuse, and threw them at our feet. Dong dong dong. The iron cans hit the ground, making a hissing sound of fire, and a dazzling white light immediately came out, illuminating the area of 50 meters as bright as day. This is a flare. The entire rocky beach seemed to have returned to daytime for a short time. With this light, we could also see clearly that the black ghost hands surrounded the entire camp from all directions, sometimes stretching up, sometimes stretching down, like a black wave. Shui Jingxiang frowned, pursed her lips and said, "Who will go and see what is playing tricks?" The masters around her were about to respond. The black-bearded old man who was protecting the moonlit night flew out first, leaving only 2 short but powerful words in the air. "I do it." As the saying goes, the skill is known as soon as it is used. Although this man is nearly 70 years old, his speed is not inferior to that of an old man. The black-bearded old man's move was extremely swift and fierce. His figure turned into a hunting black eagle. In the blink of an eye, he approached the hand closest to him. The black hand just came out of the soil, and before it could resist, it was stepped on by the black-bearded old man's iron foot. The black-bearded old man's 5 fingers became claws, and he broke through the surface of the rocky beach and broke into the soil. "Don't come out yet." A strange chirping sound came from the air. The next moment, the black-bearded old man had pulled something out of the soil. It turned out to be a black, smooth, hairless monster that looked like a mouse, but 10 times bigger than a mouse. Its arms were as long as a human's. Its fingers were also very similar to a human's, but it had a mouse head on its neck, and a long tail behind it. Its eyes were as blue as gems, as if it had human wisdom. Is this the legendary Buza? Under the moonlight, the black-bearded old man looked up and down at the mouse-like monster. The monster made a chirping sound and tried to struggle. The black-bearded old man snorted coldly. Suddenly, his hand loosened and threw the black-handed monster into the air. The monster thought it had regained its freedom, and tried to leave in a cocoon. As a result, The next second, the black-bearded old man's 5 fingers became claws again, and he accurately pinched the monster's neck. No matter how hard the monster struggled, it couldn't shake the 5 iron tower-like fingers. With a click, the black-bearded old man moved his hand slightly, and the monster's neck was ruthlessly twisted. The monster's body drooped down and stopped moving. The black-bearded old man frowned in disgust and abandoned the body at random. Seeing this, the little black girl was shocked and ran over breathlessly and asked, "Why did you kill it?" She looked nervous, as if the black-bearded old man had done something very bad. In response, the black-bearded old man just replied coldly with 4 words, "Eliminate all evil." Although I also think that the black-bearded old man's behavior is a bit cruel. After all, it was these black-handed monsters that attacked us first, so I couldn't help but act as a peacemaker. "Little black girl, why are you angry? These monsters should be Buza. They are bad things. Kill them, and they will not harm other herdsmen." Little black girl glared at me angrily, and her expression wished she could swallow me up in one day. "When I go back, I will feed you all the cow dung in my home. Didn't old Damba tell you? All the plants and trees living on the Gonga Snow Mountain cannot be killed, even Buza. You killed a Buza, and all Buza will not let you go. Originally, they may just want to scare us, but now we are in big trouble." Chapter 389. Expert Mao Xiangyi stood up at this time. He glanced at the monster corpse on the ground and said, "Since it can be killed, it can't be a ghost. I guess the so-called Buza is actually a large rodent living on the snowy mountains, just like a groundhog. They are elusive and good at digging holes, so they attacked us from underground just now." The little black girl didn't care about these, but just waved at the black-bearded old man, ordering him to stop and not commit murder again. Looking at this scene, Lao Jiang standing next to me showed a strange smile. "What are you laughing at?" I asked. Lao Jiang pointed his chin to the front and said, "Did you see the old man's move just now? Is he referring to the old man with black beard?" I thought about it, and replied with 4 words, "Very fast and fierce." Lao Jiang nodded and told me, "Just now, he pulled Buza out of the soil and broke his neck. He used the Earth Dragon Turning and Green Dragon Claws from the 36 Dragon Claws. It was them. I didn't expect that after so many years, those 2 old men would come out again. This time, I can see the style of the old rivers and lakes." Listening to Riwen, Lao Jiang seemed to know the origins of the old man with black beard and the old man with white beard. I couldn't help but wonder about the identities of the 2 old guys. "Do you know them?" Old Jiang smiled and shook his head. "Not really, but their reputation is well known." I was just about to ask him to talk more, but old Jiang suddenly changed the subject and reminded me, "Do you feel that the evil forces around are already stirring? There was no murderous intent just now, but now, the murderous intent is everywhere within a radius of hundreds of meters. They seem to be enraged by the death of their companions." If Lao Jiang hadn't said it, I wouldn't have felt it. As soon as he said it, I heard a strange sound in my ears, which seemed to come from deep underground. And around the camp, there were bursts of rustling sounds. That was something digging the soil frantically from the ground. The target was exactly where the black-bearded old man was standing. Lao Jiang smiled leisurely. "You will know who they are later." The little black girl was still blaming the black-bearded old man for his cruel behavior just now. The black-bearded old man became impatient and suddenly glanced at her coldly. That look was like a knife in the cold winter, and the little black girl sat down on the ground in an instant. However, at this moment, 2 black hands suddenly stretched out from the rocky beach under the black-bearded old man's feet. The black hands firmly grasped the black-bearded old man's ankles, and then more black hands emerged, densely grabbing every part of his body. From a distance, it seemed as if a bunch of living vines had grown under the feet of the black-bearded old man, trying to wrap him up completely. Ming Yu was anxious and shouted, "Godfather!" The black-bearded old man was not in a hurry, but just stood there and sneered. It was as if he was deliberately caught by those 2 hands to attract more Buza to come. Sure enough, there were sounds of drilling in all directions, and even the Buza that surrounded us went over there to support, and our side was empty in an instant. At this time, the black-bearded old man felt that the time was almost up. He turned around and glanced in the direction of the white-bearded old man, without saying a word, but the white-bearded old man completely understood what he meant. The white-bearded old man nodded at him, and then pushed Ming Yu to my side, saying, "Young man, you may be the most reliable here. Please take care of my precious daughter for the time being." Without waiting for me to refuse, the white-bearded old man jumped up and joined the battle. I saw the 2 of them standing back to back, and with a flick of their sleeves, 2 long whips appeared in their hands. Compared to the whip in Ming Yu's hand, the whips in the hands of these 2 old men are completely different. Their whips are more domineering and wilder, and I can even smell a faint smell of blood. There is no doubt that countless ghosts are lingering on the long whips in their hands. Or rather, human life is the best nutrient for their whips. The black-bearded old man's long whip is the same as his body, all black. The white-bearded old man's whip is golden. The black and gold, under the inky night sky, are like two long dragons ready to go. Dozens of hands were restrained on the black-bearded old man's calves, trying to drag him into the ground and bury him alive. But this time, the black-bearded old man would no longer sit and wait for death. He began to fight back. "Hey!" The black-bearded old man shouted, and was about to jump out of the restraints. But Buza was not easy to mess with. More and more black hands stretched out from the rocky beach. The densely packed hands were like open black petals, trying to swallow him up and tear him apart. Because there were too many hands, although the black-bearded old man jumped into the air, a section of his trousers was still torn off. This scene made him furious. The black-bearded old man's hair and beard were all stretched out, his eyes were fierce, and he was frozen in the air like a door god. Then, he raised the whip in his hand high, crackled, and smashed it down heavily with endless anger and murderous intent. The black whip was like a giant python that devoured the world, plowing the land from front to back and splitting the entire ground in half. More than a dozen black hands were broken and fractured by the cracking, black blood gushed out, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. At the same time, the white-bearded old man turned the golden whip in his hand into a circle, sweeping out dazzling golden light on the rocky beach. There were constant crackling sounds in my ears, dust flying and light shining. I have never seen anyone who can use a whip so well. Their whip skills have reached the point of perfection. The two long whips are like two hands with eyes, wantonly cutting off all the invading enemies. The long whips of the two of them, one is a vertical attack, the other is a horizontal defense, attacking indiscriminately in all directions on the ground. Every time he hit a place, there was a bloody storm. The tip of the old man with black beard's whip even turned the stones on the rocky beach into powder, which shows how sharp his whip skills are. I stared at this scene in amazement, as if I saw a big python stirring up the wind and waves, a long dragon turning the river, and the sea upside down, dominating this rocky beach. Old Jiang also enjoyed the scene in front of him to the fullest, and even took out a non-bread to bite for a day. These two old immortals really haven't aged at all. We watched with great pleasure, and they also enjoyed the fight very much. And I also saw that the old man with black beard's whip skills were fierce, while the old man with white beard was gentle. The combination of this hard and soft is just like a pair of swords combined. It was like a god descending to the earth, or like the Dragon King patrolling the river. The entire area of 20 miles was covered with layers of whip shadows, which were actually covered without a drop of water leaking out. The whip of the white-bearded old man was only for defense, while the whip of the black-bearded old man would kill a Buza every time it flew out. Although those Buza attacked from the soil, the whip was so strong that some Buza would be shattered into pieces as soon as they showed their heads a little, with their brains and blood spurting out, and even a pair of eyeballs popping out. Those who stretched out their hands to grab them were even more pitiful, as their claws were directly broken and flew everywhere. For a while, all I could hear was that kind of shrill screams. I couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so I turned my head and looked at Lao Jiang. "Is this what you want me to see?" Lao Jiang narrowed his eyes and said, "Dare to step on the Dragon King Palace of the Four Seas, and whip the water of the three rivers to flow backwards. This is their real ability, the Dragon King whip technique. Disciple, aren't you curious at all? Why wasn't I as surprised as you after I recognized Ming Yi in Paramount? Because as early as in Wawu Mountain, when she showed that whip, I knew that she was a member of the Water Bandits. But I didn't expect her identity in the Water Bandits to be so precious. She is actually the goddaughter of the famous Dragon King's second envoy." I widened my eyes and looked at Lao Jiang and said, "What Dragon King's second envoy? Are they referring to the two old men in front of us?" Chapter 390. Lao Jiang nodded and explained it to me briefly. The tomb robbing business is generally divided into three branches: land robbers, water robbers, and sand robbers. The top land robbers are basically gathered in Qilin, while the sand robbers are all under the jurisdiction of shaman. As for the water robbers, they follow the Sanjiang gang for food. The chief leader of the water robbers is Wenlingjiang, the Dragon King of Sanjiang. Because they make a living on the water all year round, robbing caravans and fighting each other, basically it is a contest between ships, separated by a long distance, so their weapons are mostly soft and long whips. Among them, the most powerful whip is naturally the chief leader, Wenlingjiang. In addition to Wenlingjiang, there are two veteran-level figures of the Sanjiang gang, Wen Busheng, the whip envoy in charge of punishment, and Wen Bubi, the whip envoy in charge of rewards, and they are called the two envoys of the Dragon King. These two people have very high qualifications, wearing black and white clothes all year round, and are Wen Lingjiang's left and right arms. It was the two of them who went to the banquet alone and helped Wen Lingjiang persuade many leaders of the pirates to agree to merge into the Sanjiang gang, which made the Sanjiang gang the #1 pirate. After listening to Lao Zhang's story, I became more and more curious about Ming Yue's identity. She was one of the culprits who invaded Lei Town before, and then she went to Wawu Mountain with Uncle Wu and Quincy to seize treasures. Now she has become the messenger of the Sanjiang gang. Master, who is this Ming Yue? Looking at the fierce battle in the distance, Lao Jiang said leisurely, "It is said that Wen Lingjiang has a hidden disease. He has been living on the water for many years, causing his body to be damaged by the extreme cold air and unable to have children. He only adopted a daughter and regarded her as a treasure." I suddenly realized, Ming Yue calls the Dragon King's second envoy her godfather. Could it be that her real adoptive father is actually the Sanjiang Dragon King Wen Lingjiang? However, since she is a member of the Sanjiang gang, how can she be involved with that organization? Old Jiang smiled and then sighed. It's not that she is involved with that organization, but Wen Lingjiang has a close relationship with that organization. Or, the Sanjiang gang was originally cultivated by that organization. Qilin has always suspected why the Sanjiang gang was able to rise rapidly in a short period of time and unify the waterways. In addition to Wen Lingjiang's courage and strategy, there must be a powerful force behind it to support him. The boss only suspected a few big chaebol, but ignored that the real Black Hand was that organization. In the short time we were talking, the black-bearded old man had resolved the battle, and the entire rocky beach was full of coagulated plasma and Buza's body. There was also a strong and pungent smell in the air, and the fragrance of flowers had been completely replaced by blood. Little Black Bull covered his eyes and dared not look. I also felt a little sorry. Looking at the arrogant black-bearded old man, I felt that the whip in his hand was a complete evil thing. The black whip absorbed so much blood, it should have been wet and slippery. But it absorbed the blood cleanly, and the appearance was still ink black, and even weirdly revealed evil light. Little Black Girl cried and said, "You are too cruel, killing Mini Buza." After a while, she cursed fiercely, "You have defiled the sacred mountain. No one can think of leaving alive. Everyone will die, and no one who is stained with blood can leave Gongda Snow Mountain." In order to stop the black-bearded old man and the white-bearded old man, Xiao Heinyo even went to ask Xue Jingxiang for help, but Xue Jingxiang said that she could do nothing because those two people were not her subordinates. Seeing that Xiao Heinyo was crying so hard, Mao Xiangni walked over and dissected a monster corpse on the ground with a knife. Originally, he wanted to comfort Xiao Heinyo, saying that if we don't kill Buza, Buza will eat us, and we can't be merciful when facing beasts. However, what he never expected was that the stomachs of those Buza were actually filled with flower stems and tree roots. Not to mention people, they don't even eat insects. Buza is a vegetarian animal. It doesn't want to eat us at all. I know. This rocky beach is warm and fragrant. They have always regarded it as their home. We accidentally broke into their home, so Buza deliberately played a prank and wanted to scare us away in the middle of the night. One sentence after another hit our hearts like a bolt from the blue. How could I dare to believe that this was the truth? I couldn't help but run up to check, and found that just as Mao Xiangyi said, there was no meat in the stomachs of these Buza. They are herbivorous animals. Looking around, there were Buza corpses everywhere, and the whole rocky beach was full of blood. Not a single one was alive. The little black girl cried even harder, and her tears fell like pearls from a broken string. Mao Xiangyi couldn't help but blame the old man with black beard and the old man with white beard, thinking that their behavior just now was too cruel. Lao Jiang and I also regretted why we didn't find out the truth in time, and why we didn't stop them. Xue Jingxiang and her men were still sitting in the camp. She didn't say who was right or wrong, as if everything here had nothing to do with her. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Ming Yu was a little embarrassed, and said a few words to the black-bearded old man. "Godfather, you really killed too many people." The black-bearded old man had no regrets and said shamelessly, "It is better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go. I don't care what they eat." Chirp. Chirp. Just then, a low cry suddenly came from under the rocks not far away, as if the little Buza was crying. Mao Xiangyi immediately understood. He suddenly realized and pounded his body, his face full of regret. "I know, this season is their breeding season. They don't want their newborn babies to be scared by us, so they want to scare us away. We are wrong, really wrong." After saying that, Mao Xiangyi knelt down and kowtowed, and the empty rocky beach echoed with the sound of bangs. After Kowtow, he wanted to stand up and check the situation of those little Buza. However, at this moment, I suddenly had an ominous premonition in my heart, and I saw a black shadow knocking Mao Xiaomi away at a faster speed. The black-bearded old man snorted coldly and mocked womanly kindness. The next moment, the black whip in his hand swept over mercilessly, and the target was exactly the rock that made the little Buza cry. At this moment, I really couldn't help it. Thinking of everything that had just happened, I didn't know where I had a belief, and I rushed forward desperately. I swear this is the fastest speed in my life. After I rushed over, I found that there was really a group of very cute little Buza under the rock. Those little Buza were still hairless cubs, with bright eyes, like blue agate. They seemed to smell the blood of their own kind, and even sense the breath of death. They all showed helpless and sad expressions, like babies who had lost their loved ones. Seeing the whips behind them falling like snakes and scorpions, they were about to die. I reached out and hugged them without thinking, using my back to meet this fatal whip. With a snap, I felt as if I was electrocuted, and my entire back lost consciousness. The long whip was like a sharp sawtooth, cutting a long line through my thick cotton coat. My back was also whipped to pieces, and blood was dripping. Mingyu he could no longer stand the black-bearded old man's behavior. Although she had a grudge against me, she didn't want to see me like this. She suddenly held down the black-bearded old man's hand. "Godfather, you're going too far. What do you know? Cut the grass and root it out. If we don't kill them all now, they will lead more of these strange things to kill us on the next journey. You are still young and don't know the dangers of the world. You will understand it later." After saying that, the black-bearded old man looked in my direction and sneered, "Boy, you actually want to be a hero. Do you know that 1 whip will tear your flesh, 2 whips will cause sores, and 3 whips will send you to see the king of hell? Li Jing'an, if you don't want to die, get out of here." I ignored him, but my spine became straighter and straighter, and I hugged the group of little lids tightly with both hands. "Good. Very good. I count to 3. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for killing you too." The black-bearded old man's threat was behind me, but I didn't dare to move at all. I was afraid that if I moved, all these weak lives under me would be killed. To be honest, I was also betting that the old man with black beard would not dare to kill each other in front of everyone. At this moment, a figure fell in front of me. The familiar breath told me that it was Lao Jiang. I turned my head and found that Lao Jiang was glancing at the old man with black beard with a look of looking at a dead man. Although he was holding only a piece of ordinary paratrooper knife in his hand, it was sharper than the black knife he pulled out. And a strong murderous aura also condensed into substance on his body. 1, 2, 3, I count for you. Let's see what you can do. If you dare to touch my apprentice, you will step over my body. At this moment, I knew very well that the black knife Qilin in front of me was really angry. Chapter 391. The thin figure of Lao Jiang stood firmly in front of me. He lit a cigarette with a sly smile. Then he took off his coat and put it on me. "Little bastard, you have been so useless. What will you do when your master is gone? I am trying to save these little bastards. If we really fight, I will break the old man's 2 front teeth even if I get hurt." Ouch. As I spoke, I couldn't help but gasp. There was no way. The tearing feeling in my back was too painful. "Don't be stubborn. Stay here and watch me pull out his dragon tendons," Lao Jiang scolded. Although he still insulted me every 3 sentences, I felt a strong love, and a warm current rose in my heart. The black-bearded old man didn't seem to expect that his authority would be challenged in public. There are still 2 people. I couldn't help but get angry, and my long beard stood up. "Zhou Shaman, are you really going to make trouble with my Sanjiang gang?" The next moment, he took the lead. The long whip in his hand turned into a black python, and swung it towards Lao Jiang mercilessly. Lao Jiang used the tip of the knife to pick it up, and the long whip seemed to have eyes. The tail of the whip turned sharply in the air, and suddenly went to my neck. This is obviously a series of killing moves. The black-bearded old man didn't care about his teammates at all. He wanted to kill me first. Lao Jiang was not in a hurry, and flew up. He actually helped me to avoid this fatal blow with an extremely clever body movement, but he was immediately stuck by the long whip again. In an instant, I only saw the whip shadows flying and the knife lights crisscrossing. The black-bearded old man's whipping skills became faster and faster, and Lao Jiang's knife skills became more and more dangerous. The ground was covered with dust and sparks, dazzling people. In the end, there was only a bang, and the knife in Lao Jiang's hand was swept away by the whip, but he also held the whip tip firmly with one hand. The whole 4 or 5 meters long whip was held by the black-bearded old man, and Lao Jiang at both ends. Both of them had red faces, and white mist rose from their heads. Neither of them could pull the other at all. It was obvious that they were competing in advanced internal skills. The black-bearded old man was greatly surprised by Lao Jiang's skills, but he was soon overwhelmed by anger. "I killed all those beasts and saved you. You are ungrateful." His face was so gloomy that water almost dripped out. Hearing him say that, I couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "You are so vicious. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Yes, yes, yes. You dared to kill in Gongda Snow Mountain. The gods will not forgive you. This time I stand on my brother's side." The little black girl also jumped out. The black-bearded old man's teeth were almost broken, but he couldn't do anything to Lao Jiang. He could only glance at the white-bearded old man, and the meaning was self-evident, that the white-bearded old man wanted the white-bearded old man to take the opportunity to kill me and Lao Jiang. As a result, the white-bearded old man dodged and waved his hands hurriedly. "Big brother, you know I don't do dirty work." The black-bearded old man was about to curse, but at this moment, the white-bearded old man suddenly said, "Huh?" and his whole face was full of fear. "What's going on? I feel an unprecedentedly strong corpse gas. Not good." He shouted and picked up the golden whip. But it was too late. A black shadow that was so fast that the naked eye couldn't catch it came at lightning speed. The black shadow was on all fours, sprinting on the vast rocky beach, as if it had wings. Before anyone could react, it had already hit the back of the black-bearded old man with a bang. The black-bearded old man was still competing with Lao Jiang in internal strength at this time. How could he defend from behind? With a scream, as if he was hit by a train at full speed, the whole person was like a kite with a broken string, spraying a stream of blood in the air, flying 5 or 6 meters before falling on the uneven rocks. When he landed, there was a sound of bones breaking, and I don't know how many bones were broken. In the face of absolute power, even the Dragon King's messenger is nothing. At this time, I didn't care about appreciating the miserable state of the black-bearded old man, and my eyes were fixed on the shadow of the divine soldier falling from the sky. He had taken off his white Zhongshan suit, revealing bronze and strong muscles. Every line on his skin was like a marble line. He was panting heavily, his long black hair was blown by the wind, and he looked like an ancient god of war who had just crawled out of a mountain of corpses, bursting out all his anger at the enemy. That was Ban Ban. At this time, Ban Ban looked at me deeply, and when he found that my back was still dripping with blood, he was angry, and his 2 wolf eyes turned blood red. "Anyone who touches my master will be killed without mercy. Kill! Kill! Kill!" Ban Ban spit out his sentence coldly, as if he had sentenced the black-bearded old man to death. The black-bearded old man stood up from the ground with difficulty, vomiting a lot of blood. He was already furious, and he was even more murderous when he heard Ban Ban's words. "Young man, you dare to sneak attack. Look at me today to establish my authority with you." After saying that, his 5 fingers formed claws, and the whole person roared and jumped up. The 5 claws that stabbed out really brought out a black dragon. That was the 36th Dragon Claw's hand. "Godfather, please show mercy." The evening breeze brought Minjiwai's screams at the top of her lungs, and her voice was broken in the wind. It seemed that if this claw went down, Ban Ban's heart would be taken out. But I know that Minjiwai is worried about the wrong person. The black-bearded old man's dragon claw hand is indeed unparalleled in the world, but he misjudged his opponent, because his opponent is not a human at all, but a 1,000-year-old corpse king. Ban Ban didn't even dodge, and took this fatal claw with his chest. Oops. The black-bearded old man found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't actually grab Ban Ban's chest. You know, on normal days, with his full strength, this claw can crush even bricks and rammed earth into powder. Today is really a hell. The black-bearded old man widened his eyes in fear, and what greeted him was the corpse king's punch from Ban Ban. There was only a crisp crack sound, and the black-bearded old man's arm was bent down. If I'm not mistaken, he has a serious fracture now. The black-bearded old man looked ugly, and he gritted his teeth tightly to prevent himself from crying out in pain. But a layer of dense sweat had already appeared on his forehead, and his whole face was covered with purple. Then, Ban Ban lifted the black-bearded old man up like a chicken. He pinched the black-bearded old man's neck with one hand, and fiercely pressed his face against his face, saying, "If you hurt my master, I will twist your head off." The murderous aura that soared into the sky covered the entire rocky beach, and the cool wind was rustling, and there were humming everywhere. Minjiwai felt the fear at this time, and began to beg without hesitation, but Ban Ban ignored her. As Ban Ban tightened his hand, the black-bearded old man's face turned purple. He wanted to resist, but under the suppression of absolute power, all his struggles were in vain. The white-bearded old man trembled with fear while holding the golden whip, and begged, "Little brother, can you give me some leniency? My brother and I don't ask to be born on the same day, but to die on the same day. If he dies today, I will not live. I will apologize to you on his behalf." Seeing this, I couldn't help but say, "Man, forget it, let him go." Although I really don't like the black-bearded old man's behavior, we are all on the Gonga Snow Mountain now, and we are all on the same rope. I don't want to have internal strife in the team before we even reach the halfway point of the mountain, and most of them are killed or injured. "Woo!" Banban cried out reluctantly, as if he didn't want to let the black-bearded old man go. I went forward and pried open Banban's fingers little by little, and Banban's face looked a little better. He is like this. When he is angry, he is like an unruly wolf king, and you need to smooth his fur little by little. Banban's hand loosened, and the black-bearded old man seemed to have finally returned to the water like a dying fish. With a plop, he sat down on the ground powerlessly. Minjiwai and the white-bearded old man hurried forward to help him. Minjiwai, who has always been arrogant, looked at me for the first time and thanked me. "Li Jing'an, thank you." I ignored her and pulled Banban to leave. At this time, Lao Jian also ran over. He touched the back of his head in confusion. "Disciple, when did you become such a saint? If someone hurts you, just say sorry and it's over." Seeing the black-bearded old man limping towards the camp, I looked at Banban and secretly made an unsightly gesture. Banban understood what he meant and immediately kicked the black-bearded old man from behind. This kick was so powerful that the next second, the black-bearded old man was kicked back to the camp like a rocket. Only Minjiwai and the white-bearded old man on the left and right were left confused, not knowing what had happened. Seeing this, I clapped my hands and said, "I only said to spare his life, but I didn't say to let him go so comfortably." Old Jiang gave me a thumbs up with satisfaction. If there is a grudge, it must be avenged. This is my disciple Jiang Donghu. Chapter 392. While laughing, I suddenly cried out in pain, and my back started to hurt again. "It seems that people should not be too proud. Master, I will heal your wounds." Banban looked at me with a worried look on his face. I shook my head, indicating that it was not necessary for the time being, and asked him to call me master as little as possible when he went out in the future. Otherwise, if someone had bad intentions, it would be bad. How could I care about that little injury at this moment? My heart was full of these little Buza under me, fearing that the black-bearded old man would take it out on them after he recovered his vitality. The little Buza made a chirping sound, and looked at me with confused sapphire-like eyes. Each one was small and black, making people feel infinite love. Although they were extremely afraid of humans, they still stretched out their little hands to hug me, because they saw who had just protected them. Banban accompanied me to send them to a flower bush in the distance, and then piled up some stones to cover them, and then turned back after covering them tightly. On the way, I asked Banban where he had been before. Banban told me that he heard a burst of intermittent women's crying at night, which came from a very far place. The crying contained an inexplicable breath of death, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He was afraid that this breath would threaten me, so he rushed out of the tent to investigate. Banban was raised by wolves when he was a child, and he has a natural sixth sense for danger. Thinking of the Sakya ghost in the dream, I guessed that I might really be affected by the magic spell of the opening light. Fortunately, Banban was protecting me. But Banban knelt down with great guilt. "Master, I shouldn't have left you 10 steps away and hurt you. What are you doing? I don't blame you." I hurriedly helped Banban up, and kept telling him that I was only slightly injured, and advised him not to feel guilty. But Banban still felt sorry for me, and said that he would never let the enemy hurt me again. "I'm really fine. Master, I know my fault." Our conversation went back and forth like this, and in a blink of an eye we returned to the camp. At this time, I found that Shui Jingxiang was looking at my direction with interest. My eyes couldn't help but fall on her. Whether it was the ruthless killing of the black-bearded old man or the sudden counterattack of Banban, Shui Jingxiang never stopped it from beginning to end, and didn't even say a word. She just sat there, watching all this with a smile, as if she was an outsider. You know, she was the one who invited us to Gonga Snow Mountain. Wasn't she afraid that after the fight between our two teams, we wouldn't be able to get up the mountain? Or did this woman want all of us to be exposed? Noticing my gaze, Shui Jingxiang nodded politely, then clapped her hands and looked at Mei Lianer. "You go and have a look." Mei Lianer was a spectator the whole time. When he heard Shui Jingxiang's words, he suddenly stood up. His ugly face, corroded by strong acid, looked extremely gloomy in the moonlight. Mei Lianer's actions were very swift and decisive. He first took off the huge rectangular package. He casually reached out, and took out a Luoyang shovel head and several shiny steel rods from it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 8 steel rods, and their shapes were clearly the handles of Luoyang shovels. I looked at Lao Jiang in shock, but he was not surprised at all. Just as he guessed, this Wu Lianer was the legendary weirdo nicknamed 8-Armed Tathagata. Wu Lianer screwed a steel rod onto the shovel head, and suddenly, a short and powerful Luoyang shovel appeared in front of us. He measured a few steps on the rocky beach with the Luoyang shovel. Under the moonlight, the Luoyang shovel reflected a cold light, green and dim, as if there was a colding energy wrapped around the shovel head. Wu Lianer squinted his remaining eyes, looked at the light, and finally came to a strange place. There were no stones in that place, only a dense bunch of purple morning glory, but the color of the flowers was too purple, and it was a little red. Without saying anything, Faceless tightened the Luoyang shovel, with the shovel head pointing downwards, and inserted it straight in at a 90-degree angle. His hand seemed to be able to feel the changes in the soil, and he screwed another steel rod on it. Finally, after 3 sections, Faceless finally pulled out the Luoyang shovel. Old Jiang was applying Yunnan Biao to me at this time, and he could only bandage it after the bleeding was completely stopped. Seeing that Faceless had made some movement, he quickly pulled me aside to watch carefully. Faceless squatted down and checked the underground soil brought out by the Luoyang shovel in the moonlight. The soil brought out by the Luoyang shovel head actually had 3 different colors. The top layer was glacial frozen soil, which was black. In the middle was a layer of soft loess, which was also a typical plateau soil. Strangely, the bottom layer of soil was slightly green in color and emitted a slight stench, like a pool of moldy rotten meat. At this moment, a shocking scene appeared. This shameless man actually dipped his hand into the green soil, put it to his mouth, and licked it for a day. I was so shocked that my eyes widened. Not to mention that this soil is underground. Is it poisonous? Just looking at the green color, you can tell that it is Realine soil. This shameless guy actually tasted it with his tongue. I turned to look at Lao Jiang and asked with resentment, "Why didn't I see you lick the soil when you used the Luoyang shovel before?" I don't know if Lao Jiang heard the hidden meaning of my words. He explained to me seriously, whether it is the southern or northern school, the soil master uses the Luoyang shovel to identify the soil, mainly relying on the smell. Under normal circumstances, you can roughly judge the quality and composition of the soil by smelling it with your nose, whether it is the burial soil in the ancient tomb. But in fact, if you taste it with your mouth, the effect will be better, because you can taste the acidity and alkalinity of the soil, as well as some blood or corpse gas, which is called tongue identification of sweet and fishy soil among insiders. But we can't do this kind of thing. First, it's too disgusting. Who knows if there is shit, urine, or fart in the soil? Second, this is a life-threatening matter. If there is corpse poison in the soil, I will become like the big zombie next to you. How unprofitable is this deal? After speaking, Lao Jiang glanced at Ban Ban. Ban Ban thought that Lao Jiang was praising him for his bravery just now, just like a general who wiped out the enemy country, and he straightened his chest unconsciously, his face full of pride. "You are so poor." I glared at Lao Jiang in anger, and continued to pull him to observe Melian's every move. Seeing the serious look of Wu Lianer, Lao Jiang couldn't help but exclaimed, "He really loves what he does." I muttered, "You should learn from others." Suddenly Lao Jiang's face changed. I was about to ask him what was wrong, but he said first, "Something is wrong here." "What's wrong?" I asked. Lao Jiang raised his chin and motioned me to observe Wu Lianer. "Didn't you see that Wu Lianer looked very nervous? He must have discovered something." Under the moonlight, Wu Lianer's face was full of holes, with only a mouth, 2 nostrils, and 2 eyes. The more I looked at him, the more he looked like a human monster. I was so scared that I looked away and whispered. His whole face was melted. How can you tell that he was nervous? Old Jiang choked and replied me with 3 words. Micro-expression. I wanted to do something to betray my teacher, but fortunately old Jiang didn't joke with me, and continued to add, I saw that his eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, which should be a change of situation. Now, I was even more confused. I looked at No Face in the distance, and then at old Jiang. Is it true? As if to verify what old Jiang said, No Face put away the Luoyang shovel, walked to Shui Jingxiang, bowed deeply, and began to report, Miss Shui, we should not stay here for long, let's leave as soon as possible. From the meaning of his words, he seemed to have noticed something strange. Shui Jingxiang wrapped her military coat tightly to keep warm and raised her eyebrows. Oh? What's going on? To make a long story short, the terrifying face was only moving its mouth and 2 nostrils. Miss Shui, let me be frank. I have used a shovel to explore this place. It is a Yin cave. I have been curious before why other places are cold glaciers, but this place is full of flowers, and there are so many Buza living here. In fact, there is a huge warm hole under this rocky beach, so those Buza can live here and... Speaking of this, Melian paused, and the position of his eyebrows twitched heavily. I suspect that there may be something in the hole. Hearing this, Xue Jingxiang no longer hesitated and immediately gave orders for us to pack up the tents and tools and leave the rocky beach as soon as possible. All of us began to rush back to our tents in a hurry. But I don't know if it was my illusion, there was a strong smell of blood in the air, and the cold wind was like a knife, just like the whimper of the dead Buza. This made me feel that the ghosts of those Buza were coming to claim my life. I finally got back to the tent. Just as I was about to count my backpack, countless pairs of terrifying blue eyes appeared in the night. Those blue eyes were sometimes dim, sometimes bright, flickering like a light bulb with insufficient power. From all directions, they blocked our way. We wanted to retreat, but behind us, the mountains and plains were full of short black shadows stretched by the moonlight. It was Buza. More Buza came. Chapter 393. This time, there are no longer dozens of them, but hundreds, or even thousands, because wherever I look, there are dense black reflections and blue eyes covering the entire rocky beach. We are surrounded by these things in the east, west, south, and north, and the chirping sounds they make are no longer the pranks they made at the beginning. This time, I saw anger, madness, and bloodlust on the eve of revenge in their eyes. If the group of Buza at the beginning just wanted to scare us away, then the group of Buza in front of us is determined to fight us to the death. The Buza all over the mountains and plains are like a huge lustful curtain, surrounding us tightly, and not even a feather can fly out. They were digging the soil and approaching us inch by inch. The air was filled with a murderous aura. I looked at the black-bearded old man with resentment, but I saw that the white-bearded old man had already started to fight. He supported the injured black-bearded old man, applied medicine, and said sarcastically, "It's all your fault. It's over now. Do you really think you are the king of the world? You are kicked around like a ball, and you are not ashamed to be kicked around like a ball." The black-bearded old man was furious, straightened his neck, and shouted, "Do you want to fight? Fight, fight, who is afraid of who?" The white-bearded old man loosened his hand and shouted shamelessly, "Go and beat the one who kicked your ass first." The black-bearded old man looked at Ban Ban, who was also looking at him. At that moment, the black-bearded old man's momentum was greatly reduced. It seems that he also knows how difficult it is to mess with Ban Ban. But this is not the time for internal strife, because the overwhelming Buza has already swept in. Looking at their aggressive appearance, I clearly know that with so many companions dead, there will be no peace between the two sides. There is only one way left for us, and that is to fight to the death. However, just as I drew out the God Slayer, Luatua drew out the Desert Scimitar, and Ban Ban took out the Dragon War Spear, and the white tassel on the tip of the spear shook to protect my side. A surprising scene appeared. The group of Buza turned around and bypassed us, when they were still 10 steps away from us. They turned and pounced on the other people in the camp. What's going on? Can't these Buza see us? They don't seem to be ready to attack Xiaohe Niu and Mao Xiangyi. The only targets were the old man with black beard and the old man with white beard, as well as Xue Jingxiang and his gang. The little black girl jumped up with joy, clapping her hands and shouting, "I knew that good people would be rewarded, bad people would go to hell, and the god of Snow Mountain would never forgive the killers." Old Jiang told me, although these Buza were mistakenly regarded as demons, they are very human. They should have seen through what everyone in the camp had done just now, so they automatically ignored us, and turned to revenge the murderers and bystanders. Although Ming Yuya did not take action, she was in the same group with the old man with black beard, and was inevitably attacked. Looking at these thousands of Buzas that came one after another, although I knew that their final outcome would be victory, I also knew that the old man with black beard and others were all first class in skills, and in the process, they would kill more Buzas. When will the revenge end? There is no winner in this killing. We couldn't stop Buza, nor did we want to help the black-bearded old man and his men, but when we thought about more Buza falling down, we couldn't help but feel a little sad. However, at this moment, a low horn sounded suddenly in the valley. Woo-woo-woo. Woo-woo-woo. The sound of the horn was melodious and deep, one after another deafening. It was as if countless monks, who were proficient in Buddhism, were chanting scriptures together. It was heavier than the morning bell in the temple, but more compassionate than the charge on the battlefield. When I heard the sound of the horn, my restless heart began to become infinitely peaceful, and the group of Buza, who had originally besieged, and were planning to take revenge, seemed to have heard some orders that could not be disobeyed, and all showed a look of fear. In just a blink of an eye, all the Buza retreated from the camp like water, and swarmed back into the ground. The black all over the mountains disappeared, replaced by the holy white of Gonga Snow Mountain. A rising sun slowly rose from the east, and thousands of golden rays, like sharp arrows, wrapped in solemn and sacred light, shot towards the entire earth. It's dawn so soon? Shui Jingxiang was more concerned about the sound just now. She asked if everyone heard it. We nodded to indicate that we heard it. Little black girl clasped her hands together proudly. That's the sound of Tongqing. It was the Lama of Gongar Temple, who blew the Tongqing and dispersed Buza. Everyone, hurry up. We will arrive at Gongar Temple soon. Little black girl smiled. While on the road, I asked Lao Jiang, Master, what is Tongqing? Lao Jiang told me. It is a unique musical instrument of Tibetan Buddhism, also called Dharma horn. It is 2 or 3 meters long and made of brass. Because of its huge size, it needs a lama to carry it in front, and a lama to blow it in the back when playing. The sound of Tongqing is loud and long, and can be transmitted for thousands of meters. It is usually treasured in the temple, and will only be used during grand festivals. That's right, this old man knows a lot. The little black girl took advantage of the opportunity to come over. I don't know if it was because I saved Xiao Buza, but Xiao Heinyo's attitude towards me changed 180 degrees. Not only did he stop extorting money, he also took the initiative to talk to us and answered all our questions. I was curious why Gongar Temple was blowing the Tongqing at this time. The little black girl explained, because it's dawn. The lamas of Gongar Temple blew the Tongqing to tell the demons all over the mountains that now is the time of light, and they should retreat quickly. By the way, I calculated the date. Gongar Temple may hold a sacred sky burial ceremony today. What a coincidence you guys came. The little black girl had introduced the sky burial ceremony before, but this time she simply repeated it again, and cunningly turned her black eyes. We don't have burial here. Only the bad guys who committed 10 unforgivable crimes in their lifetime will be buried in the soil, stink and rot and become nutrients for trees, to atone for their sins. Like him. While speaking, the little black girl pointed her finger at the old man with black beard and added viciously, "Go to hell and never reincarnate." The old man with black beard was furious and immediately clenched his fists. He was about to teach the little black girl a lesson, but was stopped by the moonlight. Xiao Heinyo continued to tell us the details of the sky burial ceremony. Sky burial is usually held in the early morning. The family of the deceased will send the body to Gonga Temple before dawn. When the sun rises slowly, the sky burial ceremony will begin. There will be lamas lighting mulberry incense to attract flocks of vultures, and then the lamas will start to dismantle the body of the deceased. Even the bones will be smashed and broken, so that the vultures will compete to peck at them. It is most auspicious to eat all the body, indicating that the deceased has no sins, and the soul has ascended to heaven peacefully. If it is not eaten completely, the remaining part should be picked up and burned, and sutras should be chanted at the same time. We here believe that the vultures on Gonga Snow Mountain, except for eating dead bodies, do not harm any small animals. They are messengers of God. I felt it was creepy and had no interest, so I waved my hand and said, "Your custom is really a bit hard to say, hard to say." The little black cow suddenly came close to me, grinning at me with a mouthful of white teeth. "Little brother, you are so kind. You will definitely be buried in the sky, and the vultures will eat you up completely, without even a bone residue left." Looking at her sincere smile and clear eyes, it is obvious that these words are from the heart. But I really can't respond to these words. It is clearly a blessing, but I always feel that she is cursing me. After all, I am still far away from death. Chapter 394. After daybreak, a vast expanse of white snow filled the eyes. The clouds hovered halfway up the mountain, giving people the illusion of wandering in heaven, and they could not help but sigh at the ingenuity of nature. The little black girl told us that Gonga Temple was not far from us. We could reach it by climbing over the highest mountain in front, and following the mountain road. That road was a living passage opened up by the lamas, which made it convenient for herdsmen to go up the mountain to worship Buddha, and for monks to go down the mountain to buy things. It will be much easier to walk. Thinking of the previously insurmountable glaciers, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. But I couldn't be happy, because when I was packing my backpack just now, I found something that didn't belong to me next to the pillow of my sleeping bag. It was a woman's shoe. This shoe was on the left foot, with an upturned toe and a seductive color, so red that it almost dripped blood. Judging from the style, it should be a Tibetan-style Garo shoe. Obviously it couldn't be Shui Jingxiang's, so how could it appear beside my pillow? For some reason, the Saga ghost girl in my dream appeared in my mind again. Her body was pale, her lips were seductive, her hair was loose, and she crawled towards me step by step. My heart was pounding, and I didn't dare to think about it anymore. But somehow, I didn't throw away the shoes, but put them in my backpack, ready to find a chance to ask Lao Jiang. The large group continued to advance in the wind and snow, and a narrow mountain road was within reach. Lao Jiang, my companions, and I walked in the front, and of course, there was also the jumping little black girl leading the way for us. Ming Yueya and the two old men were at the end of the team. Except for Shui Jingxiang's words of comfort and asking them if they needed anything, everyone else in the team chose to ignore us. Even Mao Xiangyi, who was physically weak, tried his best to catch up with us because he didn't want to be with them. He had a special feeling for every plant and tree here, which made him very dissatisfied with the black-bearded old man's behavior. When he passed by the black-bearded old man, he even said forcefully, "Retribution will come." At this time, I had a strong feeling that the black-bearded old man and his people were isolated. But at the same time, I felt that this was the scene that Shui Jingxiang wanted to see the most. Because with her scheming, she could have spoken out to stop the black-bearded old man the moment he took action. But she didn't. Even when the black-bearded old man was about to kill me, she was silent. A team started to kill each other before they reached their destination. As an organizer, she couldn't just stand by and watch. But Shui Jingxiang pretended to be stupid. What on earth does this woman want to do? As I was thinking, just as we passed a snow slope, Lao Jiang, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. One of his feet stopped there, and made a creaking sound. I was about to ask him what happened, but suddenly an extremely ominous premonition came over me. Before I could say anything, Lao Jiang lowered his voice and said, "Pretend nothing happened and slowly retreat. Something is ambushing us in front." "What is it?" I asked subconsciously. As if to answer me, the sound of dong 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 came from above my head. I saw fist-sized snowballs, mixed with the biting north wind, whizzing down, one after another. It was like a hailstorm from the sky. We were walking on the narrow path opened by Llama, which was only half a meter wide and extremely narrow. There was a high snow slope on the left and a cliff on the right. There was no escape at all, and there was no place to hide. Fortunately, Ban Ban reacted very quickly. When he jumped up, the longing spear had already danced into a watertight silver plate. In a breath, the snowballs falling on our heads were smashed to pieces. Those things are back, the Snow Mountain Ape Man, the Night Emperor. I heard the shout of the expert Mao Xiangyi from behind. I looked up and was immediately frightened, but I saw more than a dozen monsters covered with long white hair standing on the snow slope above my head, throwing snowballs down with all my strength. Their faces looked similar to those of apes, but their whole faces were strange indigo blue. They were huge, standing upright like humans, but twice as big as humans. Two long and sharp fangs were exposed in their mouths, like two sharp scimitars, emitting a chilling coldness. And I found an extremely terrifying detail. The IQ of these things should be very high. They were covered with a thick layer of snow, and it seemed that after attacking Warner's convoy, they deliberately went around Yanzigu and waited for us for a long time. Bang! One of the monsters opened its mouth wide, and a ball of sticky sun water fell from the sky, as if it was extremely greedy for our living flesh. "Retreat quickly! Retreat quickly! They deliberately ambushed here. We fell into the trap," Mao Xiangyi explained while being forced to hide in the gap of the cliff by the falling snowballs. One foot slipped and almost fell down, and was left with no bones. Fortunately, he was pulled back by the legless man like lightning. It's strange, how come the legless man who limps when walking is more stable than a normal person? Seeing someone almost fall off a cliff, several Snow Mountain apes beat their chests proudly and roared loudly from their throats. It's like a king who is high above, looking down on his tiny ants. Listening to the strange cry, an ancient poem came to my mind. The apes on both sides of the river cry non-stop. It turns out that the cry of the apes is like this. Seeing that we were forced into a desperate situation, Mao Xiangyi was stimulated to a little crazy, took out the pistol from his waist, and was about to show the apes a little color, but was suppressed by Lao Jiang. If you dare to fire in this environment, if an avalanche is triggered, everyone will be doomed. Hearing this, Mao Xiangyi recovered a little and put the pistol back, but asked, "What should we do now? Sooner or later, we will be smashed to death." Just when everyone was at a loss, suddenly, Ban Ban walked into the attack range of the snowball with a frosty face. "Ban Ban, come back!" But no matter how I shouted, he didn't respond. Suddenly, he slammed the spear in his hand into the ice with a bang, and his eyes seemed to be filled with Shura blood pools, all red. His proud head slowly raised, staring at the ape man, who was still roaring on the snow slope. Suddenly, a bigger, longer wolf howl pierced the sky. Ah! This howl seemed to be wrapped in 3,000 years of anger, shattering the roars of all ape men, and imprinting the deep fear in the minds of every ape man, letting them know who is the real strong man. I even felt the road beneath my feet was shaking, and the flying birds were scared away. The apes on the slope were even more frightened and stared at their feet, as if they didn't know what it was. In short, it was very powerful, so powerful that no one could provoke it. They were silent for a long time, and finally threw away the snowballs in their hands and fled. This is the law of nature. The strong prey on the weak, and the Wolf King is always at the top of the food chain. Seeing Ban Ban standing alone, Minjiwai couldn't help but be crazy again. He is worthy of being the man I like. Even his voice is so manly. In ancient times, Zhang Fei shouted back Chao Wei's millions of soldiers on Changban's slope, and now there is Mr. Ban Ban, who roared and made the Snow Mountain Night Emperor walk everywhere. The white-bearded old man kindly reminded Minjiwai, "Girl, he just beat up your black godfather." Minjiwai looked at the black-bearded old man fiercely, and said mercilessly, "He deserves it, and I have wanted to beat him up for a long time." In order to prevent changes, we hurried on the road and left the snow slope. Behind the snow peaks is a mountain road that stretches upwards. This mountain road is made of stones, and there is transparent ice and snow on both sides. This makes it look like a heavenly road suspended on ice and snow, and like a long dragon crawling on the snow mountain. Little black girl devoutly recited a scripture to the mountain road. Soon, we will reach Gongar Temple. Walking on that mountain road, I became more and more curious about how the monks of Gongar Temple carved out this road in such a harsh environment. Such a snow mountain is not even convenient to walk, let alone build a road. Little black girl couldn't answer my question, only saying that this road has been there for a long time. Just then, a huge vulture suddenly appeared in the sky and swooped down towards us. What's the scene? Don't vultures eat living people? Then, several more vultures approached us. Chapter 395. 6 or 7 vultures kept circling above our heads, making cries. This was also the first time I saw birds of prey from the snowy mountains. These vultures are as their name suggests, with no hair on their heads, and their black beaks are like barbs, looking extremely ferocious. They stretched out their wide and large wings and peeked at us from high above. This shocked us greatly. I drew out the god-slaying. Lao Jiang held a knife in his hand, and the 3 masters around Shui Jingxiang subconsciously drew out their pistols and took aim. After all, facing the enemy in the air, bullets are the best weapon. The little black girl jumped and waved at us, her face full of anxiety. The divine bird does not eat living people, don't hurt the divine bird. Of course, this was mainly said to the old man with black beard, otherwise he would really regret it if he swung a long whip. Fortunately, those vultures just kept circling around us, as if they wanted to tell us something. Master, do these vultures know us? I looked at Lao Jiang with curiosity. Lao Jiang kicked me in anger. You are here for the first time, how can they know you? I guess they want to lead us. What Lao Jiang said was exactly right. The vultures cried again, and flew straight along the sky road. They flew very slowly, as if they wanted to keep us from falling behind. We followed them for about half an hour, and finally a strange temple appeared in front of us. The temple is located in the towering snow-capped mountains, with blue sky above and white snow underfoot. The reason why it is strange is that even a brick or a tile is white, blending into the sacred Gongda Snow Mountain. The sun shines on the temple, flashing a dazzling light, like a perfect work of art. That's Gongda Temple. The little black girl pointed forward. Please put your hands together, and worship the White Lion King of the Snow Mountain with me. At this time, a series of low and loud copper sounds came from the snow-white temple. Woo! Woo! This sound is exactly the same as what we heard before, but I didn't expect that after a series of mountains, the sound still has the deterrent power to exorcise demons, and even scare away the Buza all over the mountains. After arriving at the White Temple, the vultures leading the way suddenly flew into the sky, soaring above the sky and disappeared. We walked on the heavenly road and unknowingly quickened our pace. When we got closer, I found that there were white pagodas standing around the White Temple, and each pagoda was hung with colorful prayer flags. A gust of wind blew, and the prayer flags fluttered, beautiful and dazzling. On the high gate of the White Temple, a line of twisted words was written in gold powder. Mao Xiangyi said that it was Tibetan, which translated into Gongda Temple, which means White Temple. There are 2 lion head-shaped knock rings on the gate. When you clap your hands on the rings, they make a crisp sound. The knock rings are also golden, as if there is only gold left here except white. Shui Jingxiang was anxious to knock on the door, but the little black girl blocked her. Gonga Temple is carrying out sky burial. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. We have to wait until the sky burial ceremony is over. There were bursts of humming sounds from the temple, as well as the sound of llamas chanting. There is no doubt that a mysterious and ancient ceremony is indeed being held inside. Xue Jingxiang still had a polite smile on her face, but the question on her lips was, how long do we have to wait? After sunset. The little black girl answered. Haha, our group has gone through all kinds of dangers to reach Gonga Temple, but you let us wait for more than 10 hours? Xue Jingxiang said, even if others can wait, my grandfather is suffering from a strange disease and is old and weak. Can he stand in the cold wind until dark? What's more, if we are not welcome, the vulture will not lead the way for us, don't you think? Originally, Mr. Xue was carried by the lifeless man, and his beard was frozen from the cold. He had already lost half his life. At this moment, when he heard the whistling horn, his sleepy eyes actually emitted a strange light. It was as if he had finally returned home, and he couldn't wait to enter Gonga Temple. Little black girl didn't care about that. She opened her arms and resolutely blocked the door of Gonga Temple. I don't care. Once you are on the Snow Mountain, you must abide by the rules of the Snow Mountain. Xue Jingxiang gave a look to Wu Lianer and Mei Tuer, and the two went up to pull little black girl away. That's right, we have successfully arrived at Gonga Temple, and little black girl has almost no use. Seeing Xue Jingxiang like this, I felt disgusted for no reason, and I was about to help little black girl. However, just when the atmosphere was tense, there was a sound of flapping wings in the air, and we saw a terrifyingly large vulture, with a bad look in its eyes, landing on the mountain gate. That was simply the largest vulture I had ever seen in my life. It was twice as big as the vulture I just saw, crouching there as big as a human. It must be the king of the vultures. Its head was not completely bald, but had a tuft of snow-white hair, like a snowy mountain peak. The feathers on the rest of its body were as black as ink and as shiny as silk. The strangest thing was that this vulture king had a string of brown prayer beads hanging around its neck. It was the first time I saw a bird with prayer beads around its neck, and I couldn't help but take a few more glances at it. But this vulture king was like an old monk in meditation, with its claws standing on the door beam, moving, making me suspect that it was actually a sculpture. But I clearly heard the sound of its wings flapping just now. Damn, such a big vulture? Shouldn't it be cooked in a pot in one day? This was the voice of a camel. Old but not dead as a demon. This was the voice of Lao Jiang. Everyone was talking about it. Suddenly, the gate of Gonga Temple opened from the inside to the outside, revealing a thin gap. A llama in red clothes showed half of his head. He wore a pointed yellow hat on his head, and half of his body was exposed. He had bronze skin and strong muscles. I wonder if he was cold in the ice and snow. The llama looked us up and down, and asked in Tibetan with an unhappy face, "Who are you, and why did you break into the gate?" After Mao Xiangyi translated, Xue Jingxiang immediately put on a smile. Her eyes narrowed, like a cunning fox. She first took out the Vajra pestle from her bag, and then bowed to the llama. "Master, we are invited by the master to meet its owner." Llama was very surprised when he saw the Vajra. He said in surprise, "It is indeed a magic weapon of my sect." Obviously, he had recognized the Vajra. Xue Jingxiang smiled slightly and bowed to the little llama. "Can we go in now?" Llama looked only in his 20s, but his eyes were clear, and he was not bewitched by Xue Jingxiang at all. He shook his head. "No, we are doing a sky burial and cannot receive guests." "But we are in a hurry." Xue Jingxiang still insisted. Llama closed the door directly and said, "No matter how big the matter is, we have to wait until the sun goes down." Xue Jingxiang has always been the kind of person who will not give up until she achieves her goal and never allows others to refuse her. Seeing that Llama still refused to let her go, she nodded to Mei Lianer and planned to force her way in. At this moment, the vulture king, who had been motionless like a sculpture, suddenly moved his eyes. The ferocious head turned towards us with a click, and the scarlet eyes were meaningful. When I thought the vulture king was going to attack us, it suddenly looked in our direction and spoke. "You came a little later than I expected." Oh my god, this vulture can actually speak human language. I swear, this is the most shocking thing I have ever seen, the most incredible thing of all. Chapter 396. I stared at the vulture king in a daze, and I couldn't believe that the voice just now was made by it. Xue Jingxiang and others also changed their expressions, and even the old man with black beard raised his long whip, suspecting that the vulture king was a monster. "Buddhist holy land, put away your murderous intentions." The vulture's voice became colder and colder, with a hint of anger. At this moment, we clearly understood that the voice we heard just now was made by the mysterious Vulture King. The strange thing is, how can this vulture make the voice of a middle-aged man, and it speaks in fluent Chinese? This voice seems to come from a very far place, having experienced many unknown things, seeing through countless things in the world, and full of vicissitudes of life. It is low and slow, cold, and sounds very ordinary, but it is not ordinary at all when it falls into my ears. I believe that this is definitely a person with cultivation speaking, but I have only heard of parrots imitating human speech, and have never seen vultures speak human language. The Vulture King in front of me half closed his eyes, as if he had just woken up, and his pair of brown eyes were like two shining ambers, which were puzzling. Could it be that, as Lao Jiang said, this vulture is old but not dead, and has become a monster? I don't know if the black-bearded old man noticed something. He put down the whip in his hand, and looked at the temple vigilantly. The camel was even more curious and shouted, "This trip is really more fun than the Northwest. Vultures can speak human language." Ming Yue looked at his companion for a while, and then looked at the Vulture King, his beautiful eyes full of confusion. Only Shui Jingxiang remained calm beyond ordinary people. She knew that the vulture was talking to us, so she humbly bent down and said, "I don't know who you are, and what advice you have. I have come with my grandfather from a long distance, and I have an urgent matter to enter Gongda Temple." She was neither humble nor arrogant throughout the whole process, as if there was a pair of eyes hidden behind the Vulture King watching us all the time. At this time, I looked at Lao Jiang and found that he was not surprised, but showed a little surprise, so I hurriedly asked him what was wrong. Lao Jiang explained in my ear, "Boy, did you see clearly? Although the vulture's mouth moved just now, it did not move with the rhythm of the speech. It is obvious that it is a master in the temple, who uses the vulture to communicate with us through the means of sound transmission." Sound transmission? I frowned and whispered, "Isn't this the unique skill of your Qilin? And the only one who can use it in the world today should be Uncle Wu." Lao Jiang's eyebrows were tightly knitted, and his face was complicated inside. "I don't know what's going on, but this is indeed a means of sound transmission, and the user is very strong." Then Lao Wu, "No. Even stronger than your master at his peak." "Who is this person?" When he said the second half of the sentence, Lao Jiang muttered to himself, as if he was shocked by the other party's powerful internal strength. "You have to know that this is a remote ancient temple far away in the Great Snow Mountain. In addition to Lama, there are only vultures, and the other party's internal strength is definitely that of a top-notch master. How could such a great man be living in seclusion here?" Lao Jiang always thinks highly of himself. Apart from Yua Xiaoxiao and Feng Laowai, I have never seen him speak so highly of anyone. Not to mention, comparing the other party with his deceased master. My heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there is really an old senior who is as good as Niwa in this temple? Just as I was thinking about it, I found that Wu Lian whispered something in Shui Jingxiang's ear. Obviously, he had seen through this trick. Shui Jingxiang walked forward again and bowed to the Vulture King. "No matter early or late, we are here after all. Please meet us, master." At this time, Shui Jingxiang showed a confident smile, as if he expected the other party to agree. Sure enough, after a while, the Vulture King opened the sun again, and it was still a strange man's vicissitudes and low voice. "There is a lot of snow on the mountain. You go in first. After watching this sky burial, I will meet you." With a creak, the gate of the temple opened, and it was the red-clothed Lama who opened the door. Shui Jingxiang rushed in impatiently. Minjiwai and the others also entered quickly. When I was about to leave, I took a last glance at the Vulture King standing on the eaves. At this time, the Vulture King had closed his eyes, like an old monk in meditation, and was silent. Only the circle of Buddhist beads on his neck emitted a glittering golden light under the sunlight. After entering Gongda Temple, what came into view was a snow-white sacred hall. The hall was magnificent and snow-white, like a sitting lion, entrenched under the blue sky. In front of the temple, several pilgrims were crawling in a row. They were wearing the most ordinary herdsmen's clothes, with their limbs and even their heads deeply pressed against the ground, worshipping the Buddha statue. The little black girl told us, "They are herdsmen who came to make pilgrimages. They should have lived in the temple for a month. For us, Gongmar Temple is a holy place. Every year, we have to come here to prostrate ourselves before the White Lion King of the Snow Mountain 9,999 times. When we are hungry, we eat dry food. When we are tired, we sleep on the floor. In short, we cannot miss even one time. Because prostrating oneself is the most pious expression to the Bodhisattva, these pilgrims wore leather gloves on their hands and knee pads on their knees. Even so, they were worn out and tattered. I don't know how many vicissitudes of life they have experienced. Looking at them, I couldn't help but stand in awe. On both sides of Gongar Temple stood a row of golden prayer wheels, engraved with Tibetan characters that I didn't recognize. The red-robed Lama did not take us into the main hall, but stepped into a narrow corridor with slow steps. At the end of the corridor, there was actually a huge empty platform. Around the platform stood a dozen strong red-robed Lamas, half naked, revealing their well-developed muscles, full of wild power. The camel was stunned. Are the people living on the snowy mountains not afraid of the cold at all? This is the power of faith. Don't make a fuss. The little black girl glanced at the camel with contempt. The red-clothed Lamas had a pile of barley in front of them. After they lit the barley, white smoke more than 10 meters long immediately came out. Ming Yuya asked, "What are they doing, making a fire to keep warm?" I almost laughed, but I held it back when I thought of such a sacred place. On the way before, the little black girl had told us that when the Lamas started to light mulberry smoke, the vultures of the whole mountain would be attracted, and then the sky burial ceremony could begin. But even though I knew it, the next scene was beyond my psychological tolerance. Because the next moment, the oldest Lama in the center, wearing a yellow hat, suddenly took out a sharp knife and walked towards the corpse not far away. Chapter 397. On the stone platform, 3 corpses lay, pale and pale. This is the first step of the sky burial ceremony. The clothes of the deceased must be taken off cleanly, especially the leather products on the body must be removed, so as not to be mistaken for animals when reincarnated and mistakenly enter the animal path. They believe that people are born into this world with nothing, and when they leave, they naturally have to return everything. Everything in the world is a shackle attached to people. Only when the shackles are removed can people reincarnate without burden. All the Lamas began to put their hands together and chant sutras for the dead devoutly. This is the second step of the sky burial ceremony. The monks chanted sutras to guide them to the paradise. Then came the third step, which is also the most important part of the sky burial ceremony, decomposing the corpse. After the old Lama in the center arrived with a sharp knife, the other Lamas also took out a knife. It's just that the knives in their hands are of different sizes and have different functions. Some are responsible for decomposing legs and feet, and some are responsible for dealing with broken bones. Although they were facing away from us, we could clearly feel that drops of bright red blood were splashing on their faces, and some even splashed on the ground. Puff, puff, as the tip of the knife entered the flesh, blood kept flying out. The red-robed Lama, who was leading the way, looked at us and murmured something. After Mao Xiangni's translation, we understood what he meant. The Lama was saying, "When in Rome, follow the local customs. If you are afraid, just turn around and close your eyes." In fact, according to reason, you cannot see the sky burial ceremony, otherwise it will interfere with our chanting and the transfer of the dead souls. But since the master said it, there must be a reason for it. Everyone, please be patient. Master? It seems that the Vulture King was conveying the words of the master of Gongda Temple. No wonder the red-robed Lama opened the door and let people go. But why did the master let us watch this sky burial ceremony? What was his purpose? Lao Jiang and others were used to big scenes, so they naturally had no expression on their faces at the scene, but I couldn't help it and closed my eyes in fear. But the sound of the sharp knife entering the flesh kept coming from my ears, which aroused my curiosity. I secretly squinted my eyes a little, and happened to see a huge iron hammer hitting the bones, which scared me, and I quickly closed my eyes again. Not long after, the sound of flying came from the sky. It was the vultures. I squinted my eyes again, and saw a huge vulture swooping down on the dismembered body on the ground. Its sharp beak was holding a bloody arm, which almost made me lose my breath. The moment I looked away, I saw the scene of several other vultures vying for food, and my stomach churned. I instinctively turned around, scratched my throat with my fingers, and began to retch violently. Fortunately, there was a hand gently patting my back. I don't know when Lao Jiang became so considerate. Just when I raised my head to thank him, I met a pair of malicious eyes. It was Ming Yuya. Ming Yuya didn't hold back anything good. He smiled sarcastically. "You are like this, and you are still fighting with our Sanjiang gang for the headlamp. If it weren't for Mr. Banban, you wouldn't even be qualified to go up the snow mountain. Li Jinglan, I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible and get down the mountain." I wiped my mouth, trying to suppress the urge to spray Ming Yuya's face, and snorted coldly. I am a living person. When I see a bloody scene, I naturally have an instinctive physiological reaction. I am not like a woman with a heart as vicious as a scorpion, whose hands are stained with the blood of innocent people in Lei Town. Thinking of what happened in Leijin and the sacrifice mayor, I was filled with anger and my body straightened up little by little. I will slowly settle this account with you. Suddenly, I thought of something and put on a malicious smile. I leaned close to Minjiwai's ear and said, in addition, I want to tell you that you know what kind of women Banban hates the most. Women like you who are as vicious as snakes and scorpions. This sentence can be said to be a murderous heart. I clearly saw that Minjiwai, who was originally arrogant and proud, turned from white to blue in the next second, and her teeth were clattering. Minjiwai might be too angry. She said without thinking, I naturally had my difficulties in Lasian that time. Do you think I want to go? Humph, if that person hadn't threatened me with my father I would. Halfway through the words, she seemed to realize that she had said something wrong and immediately stopped talking about it. Obviously, Minjiwai was afraid of leaking some secrets to me. I was secretly shocked. From the tone, Ming Yuyi seemed to be coerced. Her father was naturally Wenlingjiang, the Dragon King of Sanjiang. But who dared to threaten her with Wenlingjiang's life? Who could move the Dragon King of Sanjiang? Could it be that this organization, in addition to the cooperative relationship with the Sanjiang gang, has more secrets? At this time, my heart had drifted far away, but the sky burial ceremony was still going on. As the body parts increased, the pecking sounds of the vultures became louder and louder. But I still didn't dare to look at it, for fear of seeing my own kind being eaten up. I turned my head to avoid the sky burial ceremony, and I couldn't understand why the master had to let us witness such a scene with our own eyes. Except for me, Xue Jingxiang and others were actually enjoying the scene. I originally thought that Xue Jingxiang was the one with the weakest endurance in everyone's heart, but now only Luotua and I were arm in arm to avoid the scene behind us. In front of me was the blue sky and the snow-white mountains in the distance. Everything was indescribably sacred. But as Xiao Heiniu said, these vultures only eat dead bodies and do not harm living people. There were so many of us, but none of them was attacked by vultures. As the sun set in the west, it became later and later. I looked at my watch and found that 6 or 7 hours had passed. Behind me, the corpses were still being processed. The group of people were hammering the hard-to-chew corpses and bones. Listening to the banging sound, I always felt that my heart was being carved and chiseled bit by bit. When the sun set, the vultures finally ate everything. They flapped their wings and flew away with satisfaction. The skull of the deceased was left behind, and was wrapped in a white cloth. I heard from Xiao Heiniu that the skulls of these people would be taken home by their relatives for worship or left in the temple. In short, I have never heard of many of the customs here. Mao Xiangyi glanced at his watch and said, I didn't expect that we have stayed here for so long. It's really like standing in the snow outside a teacher's door. For him, he was observing with an inquiring look, and time passed in a flash. For me, I always wanted to leave this place. After the sky burial ceremony was completely over, I found that the red-robed lama who led the way had left the scene at some point. And the group of llamas on the opposite side also cleaned up the scene, and packed up their things one by one and left without even looking at us, as if they treated us as air. But now there is no one around us who knows the way. How can we know where to go in this huge temple? What should I do? Didn't you say that the master will see us after watching the sky burial ceremony? Everyone was talking to each other, but they didn't dare to raise their voices for fear of disturbing anything. Gongda Temple was quiet at night, as if covered with a layer of azure night, and the whole world fell into stillness. Just when we were extremely anxious, accompanied by a creak, the door of a room in the distance opened. A little monk in red came out from behind the door. His face was dark, with 2 highland reds on his cheeks. He looked only 13 or 14 years old at most. After seeing this little monk, Xue Jingxiang's eyes changed instantly, and she even had an uncontrollable excitement. Chapter 398. From her excited eyes, I immediately understood that it was this little llama who had traveled thousands of miles to Shanghai to deliver the vajra. The little llama walked slowly towards us. He had delicate features and a kind face, and he was not lively at all like a child of this age. I couldn't help but look at the naughty little black girl. I thought they were both kids who grew up in Tibet. Why was there such a big difference? After walking in front of us, the little llama put her hands together and said in not very fluent Chinese, "Dear guests, please, the master is waiting for you." I didn't expect that this little llama was so young and could speak Chinese fluently. The little llama told us that it was the master who taught him. The master of Gongda Temple can also speak Chinese? This made me curious. I thought these people stayed in the snow-capped mountains all their lives and could only speak the local language. The little llama led us to push the door into the backyard, where there was a tall Bodhi tree. It was late at night, the moon was high in the sky, and the branches of the Bodhi tree cast a circle of silhouettes, like monks who were folding beads and chanting sutras devoutly. And just behind the Bodhi tree, there stood a lonely old house. The house was very dilapidated, and even the tiles fell to the ground, forming a sharp contrast with the magnificent outside. Would the so-called master live in such a place? As we looked at each other, the little llama told us that we had arrived. Originally, we thought that the outside was in disrepair, but we didn't expect that the scene in the house was so bad that even mice would cry. Not to mention valuable items, there were not even tables and chairs for normal reception. More importantly, several holes were dug out of the four walls, as big as a human head, and the cold wind rushed in, making us shiver with cold. Camel asked directly, "Young master, are you kidding us? Such a beautiful temple, but the leader lives in this kind of place? It's tattered, and they didn't even find a piece of paper to cover the hole. Are you dissatisfied that we didn't pay for the incense? Go find Miss Shui. We poor old men have cleaner pockets than our faces." Old Jiang was afraid that Camel had violated a taboo, so he stepped on him and scolded, "What do you know?" Camel was unhappy. "Whether I know or not, there is indeed a hole in the wall." Old Jiang pulled the corner of Camel's clothes and explained in a low voice, "He is practicing asceticism. If I'm not mistaken, the master who just talked to us, with the help of the Vulture King, should be this master." While speaking, old Jiang's eyes were cast into the distance. The room was very dark, and there was no light except the oil lamp held by the little llama. But when our sight gradually adjusted, we found that there was a huge painting hanging at the end of the room. The Thanka depicted a huge lion with snow-white mane all over its body. The lion wore a skull crown, stepped on red lotus, had sharp claws, and opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to swallow us all in one day. This should be the White Lion King of Snow Mountain, and hidden in the darkness, there was a monk wearing a white snow-covered Tibetan robe. At this time, he was sitting cross-legged, and his back was facing us from beginning to end under the portrait of the Lion King. I don't know what he was doing. Since entering Gongmar Temple, the monks I have seen are all wearing red clothes, but he is wearing a white one. And we only have a back left, and we can't see his face. Could he be the mysterious master? The little llama held an oil lamp and led us slowly over. When he came to the white-robed monk, he bowed respectfully to indicate that he had arrived. The white-robed monk did not speak, but continued to move the Buddhist beads in his hand and chant something. Shui Jingxiang could not wait any longer and took the initiative to step forward and said, "You are the master of Gongda Temple, right? We have watched the sky burial ceremony. Now you can treat my grandfather's illness, right?" The white-robed monk still did not speak. After a long time, when he finally finished reading the scriptures, a cold voice broke the silence. "Do you know why I made an exception and let you watch a sky burial ceremony? How do we know this? But judging from the voice, he is 100% the person who sent us the secret message through the Vulture King. Expert Mao Xiaoni is very knowledgeable. He sincerely said that he did not know and asked the master for guidance. This master spoke the Central Plains dialect, very fluently, with a clear and round pronunciation, and it did not sound like he learned it later. The white-robed monk told us, "Because some of you committed unforgivable sins when you went up the mountain. Although I have my back to you, I can clearly see what each of your hearts looks like. Some have black hearts, some have red hearts, and some have bad intentions. The reason why you are allowed to watch the sky burial ceremony and see the corpses being eaten by vultures up close is to tell you that royal power and wealth, the ebb and flow of the tide, are nothing but empty, and in the end, not even a piece of flesh will be left. This is the true meaning of life, and the true meaning of death." The voice of the white-robed monk was distant and vicissitudes, as if he had experienced the changes of the world and seen the impermanence of the world. His voice was not sad or happy, but only endless desolation. But his words were too profound, and we didn't have time to play guessing games with him here. Shui Jingxiang took out the Vidra again, held it up with both hands, and handed it over respectfully. "Thank you, master, for sending people to rescue my grandfather from afar. Now that I have seen the master, it should be returned to its original owner." The white-robed monk still did not turn around. Instead, the little llama acted as an intermediary and passed it on his behalf. At this time, the master still had his back to us. He stretched out a hand, took the Vidra, and placed it beside his legs. However, at the moment he stretched out his hand, it seemed as if a thunderbolt flashed through my mind, and half of my body was numbed by electricity. His sight was only fixed on the scene of him stretching out his hand. Not to mention me, even the always calm Lao Zhang's face changed drastically. The whole team retreated several steps back in unison, and they couldn't believe their eyes, because the master's right hand that was stretched out had only 4 fingers left. But those 4 fingers were white and long, exactly like Chao Wuji, who disappeared 30 years ago, in the information we have. Old Master Shui once said that Chao Wuji's fingers were different from those of ordinary people, and could split bricks and stones. At that time, when Chao Wuji was covering the retreat of others in the snow mountain, he was alone and was cut off by an unknown monster. He rolled down the mountain and his body was gone. From then on, he disappeared from this world. Who are you? Xue Jingxiang opened her mouth, but did not say anything else. Finally, old Master Xue supported his body and raised his head from the lifeless back. You. Are you the benefactor of that year?